It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon and also the last day of round one. Ladies and gentlemen, only two options remain for these teams. Either rise up to the challenge or pray for a miracle. Welcome to BGIS 2023. I'm Super Johnny, and towards my left we have the wonderful Salty, who's going to be my co-presenter throughout the day. How are you doing, Salty?
I'm absolutely doing good, man. The weather outside is brilliant, and I'm pretty sure the underdog teams, they are prepped up because today is their day. We've seen that these teams are rising up in terms of coming up against the top tier teams, and they're performing so brilliantly.
I mean, last day of round one. Last few slots remain for teams to qualify inside of round two, but we'll have to see which names make it through and which names get left behind. Let's have a look at what's on the line as well, because we have been talking about this 2 crore rupees on the line. A massive amount.
a massive amount, certainly. A massive number of zeros to count as well. But of course, the champions run away with 75 lakhs. Second place team get 37.5, and of course, third place with 25 lakhs. One good thing, every single team in the grand finals, they run away with something.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, but in order to do that, you have to make it all the way to the grand finals. And as we know, the journey is long ahead. And it's going to be grueling as well. But along with the prize money for the teams, we do have individual prizes as well. But as Salty said, even those are going to be distributed in the grand finals themselves. So we're going to have to wait to see the 16 names that make it all the way through to the grand finals. But before that, round one, again, we'll have two groups playing today, 3 matches per group, and only 3 teams make it through to round 2. Apart from that, the top 96 leaderboard. That is also being built as we speak, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's extremely difficult to figure out who are those going to be teams, the teams inside the top 96. But of course, so many teams have participated, and you mentioned only 16 will be in the grand finals. The prize money is certainly huge, but it comes at a cost, is that you have to be extremely good at it.
But let's do one thing, right? We'll have a look at the format of the BGIS 2023, and as we've been talking about it, I mean, it is extremely grueling. Right now, we are in round 1, and we know we started with 2,048 teams, out of which a grand total of 512 get to move to round 2. And here's the catch.
Yeah.
In those 512, 32 are already there because they made their way through the BGIS The Grind already. The bottom 32 from round 5 of BGIS The Grind are already waiting for the teams that make it through from round 1 of this round 1 of BGIS.
Exactly right. I mean, there are going to be big names straight up from the start of this competition itself. Now, the whole BGIS has been divided into multiple rounds itself. Just like you mentioned, this is round 1 going the final day, of course, but round 2 is coming up where 512 teams is going to come through as well. Now, just like you mentioned, the top 3 will accommodate 384 teams out of that 512. That is going to be a massive number, and that is going to be your safest bet, to be honest, if you are in round 1.
Exactly, and along with that, as we mentioned, top 96 teams will also move forward. But ladies and gentlemen, here is what was the eligibility criteria for the players to actually register for BGIS. Their accounts needed to be minimum platinum 5 and level 25. Only then were the players able to register, and then they had to play the in-game qualifiers, where every single team played 15 matches, out of which the result of top 10 games was counted. But that is for BGIS. Before that, we had the grind, if you all remember, where 256 teams were invited, out of which 64 teams have made it to the BGIS.
Exactly, a grueling format of the grind was there as well. Like every single week, we were cutting the teams by half itself. Just like you mentioned, 64 teams had qualified. But of course, there's the division. The top 32, they proceed round 3. The bottom 32, they are going to proceed to round 2. Of course, there were the in-game qualifiers where teams from all across the country, they get to participate. And I feel like that was the best feature of the BGIS, the inclusivity.
I mean, it is open for all. Everyone was allowed to register for the matches for BGIS as long as they met the eligibility criteria, of course. And as we mentioned, every single team that registered, they got to play 15 matches, out of which the result of top 10 games was counted. 2,048 teams made it across, and those 2,048 teams are participating in round 1. A few matches happening on broadcast that we are going to witness right now, and a lot of matches happening off broadcast as well, because these 2,048 teams were divided into 128 groups, and from every single group, 3 teams will directly qualify for round 2. The rest of the teams, they're going to have to wait, as I mentioned, for a miracle that they make it into the bracket of top 96 additional teams that get an opportunity to move to round 2 and join the bottom 32 teams of BGIS The Grind. So the total tally brings us to 512 teams that will be playing in round 2 of BGIS.
I mean, to be honest, these numbers are extremely huge. And this is one of the reasons why I kind of feel like BGIS is such a grand tournament, to be honest, because nowhere have we seen a tournament accommodate 2,048 teams, to be exact.
Yeah, that is a massive number, and I was kind of shocked when I found out, like, all right, 2,048 teams. It's going to be so difficult to bring that down to the final 16, but that is what the excitement is also about. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are wondering, how will these teams make it through to the next stage? Like, what is the qualification criteria in every single game? Well, the matches are played, and in every single game, teams accumulate points based on their finishes and also their match placement. If you finish the game on the first position, you get 15 points. If you finish it on the second position, you get 12. Finishing a match on the third position gives you 10 points. And the placement points, we call them, as we like to call them, they keep on dropping as you take an early exit inside of the game. But one thing remains the same: every single finish amounts for 1 point.
Wonderfully explained. Of course, there are two ways of accumulating points, I think. And every single team, they have their own strengths in regard to how they want to acquire. Do they want to go in aggressive, get those finishes early, or do they want to rack up the placement points? But speaking of the schedule itself, it's been the same throughout the day, throughout every single day of the week itself. Match 1 is Erangel, Match 2 is Miramar, Match 3 is Sanhok. And I'm pretty sure as the games begin, there is going to be more excitement building up, and we save the best for the last. That is the map of Sanhok. That is my personal favorite, Johnny.
I mean, exactly, because just to give you a recap of our journey so far, and in fact, the journey that has happened on broadcast in BGIS 2023 so far, I mean, it has been so exciting. Day 1, we saw Insane Esports dominate the lobbies and secure 96 points in 3 games. Yesterday, their record got shattered, and it was shattered by 11 Esports, who secured 97 points. Just one extra from Insane Esports, but it was quite exciting watching an underdog team, a newcomer team, outshine the veterans and a team that is considered right now the best in the country.
The best in the country, of course. But I think you were not exactly very satisfied with that number.
Yeah.
This man was not satisfied with Insane and the fact that they kind of had 4 points left to actually reach that massive 100.
Exactly. Yesterday, 11 Esports missed out by 3 points. Like, why is that? Get 100, score a century. It's going to be a record for sure. But today, new teams get the same opportunity, and I would love to see another underdog team rise up to the challenge, as we so often talk about it. But ladies and gentlemen, these are the 16 teams that will be stepping into the first 3 matches. Group 35 is on our screens.
Group 35, and only one known team, of course. That's going to be Team INS Esports. But apart from that, every single other team, they're going to be new to us. And pretty interesting names. So far, I think Demotivate Esports is something that I'm actually looking forward to. There is also one very interesting team, and that is called Only Quality Players of India.
Yeah. We're going to have to figure out what that quality is like, and these lobbies are the perfect way to test them out. But it's not going to be easy, as we mentioned. I mean, every single day the challenge keeps getting tougher and tougher. Talking about the challenges getting more and more difficult, yesterday we saw UDOG India just barely make it through to round 2 on the 3rd position. And while we talk about them barely making it through, EXO got kicked out.
Absolutely right. I mean, this has been the entire narrative of the whole journey itself, right? We began with the experienced teams trying to dominate, and they put up the strong foot up front right from the start itself. But as the tournament kept progressing, we kind of expected the underdog teams to transition their gameplay and actually get adjusted to it. And how beautifully they did that yesterday.
But we're going to have to adjust a little bit now, because, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of the day is live, and we are just a few seconds away from jumping on the map of Erangel. Here we go. Salty, are you ready to drop these lads on this map now?
I am absolutely pumped. Let me press that eject button as these players will start dropping on to the map of Erangel itself. It's going to be exciting. The flight path starts off from Quarry itself and ends up towards Mansion. Now, this flight path does divide the map into 2 equal halves. Even the military base is sort of under the contention. Teams will try and possibly glide towards that region, probably for the first time, maybe.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, we all know game number 1 is about testing the waters, figuring out strategies for the other team. And not just strategies. I mean, in 3 games, you can't really analyze what the other lads are capable of. It's more about analyzing their firepower, what their capabilities are in terms of those gunfights, and then trying to mow them down in the next 2 games. But let's see what's going to happen, as we do kind of have 2 teams already heading towards that Georgopol Containers hospital position, and that means it's hinting towards an early drop clash in this game number 1.
Possibly. You know, there is no pattern in these round 1 matches. It's always a fact that it's extremely scrambled, and nobody knows where their drop location is going to be. It's not evenly distributed. So there is no safety cushion right from the first circle itself. You are supposed to expect action, and these teams have to be prepared for it. And look at that massive cluster towards that southern side of that mainland itself. Team INS, I think they will be surrounded by multiple teams just outside of Pochinki as well. Pochinki has been taken up by Team INC, so no competition over there. And just like you mentioned, it seems like Georgopol has been abandoned by Team Hades as well. They're trying to move towards Ruins.
Yeah. Taking early control of Ruins can really work out for them. The Georgopol containers fight, it's never an easy early situation to deal with. You don't know if you're going to have time to loot or even what loot you will be available to you, quite close to you. Will you be able to take the fight to the opposition, or will they run towards you with even an SMG and just mow you down in a matter of seconds? You have to be extremely cautious and calculative in the decisions that you make. But so far, we have the villains on our screens. They have an amazing opportunity in front of them, as their early start of this game is kind of isolated. We did see a lot of teams drop around them, but no one has really put themselves in a position where they can challenge them. But demotivate Esports now, looking to demotivate the players from the side of Team Devil. Shots fired, they're trying to connect, but they just, the distance is a little too much. It's not going to work out, buddy.
It certainly is not going to work out. But Johnny, can we just take a little moment and praise these teams for the creative names that are coming up with every single time? Demotivate Esports. And look at the player name. She used me.
Yeah.
This guy has some past, maybe.
My guy, I just have a simple question. Who hurt you?
Yeah.
Also, it's going to be okay.
It certainly is going to be okay. Hopefully it's going to be okay.
Hey.
You're going to find someone. If you are the next superstar and you rise up to the
Exactly.
challenge, you will find a lot of people definitely sliding into your DMs.
I mean, 75 lakhs in the bag. Talk about that. It's gonna be a party after that. I mean, he's gonna be a happy man if he ends up walking away with the win. But again, it's a long journey, Salty. We should not forget that. It is just round one, and it is the last day of round one. I'm going to keep reminding every single one of these individuals, you, me, and of course, our lovely viewers as well, that today is the final day where from 2048, we cut down the numbers to 512.
Absolutely. So many hearts will be broken, but that is necessary. That is, of course, necessary because the format is grueling and it is extremely cruel for the players as well. But hopefully, only the ones who deserve will truly progress to the next stage, ladies and gentlemen. As we have a look at Team INS, now one of the most experienced teams in the lobby, and they've taken a split drop. None of their players are with each other.
Yeah, it is INS. I mean, we did talk about them, as you mentioned, the biggest name in the lobby, and that comes as a double-edged sword. Teams will have their eyes set on you. They would want to make a name for themselves, and the easiest way to do it is take down the big dogs of this particular match, which is INS. But I think this split drop does give them a little bit of a safety cushion in case an early player goes out. If they lose out a player early in this matchup, they can play a passive game, play for placements, not make the same mistakes that we saw from the big names yesterday.
Possibly. There certainly is a possibility that they might get picked off as well, but it seems like Team INS, they will start and huddling up together, maybe regroup with their teammates and start on the rotation, because it is the later stages of that first circle itself. Still 3 more minutes before we transition to the next stage, but so far, there has been no action as of yet, Johnny. Possibly the most peaceful map of Erangel that we've seen so far.
I resisted myself from saying this was going to be a slow game as soon as I saw that zone, because it is a central zone after all, centered around school. You have a lot of land area to work with. That will give teams the opportunity to look for safer positions, and they can buy a lot of time for themselves. But in the later stages, just because of how slow the early game is, teams will have to prepare for extreme levels of chaos. If they don't have, specifically I'm talking about having a lot of smokes on yourself, on your entire team. Every person should be there with 5 smokes at least. If they don't have them and the zone starts to take us into those open area end circles, a lot of these individuals can be in trouble.
Of course, this circle does come with its own problems, right? Whether it's going to be in the northern fringes, or is it going to drag back towards school, or possibly towards Pochinki as well. But just like you mentioned, it's an early game which is extremely peaceful. Therefore, the mid game is going to be chaotic. You have to be extremely precise with your rotations and have to have that map awareness. If you lack that, there will be a lot of interceptions. But so far, I think some gunshots are heard, and that is directed against 89X Esports. Endless shot. Gets connected with some, but he's still alive, he's still driving. The monster truck surely is going to help him get out of this position safely, but where do they go?
Yeah, managed to put some distance between them and the opposition. As you mentioned, shots did connect upon that truck, but lads just keep on driving. 89, they're looking to head up north, and that might result in them clashing against the players of Demotivate Esports, who, I mean, this is an interesting movement, by the way. They abandoned Yasnaya Poliana super early and have decided to move towards the western edge of that Stalber hill between Stalber and Severny.
Yeah, and this move sort of might just backfire for them, because if the circle does decide to come down south, then maybe they need to have that long rotation. And we kind of know that Yasnaya in itself is an extremely big city. You don't really have to abandon it extremely early on in the game itself. It can house two or three teams quite safely. But I think Demotivate Esports, they have their own journey set so far. Also, on the central part of the map itself, there are two teams who are huddling close by. That's going to be, one of them is going to be Team INS.
INS moving up north. Still out in the open, though. We'll have to see what their next rotation is going to look like. So far, I think they're going to be holding on to these small compounds and protecting themselves mid-rotation. I think they are expecting the other teams to anticipate INS's position, and they expect INS to be in those big spots, try and put up big numbers on the board. So taking these early stages slow in a calm and composed manner will allow this team to protect their numbers for the later stages when they will actually need them to take those fights. But let's see. I mean, if they are thinking that it's going to be a slow game, protecting numbers is going to be important, the other lads are probably approaching the match in a similar manner.
Exactly. I mean, there are, just like I said during the pregame as well, right? There are two ways of approaching the game in itself. You try and play the end game stages with all four numbers, try and stay safe throughout the initial phases. For sure, it might backfire in certain scenarios. You might get caught off guard in a third-party situation as well. But if you decide to go in early, try and scout for this opposition and maybe scramble a couple of finish points here and there. It is a rather simpler, to be honest.
So we did see two teams head towards the military island, and now look at this. This is what I was talking about. I think there might be a bridge fight happening soon, because we still have the lads from the side of SD holding their position in the no-repnoi containers. But DQP, they have made their way from the military base and are moving towards that no-repnoi bridge. If BTD decide to bridge camp that spot, maybe they can rack up a lot of early eliminations for themselves, because might be a little bit of a kerfuffle on that bridge.
But do they have the information? Because it seems like they don't. Having a look at the map feed itself, the circle is moving up north, and they know, as a matter of fact, that they will be pushed in as well. So they start their rotation early. But just like you mentioned, if it's not BTD, then somebody else. I feel like only quality players of India who is taking the early rotation. Now they've got the early control of the bridge itself, and there's another team also in the vicinity. Maybe they would be the ones who get the opportunity to go for a bridge camp itself.
Only quality players. Still waiting to see that quality. Specifically in this game one, but let's see. Yeah, for sure.
Yesterday we saw grind more losers.
Yeah. Did not make it through though.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, they're the ones who need to actually put in a little more grind maybe. But all these teams coming in with really good names and also a lot of confidence. Speaking of confidence itself, it seems like Team Villain, they have slammed in onto Brothers Till Death.
Oh, and this is going to be intense. Monty tried his level best to take the fight, but the vehicle heading towards him made him panic. And this lad was here all alone. None of his teammates around, and it seems like Brothers Till Death. Ooh, well, one of them is going to be split apart because of death.
You can't just do them like that. Of course, villains just justifying their name, being the villains for these brothers, but we'll have to find out if they can be the villains for the rest of the lobby as well. But so far, it seems like they've spotted the rest of his brothers. Hitler, if I'm not mistaken, is inside the sniper tower, and he has a couple of players in his vantage point. He has the information of where they are.
An opportunity to take revenge for their fallen comrade, but this gas station doesn't really allow the players from Brothers Till Death to be the ones engaging into the fight. In fact, they will have to react to what the opposition is going to do, but not underdogs are definitely not playing like underdogs, because we call them undergods now. Have in fact secured a knock out in the open in a beautiful position as well, where they can build up a lot of pressure on the players of 4 Elites. But the distance won't really allow them to secure that finish instantly, and because of that we do see Augie getting revived. Dark is there with him, but what's the next step going to be for this team?
You know, I love the fact that not underdogs, they've got this nice little control over Yasnaya. It gives them so much rotation paths away from this fight as well, even in the circle in its later stages. But look at this, Sarthak looking to join and regroup with his teammates. He's being peppered with bullets from all directions, but finally will be able to escape the clutches of death.
I feel like that was an overconfident call. Just pushing forward, thinking it would be an easy finish for him to secure, but then all the shots on his US, and I believe one of the tires did get blown up, did in fact force him to move back and fall back to those Yasnaya apartments. Let's see now. Not undergods, they have given away their position to the opposition, and let's not forget, Yasnaya Southern Farms are going to be a position from where a lot of the teams can approach the game, can approach the final few circles of this matchup. But this hard shift towards the eastern edge, ooh, and the massive cluster that's already there.
I call it, Johnny. I love Team NRG and their positioning, the early Yasnaya control, and the fact that they did not decide to abandon it. This circle shift is now going to help them so much. They've got the high ground advantage as well, and of course they have cover for ages.
They do have cover, but it's going to be about protecting that cover, not allowing the opposition to enter your compounds or even take control of a single building of this Yasnaya City. INS wanted. He wants to secure a few points for his team. Steps out in the open, takes a few shots. They don't necessarily connect, and well, 4 Elites, they have all the information they need to work with it. INS though scrambling for control of these compounds, these apartments. Lucky to noob on our screens. They have a pretty decent position though. I believe they will be able to hold on to this for a long time, because on the radar we don't really see a lot of teams pushing for these apartments.
Exactly right, but of course the urban circle, it's going to help these teams quite a lot have that final piece of shelter for themselves even in that particular fight. Now of course whenever there's urban circles forming, it's always very important for yourself to have that cover up until the late stage of the game itself. But if the circle does decide to ditch you, maybe that is where you will be quite vulnerable. But so far shots have been fired, and it seems like Hellgod was the one who was knocked out.
Well, the first knock from the side of INS, but it should be an easy revive as well. But will INS recover quickly, or from this knock we'll see the team knocked out? Let's see how this one goes. Hellgod, he has been brought back, but 89, they are looking to push. They've gotten quite close as well. Oh no! INS, Hellgod finding the opening, and Sakshi instantly getting finished off.
2 finishes for Team INS. It seems like they have started their onslaught, nades being lobbed in as well. But it does not connect. Team 89, they are on the receiving end of an artillery warfare. What do they do, of course, because they are in a sandwich situation. Right behind them is going to be another team.
Well, there's another team pushing for the opportunity, but how much pressure will they be able to build up? On the other side though, 89 now, brothers still dead. They have secured a knock against them. And completely forgotten about INS, because look at them, all their attention, all the players are looking towards the brothers, and now running towards them as well.
The circle is extremely tense, Johnny. We still have 61 players remaining, and it's just the 3rd stage of the game itself. So many teams just still rotating, but I like this play from Existence. They do not even want to interfere in that urban fight which is happening, and now that they have spotted team number 13 completely out in the open, shots will be fired, but they might just get the final player who is lacking a little backward.
But the actual game, ladies and gentlemen, is played by the zone itself, as once again we get to see a hard shift towards the northwestern side of Yasnaya Polyana. And so far it's just OR Esports who are holding that high ground, that slope of Stalber Hill. But early control doesn't necessarily translate into an easy win. Let's see how this game is going to go for them. But on the other side, we do have a fight breaking out. And this one is going to be between the players of Shadow X as they take on the lads from Enemy Esports. Enemies have arrived, but are they going to be able to finish them off as well? I don't think so, as Shadow have lost All of their lads are now going to be the first team to be eliminated from this match.
The first team to be eliminated in the 4th stage, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the latest that we have seen in a game. The team gets eliminated, but Enemy Esports, what a beautiful compound they have right now. The western edge of the circle is under their control, and that entire vicinity is all for themselves. It seems like they will be able to control it for a long time now if the circle does not shift. But for the first time, Johnny, we have seen that these teams, they are completely fighting in the open.
I mean, now we do get to see the hill fight and only quality players showcasing their quality. Unfortunately for them, though, 2 lads are in trouble, and now even Pikachu is on the verge of getting wiped out. Enjoy is the last man surviving from the team, and Salty, you have to say, only quality players. Quality is not that great as of now, though.
Yeah, for sure. Hoping that there might be some glimpses of brilliance coming in the later half of the fight, but
I wouldn't blame them. Did you see the lads they were fighting against? It's Lucifer, Rambo. How are you supposed to fight against Rambo? It's Rambo.
absolutely one-man army. But of course, it seems like they are not interested in those finish points, prioritizing the circle first, but their players are gonna fall. He is just, oh my god, that is the worst kind of teammates. That man just emoted in front of him.
Yeah, they left him behind. I mean, they could have just kept driving the US to save Love Shot from that extra bit of take damage that he was putting on the first stage, but it seems like Team Devil, they've given up on their own teammate, and now with just 2 players are looking to survive the late stages of the game. This isn't really working out, right?
This certainly isn't working out, and this rotation, of course, is going to cause them more problems, because with Team Ghouls coming in from the backlines, they have no cover whatsoever. And of course, an uphill climb up front. Too many teams to breach forward, and they're spotting Team NRG. At least this gives them an opportunity to rack up a couple of finish points. Maybe the spray connects.
I mean, in a few short moments, I believe we will have the map in front of us. And there's a massive cluster already present towards that. Yasnaya Poliana City looking to push up north. I wonder how many exits are we going to see from that fight. But so far, we do have another team collision. It is Existence against the players of OR Esports, where Spark is the man put down on his knees. The remaining 2 players behind that rock are trying to take the fight, but Matrix, it seems like, has in fact taken control of the situation and allowed Spark to go for a brilliant flank. Look at those nades, so beautiful.
Absolutely did connect, cooked to perfection, to be honest. But OR Esports, they need to fight back, they need to hit back. And first of all, it starts with getting the flank, but it seems like Matrix is also trying to go in for a flank from the other side. Now there are 3 players in 3 different directions, and OR Esports, they've been wrapped like a serpent. But of course, do they have a backup option? Do they have a plan to come out of this situation? I'm not sure so far, especially with other teams in the mix of things, and the circle betraying both these 2 teams. Even Existence now need to wrap things up extremely quick.
Let's see. Oh, the zone moving in the middle of nowhere. You have to agree with me. This is the most brutal game we have witnessed in round 1 of BGIS, and I'm so glad it's happening on the last day as well. But look at this Existence. It seems like OR Esports, they are on the verge of getting kicked out of this lobby.
Yeah, but Existence, they've lost their own players as well, and now they're hurt. They've been cut by 50%. It's certainly not looking good. And just like you mentioned, the circle in no man's land, for sure none of these players will be happy with it, but they have to adjust. And for that, they need the quick footsteps. It's Flash, who is still trying to resurrect his fallen team, his fallen hopes, but it seems like he's been pressured.
Well, the pressure is a little too much, but Matrix, the jump shot does not connect, and he's praying as well at the same time to take down the opposition, and he finally succeeds. The 3K is there, but in the distance we see the players of INC, Incredible Esports, trying to pull off an incredible play, but Abhiraj is going to be dropped out in the open, and now Incredible Esports on the verge of getting wiped out as well. 2 players remain. Ajay was extremely low, but luckily for him, he did have a little bit of breathing room available. Utilizes it to use the first aid, bring his HP back up, but now they're going to be pushed upon. A lot of pressure is about to fall upon them. Can they survive? We're going to find the answer soon. Ajay secures the opening knock.
Yeah.
And now he sits in the car and waits.
Oh! The shotgun grind. I kind of felt like a little bit of his time was given them to try and patch himself up, but Swag was there, and he had his swag to finish things off. And it seems like only quality players of India, they're trying to pinch down Team Ghouls. and Enjoy going in for the last man who's still standing. It's a 1v2, Johnny. And it seems like the shotgun is going to connect and Enjoy with 4 finishes all by himself.
The ghouls have been brought back to the natural state, the state of death. But let's see INS out in the open, and only quality players. We do see Enjoy trying to enjoy the spray down on the lads of INS. Does not really succeed though, while we do have another. Well, I believe we're going to have another hard shift of this game, because that is all this game has been about.
Exactly, like every single circle has been hard shift after hard shift, and we haven't seen that central circle. The one time the circle shift center, it fell on the no man's land.
Quite unfortunate for Prince from the side of Hades. He was moving forward, trying to secure the finish of that individual player, but unfortunately it was picked up by someone else. But this is what I was talking about. Look at that, a southern hard shift out of nowhere, and it's going to be a curveball that almost no one can deal with. Look at the amount of bodies that were dropped in that northern Yasnaya side, and we're already down to 7 teams, 22 players still alive. INS looking quite solid with the way they have been playing. They've been pacing themselves quite slowly and taking control of position at their own pace, not really necessarily reacting to what everyone else has been doing, and that has worked out quite phenomenally for them. But can they secure the win? Naruto.
Ooh.
Let's see. Can he get this? Oh, he does not have any utility, otherwise it would have been a 1 for 4.
Maybe he does have the M416. Spray down. Spray down. No, man, he actually misses.
Switches over to the DBS. Can't really do much now. I mean, would have necessarily opted for the utility if he had a few, but Elite 4, they're going to be very, very excited and happy with the fact that they managed to survive the unpleasant surprise that was there right behind them. But now out in the open, I don't think this is going to be a good idea from their side, running inside the smoke. They do expect the competition to be there. But look at that, the lad from Hades sitting on top of that buggy inside the smoke is going to be the reason for the demise of 2 of the players. In fact, the entirety of 4 elites, and with the elites wiped out, we're finally down to the top 4, 12 players still alive. And INS, look at them, all the experience that they had under the belt has allowed them to survive this late stage with all 4 players.
Yeah, and 8 finishes as well, but it seems like Team Hades were the ones who were early movers inside the circle. They're starting to establish themselves, establish control. But even Brothers Team Death, even they are the ones who are marching inside. It's only the snow clouds and the soft covers. This entire terrain is extremely tricky, Johnny. And who's going to come out on top? Nothing is for certain.
Hey, only quality players are still there. Enjoy. He was enjoying the match till now, but finally he's going to have to watch the rest of the game from the lobby and see which one of these 3 teams walks away with the very first chicken dinner of Group 35. Hades, Minato. Well, Hades is also there with all 4 of their players, so they still have an opportunity to secure this win. Let's see, they will have to take the fight against the players of INS, and Minato does spot the player. Lucky to noob. The spray down from the UMP is not too good. Lucky does manage to survive, but from the backlines, Brothers still dead. Griffin, their last surviving player, in fact turns the situation completely around in the favor of Hades and INS. All of a sudden in a world of last 3 players left standing. Minato knows exactly where they are. The spray is going to be good, and Hellgod is going to be down on his knees as well. Wanted and Pao Kilo, last 2 led standings. I think Hades, with this play from Minato, it has secured the chicken dinner for them.
Exactly, Team Hades, they got the high ground advantage for themselves, and Team INS, they were pincered right behind that tower itself. The blue zone coming in from the back lines, and nades being showered from the top. Team Hades, they're starting to extend their foot of supremacy, and now they have pushed up, and with 1 player still remaining, Pavkilo, of course, we know for a matter of fact that this man can turn the tables, but it's going to be a tough job.
That's a good Molotov. Wanted, I think he's been pushed in the corner, and INS now in the line of fire from both directions. Brother Still Death can take them down. Hades can take them down as well. Hades, by the way, with the 2-2 split, have in fact gained a lot of map control for themselves. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to finish this game and in fact secure the win for this match. But let's see. It is a 4 versus 1 versus 2 situation for them. Pao Kilo right on the edge of the wall of death. The blue zone closing in on his position. Griffin and Heatbeat actually trying to see if they can secure the win. Heat Blast is there as well. Just spawned out in the open end, just spotted out a few pixels. Arnav, the Groza is there. He's armed with the Groza. The scope is going to be good as well. Naruto closes the distance against the opposition. Tries to take the shot, but it's going to be dropped out. But from the backlines, Minato chimes in. And the final few shots on Heat Blast are going to make sure that his heat is going to be turned down to a mere simmer. As, ladies and gentlemen, Hades, the gods of the underworld, make sure that this map of Erangel is going to be theirs.
One question to you.
Yeah.
Does Minato always strike from the back? Even in the anime as well. That's a reference. That's a reference.
Yeah, I mean, he was supposed to be the lightning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, coming back to the game again, I mean, it was definitely a blockbuster in the final circles. And one more important thing which I noticed was that this time, the circle was absolutely merciless.
Yeah, it was. I mean, from the start of the game till the very end, I mean, I take my words back when I said I was expecting a slow mid-game. Because the first circle, yeah, it was a central zone and we expected a slow start to the match. But instantly, the second shift was a northern one.
Yeah.
Then we moved down to the
Yes,
southeast. And then we back up towards the northeastern edge. So it was going all over the place, every single corner. And teams were being forced into such unorthodox position. I mean, talk about the way Hades was playing.
Yeah.
They started from the southern side, went up north from the Stalber Hill, tried to make their way down. And I think after a certain point, they just realized, like, yeah, we can't react to this. Let's just stop and see what happens.
Exactly. And to be honest, that drastic decision making was absolutely brilliant. It's like they were the ones who actually stood up and were like, give us the mantle inside the final circle. They were the first ones to charge inside. It was extremely out in the open, but still they decided to control it, control the high grounds and control every single boulder that there were inside the final circle, established the smoke covers and started to dominate from that point on.
I'm actually quite happy with Brothers Till Death as well, because I thought they were going to have a tough game, but making it into top 2 was quite impressive. But does that get them a lot of points? We'll find all of that out, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिल तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो शक्ति
खत्म कर दो.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS 2023. The first game was an absolute blockbuster, just we last discussed. But with that small change in panel, Necro is back on the desk. And I want to know from you, man, what were your thoughts about this game from the backlines? He was jumping around.
I mean, look, man, the circle just shifting out in the open like that towards that Starble here. And I especially know how the terrains are over there. Slope, at the same time, a little bit of elevation to add on to the fact, and then there's also a bit of cover to play with. So all of that mixture just coming into play in the final moments of the game, it was an absolute insanity. Hades Esports in the final moments, of course, them having the high ground, they were able to convert that information perfectly in their favor. They got that chicken dinner too.
Exactly, but the fact that they got the high ground for themselves was the best of the gameplay that we have seen so far. And to be honest, INS, they tried a lot, but they were kind of pincered in that situation, ladies and gentlemen. We'll witness all of this in the highlights once again, and it all started by Team Villains.
Exactly. Villain especially just being able to hold on to that compound, did a fantastic job inside that fight. Were able to deal with that threat quite nicely, but then later on still things sort of fell down for them. From what I was taking a look at the circle, considering the circle was in such an awkward spot, there was like a big cluster of team inside Yasna Poliana.
Exactly right, and we sort of expected an urban warfare, but the circle was like, nah. Every single plan that you come up with, that's going to be screwed up, ladies and gentlemen. And this fight also, I kind of expected like OR Esports, they were, or rather they will be able to sustain themselves, but existence, their flank was absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. Speaking about the Yasna Poliana cluster, right? Now the teams need to also understand that most of the times, the Urban's finish, it's quite rare.
Yeah.
And most of the time, the BGMI got just one circle to shift out in the open. And once these circle shifts out in the open, that's when they get things underneath their belts quite easily.
Yeah.
Let's speak about these fights too. Some awkward terrains we're seeing in front of us. Of course, Shotgun in action as usual. The man's going to be coming out on top in the close quarters. But in general, Hades, with how they capitalized on things, with how they eliminated the competition on the sidelines, they did a phenomenal job.
And as you like to always say, they came in from the edge of the circle. They were extremely aggressive right from the start. And then inside the final circle, they started asserting domination. Team INS as well, they had 4 players left. But Team Hades coming in from the backlines, it was just completely unexpected from them. And look at this, the artillery warfare that was absolutely set up. So many nades being lobbed in their direction. It was absolutely difficult for them to sustain that.
I mean, Hades, of course, as I mentioned, these guys just had the high ground.
Yeah.
Easily were able to shut down anyone. They had clear line of sight, clear visuals on the foes too. No way these guys could escape from the spots they had. They were out in the open. The only thing that was saving them for a while was the smoke grenades. They tried their best to utilize the smokes. They tried their best to keep themselves hidden behind the smokes. But again, we know the smoke is just going to be distorting the vision, not the bullets. It's not going to block the bullets at all.
Not the bullets, not the nades as well, you know. Especially when you're pincered in a small location and the enemy team knows that, all right, they are in this pocket of space. Just land them with those nades itself. And that is exactly what they did. And that Molotov inside that final moment as well, right? I mean, there was Puffkiller. He was still alive and he was trying to get his last teammate alive. Maybe a 2v2 could have been possible for them. But the Molotov in that right spot at the right time was absolutely important. And Team Hades, they left no boxes unchecked.
Hey, not just that. I mean, INS, now that you brought up the conversation, right? INS had a lot of expectations from this team. One of the known teams inside the lobby, actually. And INS not being able to perform. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, to be honest, to be fair to them, I think like they performed to a point where they had a lot of finishes to work with. I think they had about like 9 or 10 finishes to work with. They were inside the top 3 as well. For sure, when a team of this stature come inside a lobby like this, you're expected to get the first chicken. You're expected to start with a 30 ball, maybe. So that is one of the reasons why maybe your expectations are not met. But hopefully on the map of Miramar, they come back.
I wanted them to see getting a chicken dinner, but no, that was not the case. I mean, they had a decent positioning inside the circle. Yeah, it's understandable. The opponents did have the high ground to play with. Even the sidelines were covered with foes. But if if they would have played things a little bit more different, maybe spread themselves out in that situation, try and challenge a fight against Hades in the initial phase of the final moments, then maybe things could have been a little different. But no, INS instead, they probably try to go for the safer route. They thought that maybe Hades would not be putting in so much pressure, but they did not know that Hades had so many utilities that they just keep on barraging down those nades, those Molotovs, and it just kept pushing the players of INS into a massive state of discomfort.
Exactly. But of course, what has happened. And I'm pretty sure Team INS will be sort of happy with the first performance. It's just sort of a warm-up. We always call Erangel a sort of a warm-up to get settled in inside this tournament itself. Now, Miramar is going to be the real act, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, because this is where majority of the decisions will be taken. Majority of the teams who will be qualifying to the next stage will be decided.
Exactly. And not just that. The upcoming map after Miramar is also going to be the map of Sanhok. So that's where things will be spiced up once again. I also heard yesterday at the end of the day, we saw a lot of teams just dropping inside boot camp.
Yeah.
One of the hot spots also in the casual games, and now is also a hot spot inside the professional lobbies. And once again, just to let you guys know, these are top 2,048 teams from the in-game qualifiers. And every single team is, of course, trying their best. But as we all know, today's the last day. That means the last chance.
Today's the last day, the last chance, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you want to be in the top 3 if you are playing, of course, because the top 96 is extremely dicey. But, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the rebel of the last game, it's going to be Minato OP from Team Hades. And what a performance it has been. 7 finishes, and this man was ever present.
Exactly, and not just that, as we do take a look at the top 5 rebels, though, or you can also call it as the top 5 players. Prince is also going to be there. That one single player on top of the buggy was sitting in the back lines, and the only reason why players do that, the only reason why players do that, because buggy has a little bit higher elevation once you sit in the back lines. And as soon as you get the higher elevation, you will also be able to take a look around the smoke, because you will be able to see through the TPP.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the players were sort of expecting a player to be prone down, and they were searching for the snakes inside of their blades of grass, but then he was like, no, I'm up here. But, ladies and gentlemen, the match scorecard is in front of our screens. Nobody hit the 30-point mark. Hades is just going to fall short by 1 point, but 29 points from the first game. It's been an absolute brilliant performance from them. Team INS, of course, closely falling by with 19 points, and Team Brothers Till Death with 18.
Brothers Till Death, even this team been able to make it inside the top 3, just crack it open, right? INS Esports, 19 points only secured from their side, from which 10 positioning points and 9 finish points they managed to accumulate. But let's just hope, maybe in the upcoming game of Miramar, things can be a little bit more different. But as we do move forward and take a look at the latter half of the board, though, this is where a big upset will be seen by all these underdog teams now. ORE, even them not being able to perform. Shadow X, this was the first team to get eliminated from the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for them, it's all about getting that big Miramar game. They need to kind of climb up the stairs, and the first step would be to try and get themselves those early finishes on the map of Miramar, get that confidence going, and maybe try and score as many points as you possibly can, because Sanhok is like way too late. Your options get very limited, and you are under enormous pressure.
Indeed, that is true. I mean, Sanhok is sort of like also adds on a bit more RNG, as we all know. And usually, if a team is dominating in all the 3 maps, or all the 2 maps in general, Erangel and Miramar, Sanhok always gives you sort of like the variety that you need. And once you do get that variety, maybe the underdog teams as well, they do get a little bit more confidence uplift. But unfortunately, you guys only have got 3 games to make it inside the top 3 itself. And then the top 96. It's like a whole other story. You would not want to rely on that factor. But focusing on what's going on in front of us, Salty, look. We know there's so many groups participating. Today being the last day, every single person will be taking a look at these games. Now, they probably will be analyzing, sitting back, hoping whichever top 3 teams move on forward, they will be trying to recognize the playing pattern.
Exactly, right? I mean, this is the problem for round 1 teams, of course. They came in with an unknown aura for sure, but now their gameplay is being studied, and the teams are already waiting inside of round 2. They know exactly whom they are going to be facing. But of course, disadvantage for the teams who are playing in the broadcast. Life comes with its pros and cons. You get to play on the broadcast, but then your gameplay is also shown up. The teams who are actually playing off the broadcast, they still will have the unknown aura.
Exactly, but you know what, let's move forward and take a look at the matchup once again. These will be the teams as usual. They will be colliding against each other in the upcoming map of Miramar, the Deserty Lands. Now, for a lot of the teams, expectations will be high once again. For a lot of the teams, they will need to perform, and there's a chance they might just crack under the pressure.
Exactly. But of course, these teams, we've seen them play, to be honest, and the names which I think will still perform is going to be INS. Now, their experience is going to come into the fray with the map of Miramar. I'm pretty sure they will get that high elevation ground. I'm pretty sure they will rack up the finish numbers as well. But of course, there is going to be another team that I'm going to be watching out for, and that's going to be Brothers Till Death.
That is true. Making it inside the top 3 inside the first game, even though you're going to have so many jitters as an undergod, it's quite nice. Now let's see what Brothers Till Death have to showcase even in the upcoming few moments of the game, because it's going to be tough to just sustain that top 3 spot, and you need to be inside the top 3 to qualify too. You do not want to be the one to barely make it in the top 3.
Exactly. I mean, you want to try and do the hard work initially and then kind of chill in the final game. But of course, top 3 means that you cannot chill, to be honest. It means that you have to constantly keep up the pressure against your opposition. And just like you mentioned, it feels like Brothers Till Death, they face some early jitters, but in spite of that, they entered the final circle, they entered the podium finishes, which is an extremely difficult skill to have, to be honest. The mental fortitude is going to help them on the map of Miramar, where I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot more jitters as well.
And not just that, even them being able to make it from the Yasnat Poliana City, even incredible. We know how many teams were just stuck down there in the southern side, right? And still them being able to make it out of that cluster, it was quite impressive. Now I just want to see maybe if things are taken a bit more unorthodox way or a bit more orthodox way, things can of course be different. But that circle shift in general was just so unpredictable.
Exactly. You know, speaking on the circle and the game pacing in general, to be honest, we kind of expected that this day to be the most aggressive because it's the last day of round 1 and every single team, they've seen all the other teams play. They know what kind of a gameplay to expect. I kind of personally expected to be this game to be a little bit more aggressive, but it was one of the slowest starts of the competition. We saw the first squad wipe happen inside stage 4.
Exactly. I mean, teams are taking it safe. Now, look, there's 2 ways to look at it. You can also say that considering it's the last game as well, then maybe teams will try to take it a little bit safe, or they can also go aggressive. But it's understandable. Teams know that it's the last day, it's the last chance inside the round 1-2 to try and make it forward. So it's better if we just try and play safe and maybe also maximize our chances of making it inside the top 3, right? Positioning points at the end of the day that prioritize more compared to the finish points.
Absolutely. To be honest, placement points should always be or go to setup. You know, finish points, to be honest, it's a little dicey. You win a 4v4 fight, there's 50% chance you're going to win a 4v4 fight. But the fact that you might actually stay alive and get those 10 placement points, it comes down to skill. It comes down to how your rotation paths are set. And of course, for that, you can always rely on your IGL. But to be honest, on Miramar as well, I always say that finish points come as a byproduct of placement points. If you have your rotation path set, if you get those higher elevation grounds, you will always be successful on this map.
That is true. If you're going to be able to get the high ground in your hands, as usual, you'll be able to get the vital information too, just like how Hades did in that previous game.
Yeah.
Them have the high ground, that gave them so much more intel. At the same time, the line of sight was way too perfect on the other teams. Of course, you're going to have an easy line of sight on the players that are going to be down there, but the players that are going to be down there, they won't be able to see you that perfectly. They would know where you are in that general vicinity, but they won't be able to know where exactly to shoot, how to take you down, because you will just have an advantage whatsoever.
Exactly. High ground elevation gives you that little bit of a permanent cover. But ladies and gentlemen, all of this theory crafting is going to happen inside the game when we are going to take the flight as it goes to the skies. Of course, we are prepared for the map of Miramar. And Necro, do the honors.
Exactly. The plane flight path starting all the way from down south towards Puerto Paraiso, towards all the way up north. Torre Muda. This is quite an interesting plane flight path. Just tilted all the way to the right side. Now, if teams do want to move forward and go all the way towards El Pozo, it's going to be such a tough extent. Next to impossible to go towards El Pozo. Now, teams will need to drop down on temporary spots and grab the vehicles and move on forward.
Exactly, but now this raises concerns, Necro, to be honest, because the general circus that we have witnessed on the map of Miramar in the recent days have been towards that El Pozo or the Crater Field side. We have certainly seen a couple of southern circles as well, where Los Leones is the center. But apart from that, if the circle does decide to land on El Pozo, I'm pretty sure majority of these teams will be caught off guard and they'll have to go for those higher rotations, the longer rotation paths.
Speak about the longer rotation paths, I mean, still look at towards the Los Leones area. So many teams have dropped down in that general vicinity. Now, as I mentioned, considering temporary drop spots, teams will not be deciding these initially.
Yeah.
Every single team right now has been surprised to the plane flight path. Let's see how they will be adapting forward. Maybe there can be 2 different teams thinking the same way.
2-3 different teams thinking the same way, and seems like Los Leones, it's been extremely crowded, and even the southern part of that particular city is being extremely crowded. 5 teams in close proximity, and that means that even if there are no early jitters, I'm pretty sure that the exit strategies will be blocked, and it's not going to be easy to kind of move out of that particular situation, move out of that particular city. But speaking of the circle, it's been a rather central circle, very average, very basic. I think the teams will be comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's a standard circle, things are quite interesting, right? BTO as well is right there, trying to make it to the drop location. And the plain flat path being all the way on the right side, things are looking quite decent for a lot of these teams. INS 2 now towards El Azhar. Even Hades making it all the way towards Campo Militar. These outskirts drop location are sort of like these drop locations that can help you adjust on the fly if the plain flat path isn't really going towards your hometown.
Exactly, but the drop locations have been extremely scrambled. There is a massive chunk in the northern side. There is a chunk toward the southern side as well. And look at this, Team 4 Elites. They're charging up against team number 14. And it seems like there is no weaponry on the other person. It's just so sad, Micro.
Indeed it is. Minute 15 in the close. Shots taken still. Jakes is wanting to find a clear line of sight on the opponent. But somewhere down line, Jakes is also missing out on quite a lot of shots eventually. Connection found. First man taken down too, but Jakes not able to get the confirmation. But it's completely fine though. At the end of the day, Team 4 Elites are going to be the one to get the first initial confirmation inside the game.
Yeah, for sure. But coming back to the conversation we were having initially, it seems like there is a massive cluster in the northern part of the circle and a massive cluster at the southern part of the circle. There is no set pattern, and the peaceful nature of Erangel will not be continued forward. It seems like there will be a lot of these initial skirmishes. Enemy Esports have been left abandoned. They wanted to try and land early, but that did not happen. It seems like the other team, 4 Elites, they were the ones who got hold of that compound, and that is one of the reasons why now they are left with 1 man down.
Indeed.
Now 2 men down, actually.
Well, I mean, Enemy Esports kicking things off on a great note. At least they're able to get a little bit of revenge on the foes. And somewhere down line, even they lost out on their own comrade a while ago. So that's, of course, going to be like a pinch of salt on your wounds. For Enemy Esports, as I mentioned, there can be 2 different teams thinking the same way, and that's why we might see a little bit of temporary drop collisions. Because every single team in these type of a plain flat paths, they either try to prioritize for a vehicle or they just drop down on a temporary drop location.
And it seems like Enemy Esports just could not reach their comfortable position. At least what they have right now is a confirmation. They have seek revenge, but they need to regroup and actually get themselves the proper loot and proper utility. Look at this. Frost, he only has a level 1 helmet, which has also been tagged quite a lot. No first aids, no med kits, and this man has no need utility as well. So that is something which he needs to scramble for. Even only quality players of India as well. No helmets, no vest. This is what happens, Necro, when the flight path is off track.
Exactly. I mean, things sort of get screwed up. It's like a surprise package for you, just revealed on your face, and then the clown comes out of it. And everyone's just shocked. And then they need to just adapt and try and think on the fly, and that's what every single team try to do on the map as well. And a couple of elimination, couple of teams getting handicapped early off. Now, underdogs, 4 Elites, and even Enemy Esports, they're just down to a 3-man squad.
I love the fact that Al Azhar has been occupied by Team INS. They just decided to completely abandon the fight, completely abandon the initial skirmishes, and this has been their set pattern of play. Even on the map of Erangel, they were not the ones who took up the aggression right from the get-go itself. We've seen multiple Tier 1 teams who come in inside lobbies like these. They love to go aggressive right from the get-go. But Team INS, they always prioritize getting that initial loot, and after that, they start switching gears. And once they do so, they are extremely successful. But it's the only thing. Just like you mentioned, you expect the chicken dinner performance from this team and not just the 3rd position.
Speak about the chicken dinner performance, though. I mean, considering how Hades played that previous game, expectations are going to be even more. And for Hades to actually try and keep themselves in a really good spot, they will have to make a bit of a move on the map as well, because we know they dropped all the way on the extremities, northern side, a little bit tilted on the right side towards Campo Militar. And that too, mainly, that's probably not their main drop spot. I bet you on that.
Possibly. That definitely is a possibility, but just like you mentioned, they will have to move in quickly to try and get that early spot. One of the reasons why they actually were so successful on the map of Erangel was their quick decision making and the fact that they prioritized the center of the circle right from the beginning. And it seems like they'll have to do that yet again. Now, these central circles on the map of Miramar, they don't really have that high elevation. If, of course, it does shift towards Crater Fields or maybe Picado, you will have those massive, massive mountains or the hills where they can actually take control of. But it's too early for them to try and capture that high ground. Right now, they might just shelter themselves in a certain compound inside the circle itself.
Speak about certain compounds. I mean, for now, we've got 18-9 in front of our screens. And with how they're moving in towards the, or at least around the El Pozo city, it's quite interesting. So we're quite close to a little bit of foes too, around them. But once again, the main prioritization has to be the high ground. And especially the hills around Power Grid can give you a really good coverage.
Yeah, and it seems the team goals, they're actually trying to take it from the early start itself. It's still stage 1, and certainly the entire pace of the game has dropped down. I talked about there were initial skirmishes. I talked about how there was a massive cluster in the northern part of the circle. Well, there's still that cluster is present, but it seems like the teams, they have disengaged and they have decided to let this initial phase pass. Stage 1, it's come by, and Team Hades, they are tanking the blue zone damage, but of course they're trying to get more utilities out of it. They're trying to, of course, get their benefit in this situation. First zone damage, it's not going to be that high.
Yeah, it won't. That's why teams do usually tend to take a bit more time in rotating. If they haven't really got their stomachs full, which I mean inventory, then they will keep on looting for a while. Accumulate those meds until you feel like it's going to be sufficient for you in the upcoming moments of the game too. The quality players of India in front of us, and all these guys that are just on the edge of the blue zone, and soon enough, even the Wall of Death is going to try to force them inside the safe zone, and that's why you do see them getting inside their vehicles, getting ready to pack up and make it in the circle.
I'm pretty sure they will enter the circle quite easily, even though they'll have to breach past multiple teams in the process, but a longer rotation maybe from the western edge of the circle is going to do them quite a good benefit. But of course, I'm extremely intrigued by the fact that they chose the word quality. They could have actually done something better, maybe only good players of India or only skilled players of India. They just chose only quality players of India.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe quality sounds like a little bit more
Fancy?
professional,
Fancy.
I guess. No, I would say quality sounds like a little bit more formal, professional.
Yeah.
Good is like a commonly used word, right? Quality is something. As soon as you see, oh, these are some good quality clothes. You don't see these. You don't say these are good clothes. You say these are some good quality clothes from a good quality brand.
Yep.
So it just sounds a little bit more professional.
So you just compared BGMI players with a clothing brand, ladies.
I'm just giving you an example, man. Then you would just say that the entire English is comparing anything to anything else.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, banter will be there, but speaking of something which is still continuing is the hard shifts. Every single time we get to see a circle, we witness a hard shift, and this time towards Montenegro. We were talking about this. If the circle does shift towards Power Grid, Picado, or maybe towards the western edge, we will get to see that uneven terrain, and this is exactly what we want.
Speak about the uneven terrain, and BTD quite close to DRE and even ST. 3 teams, man. Things are not going to be looking too good for them. Incredible Esports moving it forward. Ajay is the man on the two-wheelers. I'm not sure how good of a fan I am of two-wheelers on these type of terrains. Usually you do end up just knocking yourself out.
But Negra, you've got to agree, you are a huge fan of two-wheelers outside the game itself. You've got a couple of super bikes yourself.
Couple of super bikes. Hey, listen, man, I'm not that rich. All right, couple of super bikes. I've just got one bike, and I love her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what her name is?
You know what?
Raven.
Raven?
Yeah.
I like the color, though. The purple on your Instagram, it does look quite brilliant. I wish I had one, though.
You can buy one. They're not that expensive.
I don't know how to ride it. Teach me.
I can't, sure. Why not? Once we do meet in real life sometime. I mean, right now we're meeting in real life, but I'm not in my hometown. That's the problem. But existence, speak about their existence over here on the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
I mean, they're quite good, right? Playing on the outskirts, playing on the edge, but soon enough they will also need to assert some dominance inside the lobby.
Yeah.
As you always know, or at least from what I think and what I've seen in the past as well, the teams that like to play on the edges, they're a little bit more dominant. They're a little bit more aggressive inside the lobby.
Exactly, and now they've spotted Team Energy as well. And of course, the scopes are in as soon as the first knock comes in. I'm pretty sure a team like Existence will try and push in because they are bloodthirsty. This team wants to go in aggressive. This team wants to rack up those finish points. And just like you mentioned, yes, it is absolutely true. Playing in from the edges of the circle, trying to clean up forces as they move forward. That is going to be their strategy.
Yeah, speak about cleaning up forces, we've got INS, one of the known names inside the entire community. And speak about INS, I mean, right now, with how things are looking like for them, they're on this side of the map. Now, they aren't really prioritizing the high ground, so probably information hasn't really been their main key. But every single team at this point in time, they're just waiting for the Stage 2 to finish and Stage 3 to commence. This is where things will be spiced up more.
Things certainly will be spiced up, but I'm waiting for this fight to actually open up in front of us. Spark so far, of course, some pot shots were taken, but it seems like Team Existence, they haven't really grouped up. There is a massive 3-1 split coming in from Team Existence. I'm pretty sure that Spark will be that X factor in this whole fight if the other three players do decide to engage. But the circle and the hill, it is lovely. I am enjoying this, Necro.
Oh yeah, this circle is quite nice, Salty. And considering even Hades, they're on the top right side of the map, things are going to be quite nice for the Hades too, because that late game rotation might just work out. Finally, a fight going on between the players of Existence and our NRG, but I really like that split coming out from the side of Existence. One man is all the way in the back lines holding the high grounds, while the rest three players trying to make a push up close and personal. One of the players did get knocked out in the name of Matrix. He crumbled down, but let's see if Matrix, if he's going to be back up on his feet, things can once again be back in the hands of the players of Existence, because now Spark in the back lines, he needs to find that spark in the fight.
Exactly, I love Spark in his position. He has the high ground advantage as well, and he has so much information to work with. He can lock and he can completely limit Team NRG and their movement and pass on so much information to the ones who are playing in the front lines. Of course, nades being lobbed, and it seems like Existence, they still want that opening, and it feels like Spark can actually give it to them.
Yeah, Spark definitely can. Existence, though, still wanting to find that glimmer of a player in the front, but eventually Existence, they pull out of this compound.
What?
Do not want to fight against NRG whatsoever. They know the opponent, they've already sent quite a stark message with that utility that they tossed up. One of the men getting knocked out? No, you do not want to face up against them once again. It's better if you just try to take an exit from this entire danger zone.
It's definitely a sensible decision, to be honest, to try and disengage from this fight itself, but it seems like Spark is still interested in what they are trying to do. Now, this is an extremely exciting strategy because they know that they are on the right side of the circle. They will be able to gatekeep, and this is exactly what they're doing with Team NRG. They are a novice. They know that they have to take a longer rotation if they have to survive, and that is what they do. Take their weekend and move out of the situation.
I'm not sure how good of a decision this was from Existence, but at least they're barely on the edges too. And oh, that knocks found Anuj. Really good spray. Some laser beams coming out of the players of Existence. And their gun sprays are definitely on the point. Lasering down one of the players. NRG down a man. This is not the way things should have kicked off for them. Anuj, though, at least he's got a bit of a cover of that man. But eventually, even he is going to be bled out, because even there's the damage from the blue zone. And also, he's going to be bleeding out slowly and steadily. He's knocked out. The underdogs, not the start they wanted to have.
You know, at this point, I feel like that was an extremely good decision from Team Existence to try and gatekeep the other team instead of going in for a 4v4 fight. Now, of course, they had the man advantage. Team NRG, I don't know why, but they're just a 3-man team. But the fact that they had the advantage to start off with could have worked in their favor. But, of course, that did not happen in Existence. They tried to do things differently, but we have another fight going on, Necro, this time around.
Yeah, brother, still death. A team that was inside the top 3 in the previous game that also managed to secure the second
nade!
spot. And what a perfect nade that was. Heat blast, able to blast the opponent like that. Mari goes down, but still Swag is there in the front, going for the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. Incredible Esports, they're trying their best to fight back inside the fight.
Another one.
But the utility
Oh!
bombardment isn't stopping anytime soon. Second one comes to the fray, adds on a little bit more pressure. The last guy's way too low too, and even he gets dealt with. What a way to take down your opponent. That is one of the cleanest squad wipes.
Absolutely clean as a mirror. I'm not really sure what the phrase was, but brothers till death, they were absolutely brilliant over there. But this time around, it seems like another fight is broken up, and it seems like OR Esports, they're coming in from the blue, but they're still pressing forward.
Yeah, still pressing forward. And Team Devil, as they had one of the men knocked out, Nate comes into play. And oh, this man is barely surviving on sliver of HP. The utility placement, it's been so precise from these teams. It's actually just making me stand up.
Smokes being deployed. Team number 13, Team Devils. They just want to try and fall back from this entire fight itself, but it seems like OR Esports, they don't want to let them do that. A push comes forward, and of course, the flank will be there. Bodies fall left, right, and center, and Lucifer with the M249. Of course, that's the best sort of weaponry in this situation itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team Devil, they are indeed the devils inside the fight. They've dealt so much damage against the opponents, but eventually, only Love Shot and Lucifer are the ones standing on their feet for now. Lucifer is taking a big risk, moving out in the open, but he's got no other option anyways. He knows there's a foe right next to him. It's better if he's going to be surviving inside the fight. Goulds, though, which well knocked out, almost on the verge of getting confirmed too, but not just yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that nade!
That nade is brilliant, but of course they will dodge it. They will live to fight another day, but it seems like team number 4, Team Demotivate Esports, they are charging in. They've got the high ground advantage as well. And that is massive. Team Goals, they have been pocketed into a little bit of a corner, and that means that a lot of utility is going to be flooded towards him. This nade could have destroyed them.
Oh, that could hurt. That could really hurt. Just off the mark, a little inches. And that's why that player's still standing on his feet on a sliver of HP. One more nade, and there might just be so much pressure that Goulds might just crack under that. And Sojot from the top, wanting to take a peek, eventually position known, the nade just blasts on his face. Second nade to follow up, and this nade might just be cooked to prime, and yes it is! What a perfect knockout that was! On the impact, blows up, Chintu does a great job keeping the opponents off at bay, also making sure they're going to be on their knees.
But of course, the Molotov could have actually done a lot of heavy lifting. Team Demotivate Esports, they are slowly falling apart in spite of having the height advantage. They are disintegrating, but of course the revival is going to come in, and Team Goals, a lot of time has been bought for themselves. The nade and the utility usage was fantastic, and they came out from that little pocket of space, and look at this, Ujjwal, he's still keeping to press forward. This man does not stop, and now he's actually having a front foot.
Indeed. And Ghouls, still, I mean, just taking a little bit of silence for now. Taking that back step inside the fight. They do know pushing the fight desperately might just be a little bit too nerve-wracking for them. It's better if we take things a little bit slow, take a deep breath, and then maybe move on forward once again. The next circle shift's going to be up north, a little bit on the right side, and eventually, once again, the fight starts breaking down. Demotivate Esports against Crores. They blow up that vehicle, making sure the opponents won't be quick on their feet now. Tage is pushing up with the DBS, does not find an opponent in the close quarters, but that DBS shot is a long range. It won't be working out that too much to perfection. Ooh. First opening found, Ujjwal goes down once again. Ujjwal hasn't really been the shining star for Goals.
Exactly, but he's been taken down, and that means that Demotivate Esports, they have the opening for themselves. From the high ground, it's going to be Akshit. This should give them the advantage, and Goals once again, they have been locked in this little space that there is. They will try and lob in the smokes, but that's not going to be enough. Demotivate Esports, they also have to remember that they have to enter the circle. They will be able to gatekeep Team Goals later on inside this game itself. But for now, the priority has to be simple, to clean up the front lines, and that is exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, for Demotivate Esports, though, they've got a clear advantage inside this fight. With the high ground, you've always got all the advantage you can ask for. It's up to you how you're going to be converting that. If you mess up even a little bit, things can be against you. Speak for now. Already a third-party situation too occurring inside this compound. I mean, the players of only quality players of India were there in the front lines. They were getting bounced on by another team. But unfortunately for Villains, this time they will also need to face against a third party.
Team Hades in the backlines, Team INS as well. It seems like it's going to be a difficult final circle. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, only quality players of India, they have the right edge of the circle for themselves, and two teams trying to enter, which means a golden opportunity for them to farm those finishes and get those numbers up high. But Villain, they've already breached past, and since like Hitler, he's got the compound for himself.
Oh no, this is way too risky from Sojot, but he still puts that nail in the coffin, and Gould's out of the game just like that. Demotivate Esports, they're quite motivated inside the game. Villains, they were getting bounced down by 18-9, but somewhere down line, the man in the front, Ollie's doing a fantastic job dealing with that potential threat. Still Victor OP in the back lines. They tossed out. Ali takes a bit of a damage from that one, but still that chip damage is not enough to get this man on his knees. He's going to be quite good for now. UMP 45 in the close range. It won't be giving him a lot of advantage, but now eventually Ali soften up. Finally, the push might just be made, but 89, they're making the push on that compound.
What?
Straight up perhaps the Weekle. I don't exactly know what that move was for 89, but it was a big blunder.
It certainly was a big blunder. They knew that Ali was in that corner and he just slammed that buggy inside of that shack, and now he had to pay the price. Of course, Ali knows that the enemy has backfired, so he will try and just regroup with his teammates. Of course, shots coming in from the backlines will be difficult for him to deal with, but it seems like Godspeed wanted to make advantage of that situation.
Yeah, and it's also getting chased up. The only man that was in the closer vicinities, and now OQP, they've only got one last man alive. A little bit far away from these two initial players of Villains. Let's see. OQP versus Villains. Are the Villains actually going to be reigning supreme on only quality players of India, or only quality players will actually end up showcasing their quality? Because it's just one last man.
It's just one last man. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to try and survive because there are still 8 or 7 teams playing inside the circle. He wants to get those placement points. Finish points will be difficult, especially when the circle is not in his favor. He's barely at the edge, and possibly he will have to abandon the compound to try and enter. With so many teams still taking bets inside the real estate, it seems like it's going to be extremely tough for him to survive.
Yeah, it will be tough. And Hades, look at the rapid vehicles around. Eventually, enemy Esports. That line of sight was perfect. Going for the sprays on the vehicles too. Now probably wanting to blow them open too. It's going to be a little bit tough, but look at the amount of bullets that are just being shredded, that are just being put on the players of Hades, and eventually they crack down as well. SNS, you're going to be out in the open. Every single person that's got a compound on his name, they will just be shooting you down because they're just waiting for an opportunity to secure that finish point.
Absolutely, and now it's the trifecta. Top 3 teams and 6 players remaining. Team INC, they have got the high ground for themselves. Enemy Esports just starting to lob in those nades. Team Villain, they will try and sustain the added advantage that they have, but all that one player will try and do is just stay safe, and that's going to be Team Brothers Till Death.
Yeah, top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Brothers Till Death make it inside the top 3. Don't understand. It seems like these guys have definitely cracked that code. And Gojo being the last man from that team. Let's see how well Gojo will be able to perform. They tossed out the utility, of course. Molotov is there in the outskirts. Gojo, this man's on fire literally inside the game. That's what's taking damage. And yeah, well, eventually Villains, they get that line of sight secured onto that player, and they seal the deal.
Seal the deal. Nah, it's 2v3. Villains, they will try and rack up the last 3 finishes, of course, because of the fact that they have the advantage of the compounds. But Team Enemy Esports, they will try and close in the distance, and it seems like one player has already done that, and 2 players from the backlines providing the cover fire. Rocket OP, a brilliant fang coming in from him, and he's got so much information. Necro, it seems like this man will be the key for their victory if they actually manage to do that.
Yeah, Procrit pushing up close and personal against the opponent. Villains, but they find the opening knockout. This is where things might just crack down. Enemy Esports, that man who got a little too desperate against the opponents, he might just be the one to take his entire teammate's grave. But Enemy Esports, they've still got the advantage because the circle is in their favor. And they are being the Guardian Angels right now, making sure Villains are not going to be cracking their way open inside the circle. As soon as Villains step their foot in the circle, things will be way too tough for the players of Enemy Esports. Procrit, next to possible to get this fallen man back up on his feet. You might as well try and pull off some shenanigans. At least one of the players from the side of Villains, he needs to go for a heroic play. And that's what they're trying to do. Second knockout found inside the game. This is where the tables will be flipped. Even though the man advantage was with the players of Enemy Esports, Villains are the one to come out on top. They make a heroic play to make sure that Villains will be in the top run and also secure that chicken dinner. That chicken dinner, that 2v3 execution was as clean as your beard.
I don't know why every single time I am the only one that's being flamed on the desk, but it's completely fine. I'm going to take that. It seems like me and Gojo, we suffer similar fate. Gojo was the one who was flamed inside that shack, and I'm the one who is flamed on the desk. But kudos to Villains and you for doing that.
I mean, that was a clean chicken dinner, man. Come on, you cannot even say anything. The guys in the front, Villains, they were trapped.
Absolutely.
There was no way for them to come out. Opponents had the high ground, also the circle advantage, but they still managed to crack it open. They still managed to find a couple of opening, and they get this secured.
Absolutely. Enemy Esports, they tried to do so much. They tried to go in for a flank. They tried to go in for the rotation, but nothing worked, ladies and gentlemen. But all of this analysis on the other side of this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
पीछे आ रहे, पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
इनको यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
Chicken dinner, considering how things look like. This is quite interesting, right, Salty? I mean, clinical gameplay from the teams, also been able to perform quite well enough. And considering how things have been looking like, it's time for us to take a short break, at least for now. But you guys don't go anywhere. Make sure to stack upon the popcorns because we will be right back in a couple of few moments. Don't go anywhere, okay?
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
पीछे आ रहे, पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
इनको यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता हूँ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में है ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that interesting game with Salty, of course, and now that we're back once again on the panel. Johnny, why are you touching your beard?
I heard you guys having a conversation about having beards, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, you're the one who's got the best beard amongst all of us. But you know what? Getting back to the conversation once again about the game, and speaking about how that chicken dinner came into play. Villain, definitely on a big villain arc, but they needed to make an heroic play to execute that fight.
Exactly, and as we know, the heroes always end up coming on top, and Well, it was an interesting finish as well. 2 players pinned out in a corner, as you explained. Nowhere left to go, but still they figured out a way to win the game and secure the chicken dinner. But while all the attention was on these two teams dueling it out, did you guys notice Brothers Till Death? Again, a top 3 finish.
Exactly. That's what I mentioned during the cast as well. Hades could have done the same thing too,
Yeah.
but unfortunately the position they had, it wasn't really too good. And they were also quite desperate to move inside the circle because the wall of death was starting to close in, the blue zone that I'm talking about. And as soon as the blue zone closed in, Hades knew that, okay, it's a do or die moment. You might as well try and take the step that you see in the front. They took that, and it just led to their complete destruction and demise. You'll be able to see that in the highlights.
True. I mean, it was an intense game considering it was a slow start. Even in the mid-game stages, we did not witness all of those 4v4s break out. It was individual players getting picked apart from a lot of these teams, and that resulted in a lot of chaos during those end-game stages. But I have to say, I mean, the consistency that's being displayed by Brothers Till Death, I want to see if there's another team that's going to pop up in the next game and showcase us what they're made of.
I mean, demotivate Esports. They look quite motivated inside this
True.
fight, Johnny. They've taken down ghouls just like that, quite easily too, to be honest. Yeah, at the initial phase, the fight was sort of just elongated way too much, extended way too much. It wasn't really needed to do so, but both these teams are just so underconfident, demotivated, if you'd like to say, to take that fight well enough. But once again, as soon as the players of demotivated Esports, they started to get a couple of knockouts in that fight, they made that push happen.
And it was kind of because of awkward positioning as well.
Yeah,
that terrain they were in, it's like a valley, 2 mountains on top, and the opposition has control of both of those hills. So you can't really do much. But as you were talking about Hades, yes, expectations were there from them after the win on Erangel. We expected them to dominate on Miramar as well. Unfortunately, that wasn't really the case. They were picked off. They made it to the top 5, but that's as far as they went. And in the end, as you mentioned, the heroic play from the villains resulting in INC missing out on their opportunity to secure the win. And well, villains ended up becoming the heroes. You know what Batman said, right?
Yeah, what?
That the dire hero end up becoming a villain.
Well, that's what that happened, right? They ended up becoming a villain because they took down the last competing team. So at the end of the day, they're still now in a villain arc. We might just see in the game of Sanhok villains dominating the entire floor. And I think so Sanhok is supposed to be like the maps for the guys who are quite cool.
So now we root for the bad guys to win, right?
Yeah, now we root for the villains. This time, I'm going to be going with the villains. But you know what? Jokes apart, Johnny, a really fantastic game. I cannot elaborate even more. I just cannot stop talking about that clutch that came into play from villains. But once again, speaking about that Hades topic, right? As I mentioned, out in the open, every single team that was inside the compounds, every single player that had the compound and the hard cover control, they were just looking at Hades step out in the open. As soon as that happened, it was like 5 or 6 players shooting at you at the same time, and Hades, unfortunately, they couldn't do anything.
I mean, they did not really have anywhere left to go. They were delayed by the early action that they took. Not early, but mid-game action that they were involved in, because of which they weren't really present in a position to take control of those compounds. Enemy made it through, villains also made it through, and Gojo was barely there hiding in that small little check, and I'm pretty sure even he was looking at the players of Hades with that third-person perspective, just watching them meet their demise.
And Johnny, just to let you know, Gojo actually stepped out in that Molotov.
Why?
That Molotov was misplaced, but Gojo thought that that Molotov is actually tossed to perfection. That's why Gojo stepped out. He thought that maybe the floor's going to be lava inside the shack, but then the Molotov was tossed outside the shack. Gojo walked in the Molotov, and he got eliminated.
Hey, man, sometimes in life, you end up playing yourself. You don't even need anyone else to do that.
You can also say that maybe that was perfectly calculated by the enemy. 300,000 IQ play or something like that.
True.
He knew.
It was impressive. I mean, if you can make the opposition come towards your utility, what's better than that? Imagine a nade being lined up completely off and the opposition just runs in it.
Yeah, maybe that man can see future, right? You probably knew that as soon as I toss a Molotov, he's going to be running out. So, yeah, 200 IQ plays. Once again, though, Johnny, in the upcoming game, the game of Sanhok, we know things might just be a little bit too intense. But before we move on towards that Sanhok action, I think so we need to take a look at the pre-game or the post-game stats.
Exactly, and we're going to start off with the Rebel of the match, also known as the MVP of the game, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be, well, Hitler from the side of Villain with 6 eliminations to his name.
Yes, I mean, 6 finish points racked up by this man from Villains himself. And considering how he was able to just sort of dominate the entirety in the final moments, nicely done by the players of Villains. Now, as soon as we move on forward towards the top 5 players, this is where a couple of more players will be seen. Even Devil. They were doing quite a great job inside the fight. Yeah, unfortunately, they took quite a massive hit, but they were trying their best to fight back.
Well, they tried their level best, but in the end, there's only so much you can do, especially in a zone like this. There was a massive cluster towards the edge, a lot of the teams getting taken out, and as we witnessed as well, not a lot of teams had the opportunity to even fight or contest control of those endgame compounds. But moving on the top 5 players, we do have a few big names show up. Finally, the players of INS have made it into the top 5 Rebels. We have Power Killer with 5 eliminations, Hellgod with 4 eliminations as well. And INS, I think, putting on display that even though positioning might not be working out for them, they can still rack up points in terms of the finishes.
Yeah, I mean, and then once again, another man from the side of villains is going to be there in the name of Ali, who's all the way in the back with 3 finishes. It's complete fine now. Villains just getting 2 players on the top 5 Rebels, I would say that's really good showcasing for themselves. Now, I just want to take a look at the overall standings, which the Productions is not going to show, probably. We'll need to wait for the 3rd game, of course. Before now, let's take a look at the previous match's scoreboard.
Exactly. Now, that's the next thing that's going to be in front of us, as you mentioned. And, I mean, if you're good at maths, which we really aren't, we could have calculated the numbers right here, right now, and predicted what the overall rankings would be like. But hey, anything else? I mean, Villain are leading the charge with 24 points to their names. Enemy on the second. They just had 4 finishes to their name. 16 points is going to be the total tally. But Team Brothers Till Death, I'm actually impressed with them. They walk away with 15 points from this game as well.
Yeah, consistency coming out, right, Johnny?
True.
And I think so the top 3 inside this group is going to be intense than ever before.
Yeah.
Not every single team is having that nuclear performance to just straight up make a massive lead.
Exactly, but Necro, what do you have to say about Hades? The massive fall-off is there. They have 6 placement points, but just that one finish. Quite contrary to what our expectations were.
Yeah, they had a rough game, Johnny. Sometimes you got to cut them a slack, but maybe in the upcoming game of Sanhok, they can try and bounce back a little bit more. Their name is Hades.
Well, Hades, Devil, both in the same game.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see which one is going to be the true ruler of the underworld. But let's see, I mean, how these teams are looking forward to Sanhok, because it's going to be quite interesting. Yesterday we had a very intense game, especially the last game from Group 106, where we saw 6 teams drop. Not really drop, well, 3 teams dropped in boot camp, 3 showed up later. A total of 6 teams met their demise in boot camp itself. And that, I believe, could have given a lot of hints to the teams that were waiting to play their matches. Like, all right, we're going to go for boot camp as well, try and protect our numbers. Whoever shows up, we're just going to wait in a corner for our opportunity. And as soon as we hear the commotion go down, that's when we're going to step out of the shadows and secure all the points.
I mean, that kerfuffle, that early skirmish was like a perfect example of undergods, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like an unorthodox lobby of underdogs lobby in general, and then just 6 teams dropping inside boot camp at the same time because they don't know what to expect. Everyone's thinking the same thing. They're probably going to be thinking that, okay, boot camps, it doesn't have to be that much of a hot spot. Even if there is another team, then we can definitely try to loot up a little bit more, considering there's so much loot inside boot camp. But no, 6 teams dropping out of that same spot at the same time, it gets a little bit too chaotic.
You know, now that I was thinking about it, there's one more situation that I want again. What happened with a few days ago, we did witness 7 Shore Esports secure an impressive win on Sanhok, wherein the circle was actually formed on that Campa Alpha Island, but not a single team was present because of how the flight path was and because of the point situation in the rankings as well. Everyone was willing to take those early fights. Now, I think we are in similar shoes, where we have this one team that's been consistent, 2 teams that have popped up in single matches, and everyone else will be looking to steal or take away their slots away from them and finish in the top 3 at the end of the day. But let's see what's going to happen. Last game, it's about to begin in a few short minutes.
Yeah, final game for the players of Group 35 on the final day of Round 1 of BGIS. Let's see which team will be able to showcase themselves on the map of Sanhok.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a simple one. Apart from the obvious contenders, I mean, you can't take the name of Villains or Brothers Till Death. Which team has had a surprising performance for you?
Surprising performance.
Yeah.
That's a really big surprise for me. And you can also say maybe Brothers Till Death. They have had quite a really consistent, surprising performance for me. I mean, considering all these teams are undergods at the end of the day, we do not really have a lot of info on these guys, right? So we cannot make like a confirmed statement for these guys. All we can do is try to help them get even more better inside the team play or the team synergy aspect.
Exactly, and Brothers Till Death are actually quite surprising because on Erangel, we saw them try to place for placements and they did quite well in that scenario as well. But that end game situation is something that we are seeing them struggle again and again with. On Erangel as well, they had had those 3 players, but in the end ended up losing 2, just trying to push towards that final zone. And now even in this one, it was just Gojo who was trying to survive in that final top 3 moment, but then stepping out of that shack, an unfortunate play, a misplay if you can call it, resulting in them finishing on the 3rd position, which by the way is not that bad. I mean, 15 points on the board, not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, still decent consistency, right?
True.
As I mentioned, consistency is what's needed to step inside the top 3. As long as you're going to be in top 3, you will be out of the danger zone. Who's going to be hoping to be inside the top 96 out of 2,048 teams? That's like 1 in a million odd.
We're going to have to calculate the odds for that.
Man.
More maths, man.
Yeah, we need more maths, dude. Think so we need to join maths classes, Johnny. But you know what? Think so enough talking. I've also heard the game of Sanhok is loaded up in front of us soon enough. In a couple of seconds, we'll be able to take the flight on the map of Sanhok. Now, I'm going to ask you your prediction for the upcoming map.
Oh, the winner? I'm going to go with Brothers Till Death. I want the Brothers Till Death to win, because they have to win 1 game at least, right? But let's see if that's going to happen.
Hey, let's see if that's going to happen or not. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Sanhok put it up on our screens as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flight path starting right next to Hot Tin, all the way towards down south, towards Nakam. Johnny, this plane flight path is quite interesting considering it's tilted on the left side of the map. This might just be a little bit of tough extent if the teams do want to go towards Camp Bravo.
Exactly. Camp Bravo, Kampong, Lakavi, Dock especially is a position that a few of these undergod teams might actually look to utilize for themselves, and it's going to be quite far away from the flight path for the early stages. But let's see how this game, the story of this map, is going to unfold in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. We do see 2 teams, in fact 3 teams, take the early drop towards boot camp. Well, Elite 4 have deterred themselves moving away from boot camp. I think they're going to look to head towards the quarry area, but still NRG and the lads from INC have taken the early drop, and we have again a boot camp drop clash.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. We like to see these boot camp drop clashes all the time. NRG up against the foes. NRG, they lost out on one of their men a while ago. Naruto instantly going for the resurrection onto that fallen comrade, but the team that's in the front for now, they're in quite an interesting spot. Let's see how they will be able to engulf the entirety of Not Underdogs.
Well, Not Underdogs off to a good start as they have secured 1 point for themselves and recovered their fallen comrade. Aries is looking for the opposition. Ajay is extremely low, but from the distance, shots connecting on that window, hinting to Aries as to where the threat might be.
Yeah. Incredible Esports. They've surrounded the entirety of Not Underdogs, and then somewhere else on the map towards Camp Charlie down south, we've got another drop collision coming into play. One of the men have already been taken down. Demotivated Esports, they're doing a great job. They've got a man number advantage inside this fight, and they can definitely try and convert it a little bit more better in the upcoming style. Of course, the OZ can be a little bit too much of a shredder in the close range, and that's why Sam 10 is making sure he's not going to be overextending the boundaries that he's seen so far. Love shot wanting to go for the resurrection onto the fallen player, and that's what he's going to do.
We did try to close the door to deny the vision to the opposition, allowing him to cross over, but now I think this should be a good reset for the side of Team Devil. Another opportunity for the lads of Demotivated Esports to try and back off, pick up a few utilities for themselves, try and re-engage against the players from the opposing side, but kind of a standstill for the next few seconds in this fight.
Yeah. Speak about that standstill, though. I mean, Devil, for now, that man, at least those guys are back up on their feet with full power once again inside the fight. Demotivated Esports, all they need to do is find another knockout. Once again, that's going to give them that boost that they really do need in this fight. But the problem is, for both these teams, they haven't really accumulated the loot they wanted to have.
Exactly. I mean, look at the lack of ammunition, no helmet, no armor, and a lot of these individuals, they're lacking utility in particular as well. So it's going to be important that you are the one creating that opening, because for a lot of these individuals involved in this fight, and by the way, this is for either side, this is for both these teams. If they get knocked out, they can be revived again, but the lack of healing utility means you can't get your HP back up. But we move focus to the city of Painan, and it seems like Necro, Shadow X, they are in a world of hurt, but they've managed to figure out 2 picks, and whoa!
Yeah, well, a lot of drop collisions happening, Johnny. And this is like a prime example of an underdog lobby. No one knows how to approach because they've never faced against each other, and anything can happen at any time. For Shadow X, the first game was quite shaky, but now inside the final game, they're trying to make some things happen for themselves.
Martin was very precise with that UFP, securing a nice little knock for his team. And now, since Shadow X, they have the advantage against the Ghouls. The Ghouls are trying to react. Chintu, we saw a brilliant play from him in the previous map of Miramar, but on Sanhok, it seems like with players out, down numbers, Ghouls are struggling to survive.
Indeed they are. Itachi on our screens. Considering one of the men from the side of Shadow X is actually quite close. Crucial. He's got a UMP-45 and also an S12K in his hand, so that shotgun could definitely be quite detrimental for Ghouls. They need to watch out towards the man who's quite close. And if Crucial, he starts to make that push happen against Ghouls, things can be a little bit too bad. But both the players from the side of Ghouls, their position's actually compromised, but they've got no clue that there's one man from the opponents in the clotheslines.
He's not moving as well, no information being given. And with this knock, if Chintu looks to push across the river, he might just get baited by Crucial. Let's see what's going to happen. Itachi secures another one.
Golds, they're doing a fantastic job in finding the foes just like that. Now Chintu still maybe somewhere down line. He had a little bit of fun knowing that the opponent could be in that shack. They finally spot him out. Oh, there was an X12K in the close, but does not even get a chance to strike him down. Golds doing a fantastic job, and that was a 1v4 being executed by Itachi.
What an incredible play in the early stages of the game, securing the 4 eliminations for his team. But whoa, what happened over here? It feels like there was another squad wipe in front of our eyes as Team Devil, they have already been taken care of. In Camp Charlie, three teams wiped out in the first stage of this map of Sanhok. Well, with how the flight path was, with how the teams landed, I did not really expect this. 3 teams? Really?
Well, as I mentioned, Johnny, sometimes the plain flat path really just forces you to think on the fly. And considering these guys haven't really had a lot of experience underneath their belt to deal with these type of situations, they end up cracking under that pressure. And that's what's happened with a lot of teams. They're getting dealt with now.
I mean, they are being dealt with, but let's see. We still have the top contenders for the top 3 still surviving. Brother still death. Hades is there as well. Let's see how they are going to perform, but switching focus again to the big name in the lobby, INS Esports. What are your thoughts on their performance so far inside of this game? Is this up to the mark, what you expected based on what we have seen from the bigger names, or, well, the known names in the last few days?
I mean, of course, if you compare their performance to Team Insane and some other teams that we've seen in the past inside the round 1, they're nowhere near close. True. Those guys just had some nuclear, just banger performances back after back. But INS, they're sort of on like a little bit of pace that they are trying to level up, but they're not able to do so. They're on like the equal grounds, but I want them to level up a little bit more better.
True, I mean, that is what the expectations is going to be like from you, from the fans of INS as well. But let's see how this game is going to turn out for them. But look at this, another interesting situation developing in front of our eyes, as even though after winning the fight of Camp Charlie, Demotivate Esports would have thought, all right, the rest of the game we should not have a lot to worry about, specifically considering we are at the southern part of the map, and there are the zone is a northern zone. Or Esports, they show up out of nowhere, just waiting for them outside of Camp Charlie and Spark. He's just collecting all this information, relaying it to his team, and look at Flash as well. They've set this trap up quite nicely for the lads of Demotivate Esports to run into.
Look at you use me. The man's all by himself in the front.
He's about to be used again.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too quite roughly. Let's see. I mean, if the bullets are going to be just penetrating through his chest, the problem will definitely be there. And that's what happens. Yep. The bullets this time, they find their mark. And Kishore is going to be the one to find that man. And also shut it down probably, potentially in the future lines.
And that was the bait taken.
Yeah, indeed, that was. ORE, I mean, that's a really good start inside the fight for ORE, considering now things are back to level grounds. Once again, they lose out another man. Another knockout found from Flash, and once again, things are back on the neutral ground. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation.
Now, this is what I did not expect. OR Esports, they had such a beautiful position inside this fight. They were the ones who opened things up by knocking down She Used Me, and they had control of both the slopes of this hill. But Demotivated Esports, they figured out a way of this tough position, and now they have the opportunity to revive their comrades as well. I think in this fight, it's going to be OR Esports, the ones getting wiped out, and not Demotivated Esports.
Yeah. ORE pushes up with the DBS in the close lines, but Spark, he whips that second second spot, and that's it. Ori, they get wiped out, eliminated out of the game. You blink it and you miss it. That's how quick that squad wipe was.
And look at what has happened because of these early fights heading towards the side of Demotivate Esports. They have 7 eliminations to their name in the first stage of this game. And we all know you convert one match, put up big numbers on the board, and that sometimes is enough to help you qualify inside of the top 3.
I mean, Johnny, it's just the stage 1 of the game, and we've already seen 4 teams getting eliminated from
Wow.
the game. And now, the situation that's going on between the players of 89 and also the villains, it might just escalate soon enough.
I have a question for you. What is worse? I mean, in this game, we are seeing teams fall all over the map. Yesterday, it was just one spot.
I would say one spot. It's way too fun. Way too fun. It's like action-packed movie all the time. And it's just so entertaining that you cannot take your eyes off of it. But you cannot take eyes off of this game too. Because as I mentioned, anything can happen at any time.
Well, that is very well said. And that is what this game has been. I mean, you just pretty much summarized this map of Sanhok so far in this game. But look at this shift. Takes us to that Hatin Tatmok bridge yet again. But one thing's for sure, NRG, not underdogs. They're going to be happy with themselves. They still have control of that boot camp area after taking care of the players from the opposition. And they don't really have to move a lot. They are still in a very comfortable position. They know there's a team up north. They know there are going to be squads approaching them from that eastern side as well. So they're going to try and protect their numbers. But Team Hades on our screens, the winners of game number 1. Can they win this game 3 as well?
That's my question. For Hades to win this game, it's going to be a tough challenge without a doubt. But it is definitely possible considering all the big competition, all the big names are getting eliminated off the bat. Incredible Esports not inside the game. Team Devil, that could have had so much more potential when it comes to the mechanical skills of the game. Even they've been eliminated. Now, villains can be a really big thorn in the way for Hades, but villains already, they're getting in a fight against 89. That glimmer was spotted. Hitler is just waiting for the opponent to make a small mistake. The mistake was made, but the capitalization not yet on the mark.
Now, villains have given away their position, and ATE Esports, they might have an opportunity to prepare measures to take care of these villains and put them to their desired end. But let's see how this is going to go. Ali in the back lanes has an incredible flank, Necro.
Yeah, look at the split that's coming into play. Villains,
This is beautiful.
they're not playing like the underdogs anymore. Now they're finally leveled themselves up to the undergod level.
I want to see how this fight is going to turn out. So curious about this. How will ATE react? He barely missed him.
Yeah, it just goes away with the vehicle that he had behind that shack.
He's trying to drag him out from
no.
the rear and through the window, in fact. Wow.
Hitler, he found that little opening that he was really just waiting for. And as I said, as soon as that glimmer's going to be spotted, shots will be taken. That's what happened. 89 looking to find that opening themselves. The players are out in the open. I don't exactly know what the game plan and the approach is going to be looking like. Tyke has got a chance to strike. He does try to do so, but Tyke misses out on that opportunity, and now it's getting pounced on. The opponent's 89. They did a fantastic job of knowing the fact that Tyke's going to be the only man in the front lines. He does find the initial knockout, but now it's got 4 players pouncing on top of him, and eventually he cracks down. There's so many players in the front. He gets outnumbered.
Well, he does get outnumbered. Too much pressure for him to deal with all alone. And the villains, they're trying to regroup from the distance. It's going to be Team 4 Elites chiming in. And they have the opportunity to pick off points from both these sides. But what are they going to do? The first 2 games for them have not been that great, Necro.
Yeah, they haven't really been that great. Hitler moving up. And villains, they've realized the fact that, okay, the man that's in the clotheslines of the enemies, at this point in time, he's a gone case. It's better that we do not invest ourselves in trying to get that man back up on his feet. And the rest 3 players can definitely try to play for the victory.
This was
Look
a
at
beautiful
that
knock,
shot.
yeah.
That flick.
I mean, kudos to Sakshi. The attempt was quite phenomenal for the jump shot, but you have to expect it's the DBS at a point-blank range. You can't really survive if the crosshair is anywhere close to you. And Ty, kudos to him. That was a pretty brilliant knock secured as well. But unfortunately, I think it is the lads from the side, from the high ground, who took down Tyke and, in fact, did cause a lot of trouble for 89 Esports that deterred villains from going further inside this match and trying to recover their own teammate, Team 4 Elites.
Oh, wow. At this point, he's just crawling.
He got bored,
like,
man.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm pretty much done anyways. My teammates are not going to come to save me. You guys might as well just welcome me with open arms, and that's what they did. Now it's sent back to paradise in heaven.
I mean, usually if that happened to you, you're going to turn on your all mic and ask him, hey, bro, what's up?
Yeah, I would do that.
I know.
Be like, hey, guys, my teammates betrayed me.
Going to join your team.
Can I join your team? Well, one way to sort of make a friendship or just bringing in that helping hand. But for Hades, as we've got this team on our screens, and Hades, they've got really good positioning inside the circle. But if the circle actually forms on top of the bridge, Johnny, things will be so interesting.
We had a situation like that yesterday in that last Sanhok of the day, where the zone was split on that bridge area, and in the end it ended up moving towards that Camp Alpha position right on the edge close to that Hathin bridge, allowing 11 Esports to secure the win. And that actually can happen. It is still a northern zone, so I would agree with you. I mean, if that happens, if the fight breaks out on the bridge, Hades will have a good opportunity to secure a win in this game, but it's not just going to be them. Along with them, only quality players of India. They are also in a good position, quite close to the bridge, and if they end up wiping out Hades, maybe you're going to see the advantage switch hands.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you brought up, right? 11 Esports, this team was on a tear. They set up a record, Johnny. They set up a benchmark, 40 points in one game.
97 points in 3 games.
Wow, that's not just a record, it's like a fairy tale run.
Yeah.
Man, they've got some good fairies on their side. But not underdogs on our screens. And considering with how things have kicked off for this team, they've got 4 elimination to kick things off in quite a comfortable spot, honestly.
Well, they are comfortable for now, but how long will the situation remain the same for them, considering they are playing an edge-based game, playing from the southeastern edge of this map? But let's see. Team Brothers still dead. They find themselves in an interesting position, a collision against the players from Demotivate Esports. But this time around, Team Brothers still dead. It feels like Necro, they are the ones with the advantage.
Indeed they are. Team Brothers still death. Gojo, he was the man who was actually alive in the previous game for a really long time, but this time he's leading the pack. Let's see for Gojo how things are going to turn out. From what I know about this name Gojo in an anime, this character is supposed to be one of the most powerful characters.
Yeah. He's on basically invincible up until now, but we don't know what's going to happen to the story in the future. But for this Gojo story, we know for a fact, I mean, the survival instincts are on point, but unfortunately for the entire team, in fact, Demotivate Esports, they're caught off guard by the lads of Not Underdogs. And, well, Not Underdogs, they don't let anyone go.
Yeah, they've got the eagle eye out from the top. They're not going to let anyone just crawl through their line of sight. Some good eyes. And I also like the spread from Not Underdogs. Look at that spread that's came into play. It's a 2-on-1 split, Johnny.
Well, it can work out for them. They're trying to gatekeep the other teams from entering the zone. And with split play, the thing is you can gather a lot of information, but you will have to react quickly if one of your players is under heavy fire. But look at this, Demotivate Esports. They have been stopped in their tracks, Necro. And I'll be honest, I do not see an escape route for them.
And not just that, Johnny. With split plays, you also need to be really disciplined.
True.
Team Brothers still death in front of us. They've managed to find that crack in that split that they really needed to. But Sarthak, he pulls out the DBS. He spotted that man at the close. Monty's position's compromised. And same thing goes with Sarthak as well. Both these players are just waiting for each other to showcase themselves, and as the first glimmer's going to be found, things will be even more tough for Monty, though. He gets strike down from the back Panuch. A really good backstab.
Now, this was a good play from the side of Not Underdogs. Sarthak, as you mentioned, was just patiently waiting for the opposition to reveal himself. But while all of that was happening, in the meanwhile, the call was given out to Anuj to try and flank the lad out. And this succeeded. Was an easy finish secured, and they are racking up those finish numbers as well. But let's see. In another position, NRG Naruto goes on to secure his 5th individual finish of this particular game. That man has the ball rolling, the momentum is his, and he is on fire basically in this match.
That is true. He's indeed on fire. And look at 89, even they've still made it in this situation. These two players, they've got a threat approaching them. They do hear all the footsteps, all that commotion, but eventually the split that's there from Team 4 Elites, it's quite perfect. But then another man from 89 who's all the way spread out himself. There's just so much random stuff happening on the map.
Ooh.
Endless. He finds 2 different openings. This is where things might just be brought back in the hands of 89. But that one man who's knocked out, it's going to be tough to resurrect him back on his feet.
I mean, these sprays are enough to give anyone a very bad headache for the entire day, but Endless, lucky for him, in time he made it behind the tree and was able to secure the cover. But let's see Team 4 Elites.
That man had 11 first aids from Team 4 Elites, so even if things going to go south, he's probably going to be going for the med strat, Johnny.
Exactly, and I think we know what the game plan is already since they are in the blue zone.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try and take things extremely slow from here. Hopefully, the players from the side of 89 Esports are able to, or in fact do abandon their position quickly, so 4 Elites can go for a heal battle, but only quality players of India find themselves in a very uncomfortable position against the players of Not Undergods. And as we all know, Not Undergods, they've been performing so well in this game so far.
Indeed, they have been. Only quality players of India, though. Considering Not Underdogs are in the front lines, Not Underdogs are here to prove that they are not actually the underdogs. Instead, they're the undergods. And so far, they've been doing a really good job inside the 4v4 firefights. But somewhere else on the map, as we have seen the players of OQP, they like to take things a little slow.
Yeah, they do like to take things a little bit slow, and I think this time it might have just worked out for them, since as we were talking about the players from the side of Not Undergods a few moments ago, we did talk about that man who was doing quite well individually, Naruto, but now he has been picked off as well. But look at where the zone is going to take us now.
Yeah, this is quite nice, and Hades is actually the only team inside the next circle who's got the hard cover to play with. You asked me if Hades is going to win the game or not. I said yes, they have got a chance, but it's going to be a little tough. But that early game capitalization out of that compound that came into play, a really good execution of that positioning, that rotation, and also good presence of mind.
Exactly, they tried to take this match extremely slow. They did not engage in a lot of fights, but as of now, the zone has been favoring them, and this match is just working out for them. The patience play is working out for them quite nicely, but let's see, Not Undergods still dealing with the pressure that's being brought upon them by only quality players of India. The nade does dish out a little bit of damage on Pikachu, but Ares running forward. It's going to be tricky for him to secure that point.
Indeed, it will be Ares. Trying to form some off angles through the windows. Decided to vault the window. Don't exactly know what was going through his mind, but at least he dealt enough damage to get the opponent knocked out. Now Godspeed's going to be the man who's in the front lines, and every single thing is now in his hands. Also, his team's paid to make it inside a couple of late game scenarios. OQP, they're wanting to make it in the circle too, but Godspeed, he gets undetected, moves forward, keeps on marching in the front.
That moment made me panic. I mean, both of the players inside of the blue, for a second I thought, why does this lad, the last remaining player from the side of only quality players, not have his weapon ready? But all of a sudden turns around, takes a few shots onto Anuj, and just makes sure that, well, Not Underdogs are not going to be in this game for long, but we do have villains on our screens again, Necro, and they've managed to protect their numbers so far. They're playing. They're also taking a slow approach in this game, having secured only 3 eliminations in this match, but they have taken control of that eastern edge of the circle, and there is not a single team that's going to stop them from moving towards the next zone.
Hades on the edge. As I mentioned, this is the only team that's got a solid cover to play with.
Exactly.
Arnav, has he not spotted the foe in the front? That's a free elimination point just lying around, but no, unfortunately, that man gets extinguished from the lobby, so Hades, even that chance to sort of stolen away. The next circle shift, once again, on top of the players of Hades. It's like the fairy tales. It's like the gods of BGMI really do want Hades to take this game.
I think I do agree with you. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see if anyone will be able to take this game away from them, or will Hades just press on this advantage and secure the easiest chicken dinner they could have hoped for. Not a single moment in this game where we witnessed them in a difficult position. They always had these compounds for themselves. They've been there basically from the start. But would you look at this, Team INS looking to push forward out in the open. This is a very difficult play to execute, but it feels like they are out of options as well right now.
Yeah, they're desperate, Johnny. And also the qualifications on the line for INS and the team that's right next to him in the name of Villains. Even for Hades, the qualifications on the line. They're here to accumulate any single point they can. And they're also going for the eliminations, and that's what they get. Popkilo is actually the man who makes sure that elimination will be in his court at the end of the day. Villains, they try to make that play happen. The man tried to make an heroic play once again, but he gets shut down, suppressed behind that bridge.
Such a big misplay, such lack of awareness from the side of Villains, as Hades has been taking shots on their players for a long time, but they're just focused on the lads in front, the players of INS. But ladies and gentlemen, every single time we talk about survival, there's just one name that is consistent, and that is Brothers Till Death. Because guess what? Once again, they make it into the top 3 of this map of Sanhok.
And it's actually Gojo too.
Yes.
Once again, Gojo is inside the final few moments of the game. Even inside the anime, Gojo's untouchable. And even inside the game, this man seems quite untouchable. At least till it's inside the top 3. Once he's inside the top 3, then everyone can touch him.
I think that's the deal. He just wants to be in the top 3 every single game, and then he's like, I'm done.
Yeah, just get the consistent positioning points right. INS, right now, they do not really have the prime positioning. Hades, though, I mean, they've got everything in their court just falling for them. All they need to do is just press on a little bit more of a pressure against the players of INS and try and hold them off at bay. But if INS do get a shot to close on up onto that compound, things will be a little bit too uncomfortable.
Well, they have the first opening. Can they find more? No, the trades are good. And Hades, they're putting the pedal to the metal. Now they have INS exactly where they want them. 3 players knocked out, just 1 man left standing. And Arna, what was that? Along with Naruto, the sprays in tandem, not allowing INS a single second to breathe.
Yeah, and one, it's going to be the last man going for them at strat. He wants to secure the second spot for his team. As I mentioned, the qualification was on the line and Gojo strikes. He finds 2. He's now got a fighting chance, but no, as soon as I say that, he gets eliminated from the game. Wanted is all the way in the out in the blue, and he's going for them at strat. Ladies and gentlemen, Hades are going to be the winners of the last game for Group 35. What a way to close things off.
Exactly, the second chicken dinner for Team Hades, and in an incredible manner as well. This level of zone control in Sanhok is extremely difficult to pull off, but I have to say they also got quite lucky, not because of the circle forming on top of them again and again, but because not a lot of teams did try to challenge their compounds. Until this very moment, I think it was just one team that tried to approach Hades, and they got picked off, but Wanted, I think the job is done. And finally, Hades, they get their moment, the moment they've been waiting for. The winner chicken dinner of Sanhok also secured and in the bag.
Yeah, well, Hades just being the classic zone magnets and also getting the second chicken dinner off the day in their court, ladies and gentlemen. How Hades performed in that game. All they needed to do was just hold down that compound, and no one was actually in the closer vicinities too. So for Hades, this game was served in a golden platter.
I feel like the only way they could have lost this game was if, the zone that we were mentioning from yesterday, if the circle just moved towards Camp Alpha Island. That's the only way Hades could have been taken down, because they did not move in the early stages. They were just keeping their heads low in that shacks, and I think that amount of patience was quite nice to witness.
That is true. I mean, Hades, being in general, as we all know, Hades are also supposed to be the gods. And these guys, too, they've proven that these guys are not the underdogs, instead, the undergods. They've done a phenomenal job for outperforming a lot of the competition inside their lobby. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, after that final game of that group, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकी तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चक दे
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty next to me now. And that game of Sanhok was something else. Team Hades controlling the match throughout the game. They had that shack for so long. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. See, the first thing is the fact that these three teams, they have sort of dominated the group. Every single time, it's the same three teams who are consistently getting that podium finish, which only means one thing. When the overall standings are going to come up, I don't think we're going to see any surprises. Do you think there will be surprises?
Ooh, I don't think so. I think one thing is going to be surprising for sure, that Brothers Till Death. I want to see where they are. Because I think even though they have been consistent just because of the aggression, the other teams might have an opportunity to topple them over in terms of the overall points. But we're going to have to wait to see exactly where these teams finish. For now, though, let's have a look at the highlights of the previous match of Sanhok, where the first fight broke out in, well, one of the most obvious locations, boot camp.
I mean, no surprises there, of course. We just witnessed the most chaotic boot camps yesterday. And, of course, this day, it was also of similar sorts.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see why, in fact, how these teams finished up the match. But this was one of my favorite fights in the game. OR Esports, they set up the situation perfectly for them to actually come out on top. But out of nowhere, it was Demotivate who ended up winning the situation.
Exactly. Look at this. She used me. It's actually pretty weird. The name is a little weird, but of course the gameplay was definitely up there, up the margin. But look at this, 89 Esports as well. This team sort of tried really hard. Every single time you see their gunfights, they're up there. But the only point is they get caught off guard and third-partied every single time.
This is also another team we have to talk about, man. Not underdogs. They're definitely playing like not underdogs, because the kind of plays, the kind of movement they've put on display, the communication as well, it makes me feel like this team has had a lot of time together. They practiced together for a while and they're ready to break into the Tier 1 circuit, as everyone calls it.
Definitely. But I would have loved if they had named themselves the Undergods, because that is what we are naming a lot of these teams. They're just not, you just merge not underdogs and thus becomes Undergods. But coming back to the game itself, Team Hades, talk to me about this team. This team is so well balanced. Every single time their placement is perfect and their gun prowess is absolutely brilliant.
Especially Minato. I mean, Minato has been quite incredible from this team. We saw him pop off in game 1. Even in this game, he was responsible for securing those last few knocks for his team and creating the numbers advantage completely in their favor. Especially that tandem spray that was there from him and Arnav on the players of INS as they were running behind that rock for cover, knocking down 3 individuals of INS and making sure that Hades was the only team that stood a chance of winning that game.
Absolutely, but with two back-to-back, with two chicken dinners rather, I'm pretty sure this underdog team is looking extremely strong, trying to eye up on these teams who have already qualified for round 2. Do you think they're going to cause some, do you think they will be able to cause some damage in round 2?
Yeah, quite a lot in fact. If their positional play is as good as it is right now, they will definitely be surprising a lot of those big names, specifically those 32 teams that are still waiting in round 2 for all of these individuals to try and figure out who actually makes it and what the level of competition is going to be like. But for now, I think there's only one thing left. We're going to have to look at the points. How many points did these teams walk away with?
Exactly. I mean, of course, the overall scorecard is going to come in front of our screens pretty soon. But before that, we always talk about the rebel of the match, the one who outshined the rest of the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the game of Sanhok. Who's going to be your guess? Minato?
I think it has to be Minato. He was quite incredible, but there are a few individuals who were quite aggressive in the early stages of the game, so I'm going to hold back. Hey, it's going to be Naruto from the side of not underdogs, and if it's not Minato, might as well be Naruto. But
Yeah.
5 finishes to this lad, and it was quite incredible, as we talked about. Not underdogs as well. The early stages of the game worked out quite nicely for them.
Absolutely. 5 finishes onto Naruto and then 5 finishes on Itachi. Then you've got 5 finishes on Arnav as well as 4 on Gojo. See, these guys, everyone is an underdog, and I love this.
Yeah.
None of the players from Team INS are inside these top 5 rebels.
Exactly, and I think it's not just INS. It is going to be quite interesting to see what the other big names from the previous matches were up to in this matchup. But we do have the rankings for this particular game, ladies and gentlemen. And here it is, Hades finishing the match with 24 points, 9 finishes, 15 position points. I think this is good enough. They had a pretty nice game in game number 1. And even if we discount that match on Miramar, which, by the way, they were in the top 4 of, they still have enough points to keep them safely in the top 3.
Yeah.
Team Brothers till death, I think they might have also made it through. They had, if I'm not wrong, 15 from the previous game and 16 from this match. Again, enough points in just 2 games to push them through. But what about INS? Are we going to see another big name out of the top 3?
Exactly right. I mean, there are 2 teams who are still contending. Even Villains, their performance has been rather decent, right? And therefore, the 3rd spot, just like you mentioned, who is going to directly qualify to round 2, that is so much under the contention.
Yeah, but special props to not underdogs, Demotivate Esports, Team Elite, Ghouls, all of these teams. They even if it was that last game, this was their last game in the BGIS, they did showcase that they have a lot of potential, and I mean, hopefully we're going to see them make it to the big stages in the future. But for now, I think it's time to move on to the overall rankings.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main scorecard. And look at that cutoff. 48 points on Team INS as they barely make the cut. Team Brothers till death, 49 points on them. And of course, Hades at the tippity top with 60 total points. Villains, a massive performance, a chicken dinner performance. But even that gets discounted, does not get them through. 42 points is all that they've got acquired.
I mean, they were off to a slow start. Erangel did not really work out that great for them. They recovered on Miramar. They played quite decent on Sanhok, but that wasn't enough. And INS, they were consistent enough to keep them inside of the top 3.
Exactly.
But congratulations to the Villain. I think this was an incredible performance. Again, this was a stage to showcase what they're made of. And yes, they still have another chance. The miracle of being in the bracket of top 96. So their journey is not yet done.
Exactly right. I mean, that is an uncharted territory and nobody knows what's going on happening. But the second page, of course, just like you mentioned, there were a lot of good attempts, at least in the last map. And we've seen this happen every single time. The teams who are on the second page, they try and put up a last-ditch effort to make the cut, to try and actually, if not the top 3, maybe the top 4, and hoping for that last 96. A lot of finishes came in through the teams we saw on the bottom of that overall, on the match standings of the map of Sanhok, but of course they're not going to make the cut. Speaking of which, 2 teams with no chicken dinners but good consistent performances are going through today.
I mean, exactly, as you mentioned, a lot of the teams on Sanhok, and that happened in other games as well, teams that were taking fights early were also getting taken out early because of how weird the zones have been throughout the day. But I think that has been working out quite nicely for the teams that play for placement only. Because in the late game stages, just like we saw Hades in this particular map, and if you go back and watch their Erangel as well, they were trying to play for placements. The opposition just kept presenting themselves in a very, very awkward position where you know, all right, these guys are out in the open and they're not even looking at you. What are you going to do? You are obviously going to take them out. Like, why not? It's 3 points.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that group is done and dusted. Right now, we are going to proceed to the second half of the day. Another group, another set of teams, and a new competition. This is group number 36, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one big name that's going to be Global Esports, a behemoth in the community. But 15 new names, Johnny. Which one stands out according to you?
Well, I do like the name Zenith Official. Let's see what the end is going to look like for them. And of course, ORB Esports. That is a historic name in the scene of BGMI in India. Let's see what that's going to look like. But Claw, that logo is very aggressive. Now I want to see what their aggression in the game is going to be like.
Exactly. But then you've got some pretty interesting names.
I love
UK17, Frantic. Where is...
I love you.
I love you too, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was just taking the
you're talking
name.
about the team's name. Oh, so... Well, we'll just skip that. We'll just pretend that did not happen. But coming back into the day, we saw the teams, we saw global esports right now. This is such an interesting topic. One of the most aggressive teams in the circuit right now. What do you think their performance is going to be? Of course, we will come to the underdogs when we get to see them. But so far, global esports in this lobby, what do you think is going to be the result?
I'm quite curious as to what they're going to step in the matches with, like what sort of mindset the players are going to be with, because we know their coach, right? He is a man who likes aggression in his team. He wants his players to just push for those fights and secure those finish points.
Yeah.
But lack of information. You can't really take fights when you don't really know what the opposition is going to be up to, where they're going to drop, how they like to fight. So this is going to be kind of a test for this team as to how they function in a lobby like this in uncharted territory. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what the other teams are going to be up to. Because when you have a name like Global Esports that's not just well known in the BGMI scene in India, but all across the world as the face of Indian esports, you're going to want to take them out as quickly as possible.
Exactly, and that is going to put you to the pedestal and in search of that undergod. I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of teams who will try and rise up to that particular challenge. But just like you mentioned, for global esports, the meta is going to be simple. A proper balance of confidence as well as aggression. Or rather, confidence as well as patience is required. They need to get the information first. Once you have rock solid information, just try and go bonkers on it.
I mean, but to be fair, the undergods need to be careful about approaching global esports. In the recent days, the form of the players has been quite good, quite phenomenal. In fact, they are, I think, in the best form right now. So it's going to be a trap if you try and approach them with your strategies not basically laid out, the plan not laid out as to how you want to lead the fight, how you want to engage in it. And that can backfire pretty badly upon you. And we've seen that. You need to be consistent. It's not just about securing those finishes. You need to work on that placement point.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned it pretty correctly, but I'm not really sure if plans are going to work against this team, especially the lad Dark Lord, right? I mean, this man is in his peak at this point. I mean, every single time he steps onto the field, he just displays that aggression, but also channelizes it into a way where his team is also successful.
Exactly, and one more team that I'm looking forward to has to be ORB Esports, because as we mentioned, I mean, it's a name that we have heard of before, like a long time back, but again, as soon as these old names pop back up, you have to see what these new players are going to be capable of. Because ORB Esports back in the days has been the reasons for building up some of the stars of the BGMI scene.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, you've got Trippy, you've got Lynch, you've got Black and Skull. Now, these players, they will be looked out for. I'm pretty sure they are looking for an aggressive start. And that is something which every single team, every single underdog team should also go for. The first group, we saw that patience, we saw that calmness in their blood. But that's not really exciting, is it?
I mean, for a few short moments, it's not exciting. The early game sessions then just becomes a waiting game for us to witness, all right, when is the action going to break out? But talking about the action breaking out, I think we are going to jump into this plane, right? Are we ready? Our check's done?
Oh, I think air traffic control is just trying to figure out when is the flight taking off, because there is a little bit of traffic out there. But it's going to be pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of seconds before the first match of Group 36 is going to be live. It is going to be Erangel, and I'm pretty sure the lovely green lush fields are ready for us.
I mean, this map is ready for us, and this flight path as well, it looks quite interesting. It's leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map, and it's a straight line from that Stalber Hill to that observatory, which is just a little bit west of those Nova Repnoi containers. Quite an interesting flight path, but this is also something that will result in a lot of early drop clashes. Look at that. First team to drop is FNT.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what this flight path will cause. A lot of these teams will have to drop down into intermediate location to try and scramble for those vehicles early on. And that is something which I'm looking forward to. If a team, of course, tries and drops in an intermediate location, they are not safe. They do not have that added weaponry. They're just there to find that vehicle and go to their desired location, and that creates problems. That is where you are the most vulnerable in losing the players left, right, and center.
Want me to say something extremely evil?
What?
Imagine if a flight path like this and we get the zone towards Zarki.
Exactly right. That is something which I was thinking about, right? If the zone, even if not for Zaki, even if it is towards the Georgopol Hospital region, I'm pretty sure majority of the teams who are coming in from the Lipovka or from the Milta side, they will have so many problems. And look at this, Global Esports, of course, towards Nova Upnoyo and the circle. Well, Johnny, you've been praying to the devil, haven't you? This has been the day of villains.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It has been a day for the villains, even in the previous group. But in this one, let's see the first drop clash. It seems like it's kind of in an awkward position. School and school apartments is where we are at for now. And it's I Love You going up against the players of ORB Esports. Skull, it seems like, did spot out the competition in the distance. But Shadow was able to get behind cover safely.
Yeah, he definitely was. But Skull will try and pick up that initial knock for himself. I know, as a matter of fact, that there is a lot of distance between the school apartments and the school itself, but a push is imminent. We've seen so many battles happen in these situations that, of course, it has recently turned into a graveyard, but another rotation which is happening, that is going to be team number 9. Team Elite Warriors just rotating underneath the noses of Team Incredible. No shots fired.
No shot fired yet. That's what I like to say, because in a few short moments, all of that is going to change as the Team Incredible Hello is, I believe he was looking forward to greeting the opposition, but now decides against this, the split from the team and the lack of weaponry as well. Both factors taken into account, and quite a good decision, a calculated move, a good calculated move being made.
Johnny, I want to ask you a question. How did you name yourself I Super Johnny? How did that come from? I'm pretty sure it came from your surname, Varun John.
That and the fact that I had a cousin that I looked forward to. His name was Johnny. So I want to be better than him.
How much effort do you think this guy, Hello, put into naming his in-game name?
Quite a lot, man. I mean, it takes a lot to call yourself Hello.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that is not the most used word in the whole world.
I mean, if I had that name every single time I got a finish, I would just say, hello. And, well, he goes on to secure the first finish. Would you look at that?
Yeah, well. Nothing to... I mean, BGIS, it's been like this, right? Teams coming in from all corners of the country, coming in with their creative names and, of course, creative performances. The first finish onto Team UK 17 has been struck. But that's basically it. The map, apart from the circle, is rather peaceful. Majority of the teams are comfortable.
I'm waiting for my man Bimari to be back in round 2. We know he's waiting for us.
Yes, sir. BGMI Ek Bimari. That was a lovely name we actually found out from BGIS that grinded. And his performance was so good. It's not just the fact that his name was creative, but he was possibly the most aggressive player in that team.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact that the name was something that probably his someone, one of the elders might have suggested to him, like, alright, you play too much, because he grinded so much. We know he was so good, but probably the name change is going to be there once we see him in round 2. I'm pretty sure of it. It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of is a disappointment, to be honest. I would have loved him to continue with that, maybe. But, of course, the name change, just like you mentioned, do something which is normal. Do something like Team Elite Warriors Devil.
Anakin is a nice name in this lobby. I mean, of course, the Star Wars reference of Anakin Skywalker, a man who started off as someone destined to save the rebellion, ends up leading the dark side, in fact, as Darth Vader.
Well, what do you think of Last Hope Shaggy Boys?
Oh, that's a pretty awesome name. I love that theme. Thank you for reminding me. Last Hope Shaggy Boys. Oh, man.
Then, of course, we've got something which is pretty obvious. The Uninvited 4. I mean, yeah, sure, but you at least grinded your way from the in-game qualifiers.
Exactly. I mean, exactly. They grinded their way through the in-game qualifiers, and it was a tough journey. And they want to showcase that they were the Uninvited 4. They are here by force and sheer force itself. But you know what? Apart from these names that we're talking about, there's a name that sounds extremely classy. It's Frantic Saboteurs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll have to open up a champagne bottle in order to just name this team, to be honest, because it's just way too classy. Also have to possibly put on a tuxedo as well.
Yeah, you have to have a black tie every single time you cast one of their games. I mean, they're all alone in Severny, man. There's no one troubling them, because people know you have to avoid them in the early stages. The Frantic Saboteurs in Severny all alone. Moving towards the shooting range now.
Yeah. I mean, of course, even the rotations are going to be slow and are going to be a little short. They don't really want to traverse a lot of distance, at least early on. Even if they go on their jogs, they will try and wear their Jordans. But apart from that, the rest of the teams, it's a massive cluster, Johnny, on the southern edge of the circle, and that will happen. So many teams from the mainland. This circle is extremely favoring that Severny side of things, covering majority of the waterways from the northern part of the map, which means that it will keep dragging forward. I'm pretty sure there will be multiple iterations where Severny will be the hotspot. And I feel like Frantic Saboteurs, they are going to be leading the charge for quite a while.
I mean, for sure, it's just them and mob officials who are inside a comfortable position inside of the zone. And I have to say, it's an awkward game. We are heading towards an awkward game of Erangel, because usually in northern circles like this, you see teams move towards that Ozark position. But look at this, Claw Esports in the Frantic as they see players from the side of Terminators in front of them. Shots fired, but none of them connect.
BMWI IGL. Interesting name as well, huh? There is a tournament acronym inside this.
Crew. But let's see how his IGLing skills are going to look like in this tournament. Looking to qualify in a decent position. Claw Esports looking to climb the mountain as well at the same time. But the Stalber Kamishki Hill, let me tell you, is one of the most difficult terrains to maneuver on while taking fights mid-rotation.
Exactly, and there are two teams who are trying to contest for it. I mean, look at this, right? Team Claw, they're trying to go in for an extreme rotation from the edge of the map itself, rotating all the way from Kamishki. They want to enter the circle from the shorelines of Severny. I'm pretty sure of it, but they're being closely followed by another team, and there's going to be Team TEX. I just want to find out if there will be that mid-rotation battle, because there are a lot of Cold Wars which are brewing up. Having said that, the southern edge of the circle is still quite occupied, at least at this point. I'm pretty sure the multiple bridges which connect Rozok and the Northern Island will be the hotspots for multiple battles, and it seems like team number 12, I Love You, they might just be in the midst of a battle against ORB pretty soon.
Let's see what's going to happen to them. But for now, on our screens, we do have the lads from Arakan Esports. They're trying to find a comfortable position for themselves inside of the game. But now, let's see how comfortable they will be in the next few moments. They have the zone for themselves. But this team, Team Elite Warriors, they're playing along those western edges of Erangel. And it's not an easy rotation to work out the late game from, especially considering when you look at that, their rotation pathway is going to be blocked, and it's a 4-man wide split rotation that Elite Warriors were trying to make. It's not going to be easy for them. This fight, they might just end up losing a few of their players.
Possibly. And just like you mentioned, this rotation is going to cost them quite a lot, but they had no other option. I mean, they possibly could have come in from Gatka, but it's always safe for them to try and traverse through the shorelines.
I can't even imagine how awkward this moment must be for both these teams. Because over there you see Ankit just stuck behind a tree while the Elite Warriors are just passing him by. And even they might be thinking, what is this man doing? Who gave him a car?
Absolutely. But it seems like Team Elite Warriors, they finally escaped the clutches of death and have reached the Georgipur Bridge itself. It's going to be easy for them, but we just saw the circle, and the hard shift towards the western side, towards the northern side, makes things so much more interesting. We know that that terrain is not easy for battle, and it's just that time where majority of the teams are just holding on to their horses, just trying to take good positions inside the circle.
Salty, I smell blood on the map. And it's Jatin actually who's down on his knees in the middle of nowhere. And it's going to be Iron Claw of Assam who found that knock, looking to secure the finish. At the distance, and of course the vehicle out in the open does allow Jatin to survive a few short moments. But he is bleeding out, so eventually he does meet his demise. And it's going to be Egoist who does satisfy his ego, secures the first finish for his team. And by the way, stage 2, and we've only lost 2 players in this game in total.
Yeah, but finally shots are fired, and it seems like teams are starting to kind of come close to each other. This circle, even though it's massive, it can still house all of these teams. It's more like majority of the teams, majority of the teams, they're coming close together.
Well, talk about being close to each other. ORB Esports extremely close to the competition, and Skull, he has found the opening for his team. A nice position for ORB Esports, but they are looking to push even further, looking to wipe out the entire team, securing 2 finishes. Is this enough? Let's see.
Let's see for now, of course, Team ORB Esports, 2 finishes for them, and they will try and rack up a lot more, but it seems like Team EW, they have UK17 right next to them, and since their presence, this team can actually do some massive damage against them, gatekeep them from entering the circle because they are on the right side of it.
And UK17, I mean, it's going to be such a tough position for them to be in, considering they were the first team to lose their player inside of this game, as Lazy Boy was picked up. Well, I believe it was the lads from I Love You who got that finish. But we'll find that out. Let's see what their approach is going to be like in this match. The Wall of Death approaching them, and they're going to be forced to back off. The buggy is available for that lad Ash, and it shouldn't be too difficult for him to regroup with his teammates in that position. But look at this, Global Esports playing so late. They are still in the blue zone. We are approaching the 3rd stage of the game, and this is quite interesting, right? Because as we were talking about Global Esports, we expected a lot of aggression from their sides. I mean, I was expecting them to actually charge forward, running towards these undergod teams and showcasing them what actual gods look like, but no is the answer. They're just playing passive.
They aren't really playing passive, to be honest. They have a ton of utility to work with. Look at Shadow. I mean, do first his level 3 kit on this man, and I'm pretty sure he's equipped with the M4 and the DBS as well. Global Esports, they just wanted that arsenal to be completed before launching themselves on the opposition. And thankfully to them, the circle is coming down towards Razok. This massive hard shift right now is going to be a game changer. Of course, Claw, you can see from the map itself, they are at the dead center, but they will be quickly challenged by Team MOB as well. And Global Esports, who is trying to cross in that Razok bridge, that is where a lot of problems will be.
Claw is actually heading towards a pretty phenomenal spot inside of the zone, because shooting range, just south of shooting range, there are these massive hills that will provide you with a lot of information. An interesting thing about Claw, we saw them earlier in the grind. They got kicked out and now are back through the in-game qualifier. So it's going to be interesting. This is a second chance for them. Will they seize this opportunity and make it theirs? But talk about making your opportunity yours. Zenith Vulpix. How does he get knocked out? I think he was a little bit too distracted by Dark Lord's buggy and the noise it was making. Forgot about the opposition up front. And now Global Esports, they have a phenomenal opportunity of wiping out this entire team, or at least putting Zenith Official in a lot of pressure.
They are certainly under a lot of pressure already. It seems like they are coming up. Global Esports, they certainly are charging, and they're breathing fire.
I mean, they are breathing fire. Shadow with the DBS secures another finish point for his team. Another dad locked out inside the shack, and nowhere left to go for Zenith Official. I mean, it means the end, and they are going to meet their end as well. But will it be the hands of Global Esports? And the answer is yes. In the last few moments, the shots connect, and Shadow goes on to secure 3 finish points for his team from this fight.
Massive efforts from this man, but Global Esports, they did win this fight, but at a very massive cost, and that's going to be Ninja Boy. Ninja Boy and his final circle prowess was extremely important for Global Esports if they wanted to get those big numbers, but this is going to hurt them. I'm pretty sure they don't want to utilize more resources. Look at this. Dark Lord does not have any healing utility. Of course, there are the crates, but will he find those enough first aid kits to sustain himself, to keep himself fresh before he actually proceeds inside the circle?
I mean, it should be quite good for them. They have a lot of crates available all around, but I think it's going to be quite difficult for Global Esports now to try and break into the top 5 of this game. Plus, Dark Lord, he was a little bit late to the party, as you mentioned, looking for those healing utilities, and Noob in the meanwhile did push forward all alone, trying to scout the position, and the result is that he has been caught off guard by the lads of Arakan Esports, but Arakan not really being able to connect those shots onto this isolated individuals. That might have been a big, massive blunder from their side.
Yeah, that was a massive death trap for Global Esports. They were completely caught in between a rock and a hard place. Blue zone right from the back lines and an enemy team up front. Dark Lord will still try and gather more resources, but he's still approximately 50 meters off that circle itself. Look at this. On either side, there are multiple teams in the process, and that means that for him, information is going to be the key. Information will be the key to proceed forward. It's completely out in the open. and that cavalry is not going to help him. Team AKT coming in from the backlines is also going to add to the problems that Global Esports might face. And with 3 men, yes, that definitely is a challenge.
Yeah. It's going to be so difficult to survive in this game. This position might have looked so luring to them because it was a solid cover available out in the open when they were trying to survive. But now in the late stages, it might just backfire. But look at this. We do have the players from Last Hope Shiggy Boys trying to shiggy with the players from the side of Team Incredible. But Incredible, they have an incredible rotation, quite swift, taking control of that open hill. But this might be a trap laid out for them as Claw Esports, they start taking shots on this entire team, and they're running towards another collision. In fact, multiple collisions. They have been surrounded from every single direction. No cover left for them to take.
Team Incredible, for sure, this movement might just be the reason for their demise. I'm not really sure what they are doing this, because this is basically a suicide mission with multiple teams in the vicinity. They're just open driving their buggies and their vehicles, trying to find the right spot. For sure, they want to assert their dominance, but it seems like they did tank all the damage that was dished to them. Smokes being laid out, but they are being opened from multiple fronts. And Hello is the one who is raining fire, Johnny.
Well, he's greeting the opposition just like he did. The first exit of the game was in the hands of this man, all right? So let's see if he can secure a few more. Since then, they have been quite quiet, though. But talk about being quiet, and we have Tushar, who's not going to be quiet at all. Since Lazy Boy was picked up, UK17 have picked up the pace and now have gone on to secure their first finish of this particular match. Looking to climb up the hill. They won't be in threat for a few short moments, but as soon as they go up the ridge, they're going to be under heavy fire.
This is such an interesting terrain, to be honest, and such an interesting circle. Majority of the teams are playing in from the edges with just Team INC inside the center of it. And that means that they'll have to fight an uphill battle. They will have to guard their back lines, but also there will be a lot of pressure coming in from the front lines as well. And one of them will be Team UK17. And Johnny, it seems like Ash OP, his attempts will be unsuccessful.
Well, Elite Warriors proving to be the most elite inside of the game. 2 players from behind the tree in tandem spray down the competition, resulting in them being in an advantage in the next fight that they take. But that is not the only team they had to worry about. Look at the radar. There's another team with a high ground advantage who can, in fact, be the deterring factor for Team Elite. Warriors surviving more in this game. And as we speak, Devil is the last surviving player from this side. It's going to be close to impossible for him to push further inside of this match. They are surrounded. Mob Esports with the high ground. Look at this. UK17, they try to approach this position, but now Mob, they have the number as well.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting? UK17 and the Elite Warriors, these were matched up by the stars in heaven. They started off this skirmish from Georgiapol itself, and it kept on continuing inside this final circle. Aman actually crashes his buggy onto a tree, but there are so many teams right now, and he's in the firing lines.
That slam itself took away half his HP bar, and he can't really do much with the other half as well. UK17, one after the other. The players are falling left, right, and center, and not a lot of hope remains for them in this match to secure the win and make it theirs. But look at this. ORB Esports, out of nowhere, find themselves being gifted, being blessed by the gods of BGMI, as they are the only team in the center of this circle, and they have quite a decent cover to work with.
Global Esports playing from the edge of the blue circle. They haven't really engaged in much battles yet. Just one squad wipe in their name. Definitely not numbers which are supposed to go along with their name, but it seems like they've spotted a team in the background. Nades being lobbed in, and Shadow wants to scout out more information. It seems like that's going to backfire as a lot of shots were taken, but he still survives. Noob quietly on HP has been softened up from the distance, but Global Esports, they are being denied map presence. This is how good the underdog teams are, Johnny.
Well, they are quite incredible, and they're looking better and
Oh
better.
no!
Oh!
The rear wheel! It's always the worst tire to explode, and now they had to skid past, but Global Esports, they kind of reset for a little while. It seemed like shots were taken. Immediate smokes.
Hey man, if my buggy is going to be put out of position, this is the best possible way to be able to survive that. They landed right next to that monster truck, and they were able to use it as cover, take shots on the players of Last Hope, and then try and reset from this fight. But look at that, Shadow has been knocked out. Dark is trying his back. The spray was phenomenal, resulting in Uneven getting knocked out, and after that they reset. Now focused on Iron Claw, trying to take the high ground away from them, but Noob has taken a lot of damage, a pixel of HP, and is not going to survive for long. But still, Dark Lord from the back lines. An incredible outplay on the opposition, resulting in him and Global Esports, in fact, surviving in this match.
We talked about this play. It was Dark Lord every single time, and this man is still carrying the mantle for Global Esports forward. For sure, there are still 12 teams and 37 players left. He would just want to get as many placement points as he can, because 9 finishes, that's a good number on them already.
Well, that is a good number, but look, there's the uninvited 4. Quite upset with the fact that no one invited them to this party as well. They've secured 3 eliminations to their name, and now I think the next team in their target is the Frantic Saboteurs, who are on the verge of elimination, by the way.
On the verge of elimination, but you mentioned it, the uninvited 4s. They have such a nice position for themselves, holding that high ground advantage, and they've got massive cover. That vantage point is going to give them majority of the finishes, but this is it. Last hope, Shiggy Boys from the backlines. Frantic Saboteurs? What's happening to them?
Well, they were in an awkward position moving down from Severny. Not a lot of places for them to use as cover. And now they have been caught off guard. Look at the sandwich situation that's being built upon them. Claw Esports towards the south. There are players closing in on them from the rear as well. They can't really survive for a lot of time, but I think they're going to look to secure a few eliminations while they are there in this particular matchup. And the main fight that can get them those extra points has to be against the players of Last Hope Shiggy Boys. But let's see how this one is going to go, how this is going to work out for them, because one nade can ruin their plans, and well, not even the nade, this is going to be the M4 in the hands of Harian, and he does secure a few extra points, but Claw Esports looking phenomenal, looking clean in this matchup, secure the points and make sure that Last Hope, well, their hope is going to be no more.
At least they were looking clean, Johnny. Claw Esports, they are certainly hurt, especially in the kind of position they are in. Outside the circle, they've been betrayed, but they want to push forward. And the Northern Fringe has so many teams. They're trying to gatekeep every single team, trying to enter. Claw Esports, they need to possibly go in for a longer rotation from the backlines as well. Look at this, Mob Esports, they have that control of the central part, but this Fringe is completely open from 2 different directions, and Seraph almost landed those shots.
Lack of map awareness right there.
Yeah.
Not really paying attention to Claw Esports, completely focused in on taking the compound away from the players of ORB Esports, and that plan of theirs has backfired. Mob, I don't think they're going to survive in this game for long, and there it is. They got wiped out instantly. Arakan Esports might be the next ones. They are caught in an awkward position towards that western edge of the circle, and their line of fire is completely open for the lads of Claw and ORB at the same time.
I love the fact that Claw Esports split themselves up once again, and their confidence is showing. If they get ZF back, I'm pretty sure they will be the strongest team inside the circle. But this is it, AKE, they want to put ZF out of commission, and thus the names were locked in. But another player goes down, and now Claw and their hopes have been hurt.
Well, Claw Esports trying to claw their way out of this early exit, but now only one. Alright, ZF has been brought back, so 3 players still remaining. 1 lad was knocked out. IGL has been knocked out now. Phoenix finished off again in a world of hurt. Claw Esports, it's like a back and forth for them.
Yeah.
1 second, they are in trouble. The next second, they try to bring themselves back, but it's not really working out. They are in an uncomfortable position. ORB Esports, why are they stepping out? They made a massive mistake. They did not need to step out from behind their cover, and they did. Lynch is knocked out. Skull was knocked. He has been brought back into the game, but if this goes on, ORB, they'll just throw the advantage that was there for them since the start.
Exactly, but at least they have a breather for themselves. Team NTG, they put the brakes onto the pressure, but once again, Lynch has been struck, and Deadshot is going to get him out. Team NTG, what are they waiting for, though, here?
Let's see. Waiting for the end to come, I guess. But now all of these teams are waiting.
Yeah.
Just waiting for a single mistake for the opposing side. But the zone again on the players of ORB Esports. I think it's going to be a frantic fight between Arakan Esports and the lads of ORB. And then if NTG, they're patient enough, maybe they can capitalize.
You know, the uninvited 4, they are the only ones who can challenge ORB right now.
Yeah.
The circle is massive. It is a massive, massive dent on the other 2 teams' hopes of getting this chicken dinner. Nades being lobbed in. If the uninvited 4 can manage to get the compound for themselves, the chicken dinner is possibly theirs. But of course, with Arakan Esports as well as Claw still in the vicinity, their whole job will be to try and dent ORB and their hopes. And I think it is being No, wait! ORB, they hit back and a squad wipe is up front.
Well, to be honest, they started off quite nicely, Arakan Esports, but I think they completely forgot about the fact that ORB had concrete cover available, and Arakan, after they are wiped out, Claw Esports trying to take control of the zone away from ORB, but that is not happening, as Seraph is going to be put down, and Devil is trying to hide behind the tree, but that is not a lot of cover to work with. The uninvited four, they have made it into the top 3 of this match with just 1 player remaining. Well, 2 players remaining.
Yeah.
In fact, Ankit is behind that rock, but it's a 2v4. It's going to be a difficult position, but ORB distracted. What is happening? They're not even paying attention. The Ankit has been here for the last 4 minutes.
This is the second time ORB lost their attention, lost their target onto the uninvited four, but finally, that is their only target left right now. And Lynch, he is marking Ankit and his presence. They messed it up quite a bit, but it seems like this time around, this 2v4 should be easy for them, but the first knock has been established.
Uninvited four, always showing up uninvited to the party, and they've showed up in the top 2. They did gain the numbers advantage. It was a 2v2 for a few seconds, but then Yash has been brought back by Black from the side of ORB Esports, and now Skull has gone for a revive on his teammate Lynch. So it is now again a massive disadvantage for the lads of the uninvited four. I want to see how much utility the lads of ORB Esports are left with. Well, it's not even going to matter, as Newton is going to be put down to his knees, and that means ORB Esports, they just have to complete the matchup and secure the winner chicken dinner by wiping out Lynch from the game. First game proving to be an incredible start for the lads of ORB Esports. Really did not expect this. I mean, they were at the center of the zone for so long.
You know, to be honest, this chicken dinner has to go to rather the Circle or the BGMI gods, because they just gave it to them on a silver platter, to be honest. The fact that they made so many mistakes against the uninvited four but still managed to survive is basically a gift.
And that was quite surprising. What was the mistakes about? I mean, I understand they were distracted by the players of Arakan, but talking about Arakan and uninvited four, quite an impressive run. Both the teams making it into the top 4, uninvited four finishing out the second. It was incredible.
It certainly was incredible, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of points acquired, but again, that storyline, where did Global Esports finish? How many points did they acquire? And which undergods are we looking forward to in the next 2 games? That's going to come after a very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ
ब्रो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकी तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो.
That incredible video that you saw just now was from the game Road to Valor, and an Indian faction has just been added to it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be pretty exciting, so make sure that you check it out. But coming back to the day itself, it was the first game for this group, and we saw a lot of these teams perform. ORB, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah?
They got them the chicken and I handed to them. What do you have to say about it, Necro?
Hey, look, man, as soon as I heard that Global Esports is going to be playing inside this group, I thought no other team stands a chance. But then Global Esports, they got caught in mid-rotation. That's where things sort of screwed up for them. They tried their best to make it inside the late game scenario, but unfortunately, just things didn't work out. And ORB, being an underdog team, still been able to perform this well, I think so they've definitely got a lot.
To be honest, ORB has always been knocking at the doors of Tier 1 BGMI, to be honest. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll witness their journey to the chicken dinner once again in the highlights. Of course, Global Esports, you just brought up that conversation. Their whole rotation was delayed by the fact that they decided to loot quite a lot. And this was the fight that we witnessed. They almost kneeled down in front of the other team.
I mean, just imagine starting all the way from down south towards Military Island and then trying to make it towards Yasna Poliana. That's a big distance that you're trying to cover, right, Salty? So trying to traverse that much amount of distance, of course, you did pass through a couple of stages inside the game. And for Global Esports, you're not going to have that information, which team is going to be holding on what spot. They just got completely caught off guard by one of the teams that was on the edges. And that's where things sort of just screwed up for them. They were on a down man number. And then you also got to mention Claw Esports, the team that made it all the way from the grind. Not exactly from the grind, but that team were not able to make it from the grind. And now they're back from the in-game qualifiers. So I really do want to see what Claw's got in the upcoming 2 games.
And they were pretty good as well. I mean, they had the confidence inside the final circle. They could drive their vehicles around, scout for information, and at least get those finishes to work with. They had entered the top 4, but that is all that they could potentially do, because once again, like I said, there was just one compound inside that final circle, and it was dominated by ORB.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to hold that compound, being able to have all the things just sighted for you. Then later on, some are downline, ORB Esports too. They're getting shot at from the back lines and the left lines. Makes a lot of sense. If you're going to be the only team with the compound inside the late game scenario, you're also going to be the center of attraction, because everyone will be jealous of you having the prime spot. But now that ORB Esports had that prime spot, they were able to hold it down quite nicely.
Hold it down quite nicely, to be honest, but of course they looked shaky at times, especially when the uninvited 4 came in from the back lines. There were a lot of mistakes being given out. They constantly had their focus onto Claw and the Arakan Esports, because of which they were out in the open, because of which they had their guard out as well. And that was the moment where the uninvited force could have actually hit them, but it did not really hurt because they could not actually execute it.
Exactly, and not just that. Speaking about Claude, right, once again, you brought them up. I really felt like their team play was on the point. I think Claw Esports, with the way they were able to showcase their team play inside the lobby, they were also playing on the edges. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they were out in the open too. That's why they were not able to survive to the late game scenario. But in general, with the calls they were making, I was looking at them on the map feed. They were making some good calls.
Exactly. I mean, up until the second circle, the second last circle, to be honest, I felt like Claw had a massive advantage. Their split inside that inside that southern edge was absolutely brilliant. They had 4 vehicles to work with to use as cover. Even though they were in the open, the tree and the vehicle combination was working, but out of nowhere, 2 players got knocked down, and that is where Claw and their hopes were just taken down.
Exactly, Claw and their hopes. But speaking about Global Esports, man, maybe in the upcoming few games, they will need to try and turn up the pace a little bit on their wheels, because taking that late game rotation did not really work out for them that well. But if you are like the coach of Global Esports, just like how Mayavi is, what would your wording be?
First of all, I'm not the coach, but if I am the coach, I would just tell them to play their natural game, to be honest, because Global Esports, they like to go in aggressive, not just in these lobbies, but also in the Tier 1 lobbies as well. And when they play aggressive, that is their true nature. They do not really need that added inventory to try and win those fights. You saw how Dark Lord is. this man is absolutely skilled. I think he can bring out a fight from any particular situation. So just try and put yourself out there, get those early numbers, and just create that havoc. Don't be a part of the havoc, create that havoc and dictate the pace of the game.
Be the one to start it, huh? Do
Yeah.
not be the one to take part in it. And Global Esports, unfortunately, in that previous one, they sort of took part in the havoc, and that's where they caught off guard. Not just that, Dark Lord, Ninja Boy, these guys, even Noob. This guy's quite insane, right? The entirety of the lineup of Global Esports, they've got so much more potential. I just feel like, considering it was the first game, they need a little bit more time inside the lobby to sort of get used to the pacing and all that stuff. But for now, as we do move forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Lynch from ORB with 6 finishes.
Exactly. Lynch, of course, was very clinical in his finish numbers. He constantly spotted the players out. He got the most amount of information as well, and he also converted that into the most number of points. Dark Lord, of course, closely falling by with 5 finishes. And, of course, then you have got the rest of the teams. Arkan Esports with 3 finishes. Back to ORB with Skull as well as Yash. Now, Team ORB, they could rack up finishes because of the fact that they had the hard cover compound for themselves. Yeah. Everyone was basically a line target practice, and they did it actually perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, speaking about doing things perfectly, now it's time for us to move on forward and take a look at the match rankings, right? This is where the main icebreaker is going to be for this Group 36, because considering Global Esports is participating inside the group, everyone's eyes are going to be locked in Global Esports, and they're inside the top 5, but not a lot of points.
Not a lot of points for sure, right? This is not the Global Esports standard that they have set. But, of course, credits to where credit is due. ORB Esports with 28 points. What a beautiful performance it has been. Claw Esports as well, 18 points for them. I'm pretty sure this group is going to be where the top 3... I'm pretty sure nobody will be able to decide it up until the final game.
And not just that, I'm not going to lie. A little bit of expectations from I Love You. I like that name. It's quite a unique name, but unfortunately this time their love was not really out there inside the lobby that well. Hopefully in the upcoming moments they will be able to show some hearts in the chicken dinner while they do take it. But then speaking of that, even Royal Official. The name sounds quite royal, but they're not too royal.
You know, it's just not just Royal Official as well. There are so many teams with good names. Last Hope Shiggy Boys, as well as Frantic Saboteurs. I mean, me and Johnny, we were discussing how you have to actually wear a tuxedo before calling out this team, before naming this team, to be honest, because it sounds extremely classy.
Hey, look, man. For me, I Love You has to be the favorite one. I just want to spread love all across the BGIS community, man. I just want to be the one to tell everyone, hey, guys, listen, me, Salty, every single one on the English panel, we all love you guys. But you know what? Soon enough, we're going to move on forward and take a look at the matchup. This is where, once again, these teams will be duking it out on the upcoming map of Miramar.
Yes, and Miramar definitely is going to be dicey. Now, ORB Esports, initially when their previous lineup used to play, they loved playing on the map of Miramar. I'm not really sure how their performance is going to be in this one as well, but hoping that they are going to continue that momentum from the last game, Negro.
Exactly. Speak about continuing from the momentum. For all the other teams who are not able to find that momentum, it's going to be a little bit tough to continue because they had none. So it's better that you guys try and pull something off your sleeve if you guys do have any type of new strategies upcoming. But that's where the problem lies, right? It's the underdog lobbies. You never know. If you're going to be coming in with a set pattern to play in the game, Salty, that's where the main problems happen. You try to play your set pattern, but then there's a team just playing completely randomly.
Exactly, and adaptability is probably the most important skill in a round 1 lobby as well. Just like you mentioned, set patterns wouldn't work. Sometimes we get to see extremely slow starts to game. Sometimes we see crazy domination right from the beginning. So there is no proper pacing. There is no set pacing in this map itself. And that is something which teams have to adapt every single time. They have to witness the action, what's happening, and then act accordingly.
It's mainly because these teams are not familiar to each other, right?
Exactly.
That's exactly what the problem is. And this is why I personally say I love to cast these underdog games, because you never know how things are going to be shaping out. Anyone can be caught off guard. Anything can happen at any moment. But considering the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Miramar, one thing is for sure, high ground has to be the priority.
High ground always has to be the priority on the map of Miramar. I'm pretty sure the circles will play their part, you know. I mean, the circle will betray the high grounds in the final moments, and I'm pretty sure that the teams will be caught in the mix. But it's just about having that exit strategy, having that plan B. You might have the plan B, plan A, that is to try and go upstairs and try and get as much information, as many points that you can acquire. But not having that plan B always catches these teams off guard and takes away the chicken from them.
Yeah, speak about the plan B, though. I mean, really, can you have any type of plans in these type of lobbies? That's my question. I don't think so you can have any plans to execute in these type of lobbies. Imagine if Global Esports, they just shut their brains down and just go all guns blazing.
I'm pretty sure they can do that, to be honest, because you can't trust this team. This team, this team is, to be honest, supposed to be the most aggressive team in the Tier 1 circuit, and I'm pretty sure that they are just warming up on the map of Erangel. Erangel was not their true colors on Miramar, as well as on the map of Sanhok, which is still there to remain. I'm pretty sure Global Esports, they are starting to unleash their colors.
Hey, look, all the upcoming underdog teams, I just have got one tip to give you guys. You better be good at your adaptive nature. If you've got the best adaptive skills, you will be able to adapt on the fly. And that's how you will be able to make some set plans in the game itself. As soon as you see that circle shift, you have that information to rely on. You adapt quickly, and you try to figure out a safe rotation path on the fly. But if you're going to be having a safe pattern that you already pre-planned, it's not going to work out.
It's 100% not going to work out because they also are playing in these types of lobbies for the first time, possibly, right? Probably for the first time, they're playing in an official event like this, which is being broadcasted. So for many of these players, it's extremely difficult. It's on their nerves. But just trying to be calm, just trying to be collected is going to be the mantra for them, to be honest. And the most important thing is they've done it. Global Esports were caught in a pickle. They did not have any sort of map presence, any sort of map control inside of that Starboard region where they actually went in. And I'm pretty sure that if things continue to be that way, Global Esports and ORB officials, they're going to have a hard time.
Hey, look, man, speaking about a hard time, you have pretty much a hard time when we're playing the TDMs.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the flame starts and the roast starts. I'm the one who takes it up to the chin. Sometimes it's the beard, sometimes it's the gameplay. But what can we do? I just love these boys and I let them have their fun.
Hey, but you know what? I've also heard from the production itself that the game's booted up, and soon enough, the plane's going to be hitting the skies. I want to ask you for your predictions.
Global Esports, let's just not actually make it pretty interesting. To be honest, I feel like this is the team who will actually hit the knockout blow to all these underdogs.
Hey, look, man, that's like one of the safest bets you can go for.
Yeah, and that is where you want to put most of your money.
Okay, all right, well, you know what? I'm going to go with Claw. I think so. This team has definitely got a lot to showcase inside the game of Miramar, and they're also going to be on the redemption arc.
Didn't you just say I Love You would be one of the teams who you want
I would. I would. But if I want to be realistic inside the entire expectation game and the prediction game, I think so. Claw Esports has to be the second safest bet if I want to move on forward. Of course, ORB they already won, so I don't think so. Going with them has to be like the way to go because that would be another safe pick.
Exactly. I mean, 28 points acquired. They know, as a matter of fact, that their case inside the top 3 is already set. It's all about the next 2 slots which are for the contention of the round 2 itself. That is going to be chased by majority of these teams. But ladies and gentlemen, Miramar is getting dolled up and I am ready. Necro, are you?
I am definitely ready. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane's going to hit the skies once again, and the plane flight path starting all the way from La Cabrera towards Puerto Paraiso. And this plane flight path is actually quite nice too, Salty, allowing all the teams wherever they want to go to.
Absolutely, and the plane flight paths have been rather forgiving, to be honest. Majority of the games that we have seen so far, be it Erangel, be it Miramar, or be it Sanhok, the flight paths have been forgiving, but the circles haven't really, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, they will be able to get to their drop location with no early collisions. If I'm not mistaken, El Pozo is the region where multiple teams are hovering around. That might actually cause some problems. But apart from that, nothing much in the southern territory as well, at least for now, though.
At least for now. I mean, considering a lot of the teams have taken the early exit from the plane fly path, and as I mentioned, in this map in general, the main priority for you has to be to take the high ground. Let's see, Global Esports is probably going to be one of those teams to instantly just seal the deal and take control of the high ground because they like to drop towards that power grid area.
Yeah, they do so. But of course, we'll have to find out if they go for those early bits of aggression because they have Team ORB just around the corner. It seems like ORB's Lynch is extremely close towards Montenuevo.
Yeah. I mean, considering ORB's link is quite close to Montenegro, right, Salty? Now, let's see how things are going to be looking like in the future lights, because you never know. Maybe things can be going south for ORB, and we've seen a lot of the times, too. Teams that kick things off. Yeah, exactly. Teams that kick things off in a fantastic manner. In the upcoming two games, completely downhill performance.
Downhill performance, but I'm not expecting that, to be honest. ORB, this should be their map. This should be, they always prioritize position, and they have that circle awareness as well.
Yeah.
And it seems like if they do that, we have a basic circle up front. If they actually manage to find those good compounds, hopefully ORB will be able to carry on that bit of momentum. But look at this though, what's brewing up. Team Elite Warriors. They got eliminated early in the last game in the midst of battle. They were constantly being pressured by UK-17 through Georgia Pool towards shooting range and continuously being peppered with bullets. This time around as well, their drop location has been a problem.
Oh, this is not too good, Salty. I mean, for now, one guy's out in the open. The other guy's got his hands on a vehicle, and this means there's a potential chance of him just running over that player. Before now is sort of taking things a little bit calm. He's going to have a little bit of mercy on the opponent. Maybe he did not even spot him in the first place.
Nah, I'm pretty sure he spotted it, but he had to ignore him. But of course, it seems like Vipul is actually going on a chase. Now, this is interesting. If the buggy actually follows, I'm pretty sure he's going to catch up. And Necro, we know what comes next. Does he not have his teammates so close by? This is a problem because 2 players from team number 9, they are ready.
I mean, this team's name is Terminator.
Terminator.
So will they be actually able to terminate the opposition? That's my question. Let's find out. The Terminators inside the lobby looking to terminate a couple of opponents in the front lines. While the opponents moved out of the open, the Scorpions pulled out. This man's actually trying to challenge a fight with just a handgun. What is he doing over here?
The man had 10 bullets in his chamber. He possibly thought that a Scorpion with an iron sight is going to be enough to take down the other guy. Team Elite Warriors. Pretty sure if they see the situation of Vipul, they're going to be laughing.
No.
This man is extremely optimistic.
Indeed he is, but this is not the way they should have tried to challenge the fight. Initially, they make the push happen against the opponents, but Terminators, they're doing a great job. But the Elite Warriors, too, the man in the front, he was trying his best to hold back, but eventually he gets dealt with. Terminator, able to kick things off on a fantastic note.
Yeah, one player was knocked out, but he's going to get revived, so nothing really causing problems for them. But for the other team, Team Elite Warriors, another early elimination from them.
Indeed there is. For Team Elite Warriors, once again, they're here for vengeance. They're here to take some revenge, as they did find out another knockout against the opponents. Now, once again, both these teams back to the equal playing field. Team Elite Warriors looking to press up on the charges. Unfortunately for the foes, that do not really have a lot of loot to back themselves up. This is where Terminators might just be terminated. This is where the tables might just be flipped against them. Devil pushes up close and personal, shuts the man down with the OZ in the close.
The Elite Warriors, they are seeking revenge in this situation. And just like we witnessed, 2 players were down. 1 player has been completely wiped off, and now Cyber is the only one who is still standing.
So he's looking quite nice. Somewhere else on the map, though. Once again, 2 teams going off of each other. Team Incredible against the foes in the front in the name of Royal. Royal in the previous game as well, they did not really have that good of a start, and now too inside the fight. Things are not really kicking off the way they wanted to. Another man goes down. Psycho is going to be the one to apply a bit more pressure constantly. And for Royal, they need to keep on holding on. In one single bad step, and Royal Official will be eliminated from the game. Right now, the man's pinned upside. And as soon as the nade's going to be tossed inside that closet room, the problems will be made even more.
But Hello has been knocked down from the backlines. This might be the start of problems. Team Royal Officials, reinforcements incoming, and I feel like this is going to be it. Anurag still managed to dish out so much damage. But Necro, who do you think is coming on top? Because trades are being exchanged left, right, and center.
That is true. Trades indeed are being exchanged left, right, and center. Psycho, once again, he strikes down the competition in really good form. Euphorium, though, is trying his best to fight back. He actually managed to get one, but that's all he's going to find. Royal Official, once again, get eliminated for the first inside the entire game on the 16th spot.
Yeah, first team to get wiped off, and Team Incredible, they haven't really lost much. Only Hello, who was rather interesting with his names, but couldn't really impress with his gameplay in this game.
Royal Official, they need to figure some stuff out. Once again, they need to go back to their training grounds, try and practice a little bit more, grind some more, and then maybe be back.
To be honest, it was always Team Incredible. It was always their fight, but look at this, Zenith Official. This is such a nice position for them, the third party. But it's just Junior who is in this position. If he tries and gets inside that finish point, maybe the reinforcements might come in and they might decide to push.
Yeah, Zenith Official is third party that's came into play. At least they know that now that the opponents are quite softened up. They can try and press on the charges even more, but for now, Zenith Official, they're taking things a little bit calm and composed. It's better if they try to do or play that way.
They have got the high ground advantage on multiple angles, and they know that the other team, they are completely playing pin, ladies and gentlemen, as we once again look at the replay. And this is how Royal Official just got completely wiped off. I mean, Incredible, they are present everywhere. They only wanted to try and focus on the trades. The only reason why they were on the positive side of those trades is because they had the numbers advantage every single time. They were doubling down on those 2v1s, 3v1s. But who would know that from the backlines? Zenith were also present.
They indeed were. But Zenith were a little bit late to the party. Already things had escalated so much between these two teams that were duking it out inside that compound that things sort of fell off for them.
They could have capitalized, to be honest. Zenith could have pushed up against Incredibles because, I mean, of course, information was not there. The fact that Team Incredibles have lost a couple of players, lost one player, in fact, and also the fact that the other team, that is Zenith officials, they had multiple vantage points. They could have potentially capitalized, but they decided not to go in that aggressive in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, exactly. They could have went. Again, there can be a lot of coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? But at the end of the day, it would have involved a lot of risk.
Yeah.
We know. That's why Zenith probably did not want to take that risk. Because what if one of the players got knocked out and confirmed on their way when they were trying to make that push happen? Anything can happen. So many possibilities.
But this is the game, Necro. This is the map which decides the fate of majority of these teams. We know, as a matter of fact, that Erangel is done and dusted, and only one map remains. That means Miramar is going to be your best bet to try and rack up as many points as you can. You cannot afford to try and stay safe inside the battlegrounds because none of these teams are safe.
None of these. And for still quite a lot of teams, the qualification's on the line. Yeah, in the previous game, a couple of teams were able to make it till the late game scenario, but still nothing can be said just behalf of that first game. As I mentioned, anything can happen at any time. Maybe the team that was performing so well from the past couple of times, they can fall down.
Exactly, and to double click on to what you just said, we just saw the point standings, and it is extremely close. From the first position, of course, ORB official, they've built up that 10-point lead. We know, as a matter of fact, 10 points is barely anything. But from second to the 5th or the 6th spot, there is so much competition, so many teams still trying to vie for those extra bit of points. As we have a look at the map itself, the zone has taken a western hardship. Not a hardship, to be honest. It still is favoring the middle portion of El Pozo and San Martin, and teams are already present. You wanted Global Esports to get those early position and get that high ground advantage. It seems like they've done it.
That's what they do. That's what they literally do. Global Esports dropping towards that power grid area. They've already started things off with an advantage. All they need to do is just make on top of the hills, and that's what they're doing so far. Ninja Boy, that prone spray that came into play for a little bit more stability. He managed to blow up the vehicle and also find that knockout. Some precise shooting from Ninja Boy. Laser beams coming out of his gun.
Absolutely. 2 players being knocked out, and now he wants to scout for 2 more. And of course, this just gives them that amazing vantage point, that amazing visibility. He just had to connect the shots, and at that range, these players, they're not going to miss much. But Lazy Boy, it seems like he's quite close by. Does he have some backup, though? That is the question. If two players from Team UK17 are in close proximity, it might be a 2v2 battle. But we'll have to find out. Information still hasn't been passed. But on the map, I can only see one guy. That's going to be Lazy Boy.
UK17, considering how things have been looking like for them, they're quite in a bit of a pressure. But speak about being in pressure, two teams once again duking it out against each other. For now, it does definitely seem like that one of the team in the name of Team Elite Warrior, once again, they found themselves another fight. As the first initial nade's going to find out the opening knockout, and now the opponents will be looking to press on the charges a bit more. They would want to apply that constant pressure, and that's what they're doing. Devil going for that last moment patch. He pushes up close and personal against the opponents, but it does not work out. It's the players of I Love You who sealed the deal and put that nail in the coffin.
And I love this, and I love what they did exactly, right? I Love You. They had the man advantage, but even then, they respected the opposition. Beautiful utility usage right there. They knew that a couple of knockouts are confirmed. That means there's just going to be 1 or 2 guys left. They charge in with all forces. They do not really hold on to their brakes, and I love this team already. Their team combination is brilliant, and the way they play in tandem is lovely. If they can only carry this forward up until the ending stages of the game, that is where they are going to bring up those high numbers. It seems like Team Zenith official, even they have something similar to display. They have been knocked out quite a lot. Harsh has lost his life, but it seems like no one is coming into charge against it.
And Zenith official, considering they've got the high ground to play with, things are definitely going to be looking quite nice. Junior hears all the sound that's approaching him for now. And actually, Psycho approaches him a little bit too close and personal with the Vector. And Psycho's got no clue that there's a man in the close right, and Junior strikes him down. What a way to wait for the prey to just step into your crosshairs.
He was just way too greedy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he just thought that there would be one player completely blindsided by Junior in that situation. But now Team INC, what do they do right now? Possibly will try and fall back, but spray down being laid, damage being dished. I'm pretty sure this is just a signal. This is just a warning signal, but the cavalry is approaching them.
Cavalry approaching, and Zenith now will need to try and adapt on the fly. Once again, the fight now escalates as another man goes down. Parasite, incredible. They're having a tough time inside the fight. Anurag now is going to be the only last glimmer of hope left for this team. And let's see how they will try to out-survive the opponents. The nade was definitely quite perfect. Hersho Z knocked out, but Anurag himself is quite softened up. One single nade, and Anurag's deal will be sealed. He's trying his best to fight back. Utilities are being exchanged from both the sides, but eventually that one single closure that comes into play, and Anurag will be out of the game.
Yeah, the flank was brilliant. Of course, Harsh will be revived as well, and Zenith official, they are going to continue their chase for that high ground advantage.
Speak about the high ground advantage, I mean, Zenith officials, for a moment I thought there was also a third party approaching, but then I realized, no, it's their own teammate who's closing up from the back. So, yeah, Zenith official, really good placements on the map inside the fight. And as I mentioned, inside these type of lobbies where you don't exactly know the playing structure of the opponents, it's better if you just try to adapt on the fly, and that's what Zenith did.
Yeah, but look at this, Global Esports and their split. It's brilliant. Noob, even though he's quite separated from the rest of the team, he still has this nice little vantage point. Of course, he is completely open from rest of the directions, but the shots being laid out, he's still getting so much work done for his team. Another finish point to work with.
Indeed. Global Esports, 4 eliminations already wrapped up by this team. And as I said, for the opponents that were against the players of Global Esports, things weren't looking that hot. Especially Ninja Boy. This man was just shooting out laser beams with his M416. Proning down, going for the shots against the foes. Some perfect connections were being found. And just to let you guys know, once again, why do you exactly prone before spraying? It's going to give you much more stability, much more accuracy, which will help you in the longer range sprays.
Exactly, helps you control your recoil basically.
Yeah.
But mob officials, they were quite hurt, and it's very surprising that Global Esports, they did not charge presses against them. I possibly thought that GE would not hesitate to try and go up against this squad. They got the 2 knocks, they had the better positioning and the man advantage, but even then they decided to disengage. But look at this, it seems like Zenith is in the midst of some sort of a battle as Team TEX is charging in. But I think it's a 2v2, but reinforcements might arise.
Speak about the reinforcements, and Zenith once again, they're here to dig against the opponents. That's the first knockouts has been found. All the time, this team's able to get the initial opening in their hands, and that's how they get the advantage inside the entire upcoming moment as well. Now another team in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, from which the uninvited 4, they're sort of pinned down by Global Esports. This high ground advantage that they have, Global Esports is just raining down terror on the lobby.
But for how long, Necro? Is the question, because look at this. The circle once again has dished them, and this is what we were talking about in the pre-show as well. The circle will eventually ditch you no matter if you have the high ground control or not. But Global Esports, I'm pretty sure they are the ones who will always have the exit strategy set. Shadow just want to get more benefit out of this position, more finish points to work with. Global Esports, I think it's still not time for them to move. They still want to farm from this position.
Makes a lot of sense. You've got the high ground. Make the most use of it. Global Esports, they've already got a lot of information to play around with. All they need to do is get a little bit more elimination points if they really do desire to do so. And for now, we've got Erangel Esports in front of us. Out in the open, not really in that good of a spot, but they need to find themselves a comfortable one as they keep on moving forward. Claw Esports was right next to him, and one of the players from the side of Claw is actually being knocked out as well. Soon enough, that man will be eliminated out of the game.
Soon enough. But look at this. Frantic Saboteurs, they are on their tour, but they are closely followed by Mob, and this fight might actually break out any soon. They're still trying to get themselves the Northern Ridge, which is right in front of them, but it is extremely difficult for them to attain it because many teams are contesting for the same piece of real estate, Necro.
Speak about the same piece of real estate. Frantic, pulling up quite close to a team that's right next to him. And this is where Mob officials, the struggles might just start knocking on the door. And yeah, it's the players of Frantic. Mob Official trying their best to readjust inside this fight, to reposition in the fight. But they know now that soon enough they're going to be surrounded. They're going to be mopped up by all the other teams that are trying to get the closure. CR9, the man from the side of Claw, he made quite a close rotation. Still no connections found.
Mob officials just trying to make use of the high ground advantage for themselves, and so much information being relayed. They can see every single rotation happening, and what is that? I reckon Esports, they just wanted to fly a buggy right under the nose of Mob officials.
Yeah, Mob officials, all they could do is just see them rotate. And as I said, for Mob, they need to readjust quickly. The time's running out of their hands, and right now, the prime spot inside the circle too, they're going to start to get booked up. The same thing goes to the players of Global Esports as well. That's why they're starting to move up. Dark Lord is already separated out from the rest of the pack. He's inside the safe zone. And he's going to be like sort of like that insurance policy. Even if the circle moves away, Global Esports have Dark Lord is inside the circle. He will keep that position pinned down. But look at the highlights. This is how Global Esports, they managed to accumulate the elimination points.
Yeah, Global Esports, it seems like they are on the climb for sure. Not just on the hills, but also on the points table. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ninja Boy, and he's already in position. A lot of damage being dealt, but he waits for reinforcements to come in, and Shadow is here with his buggy.
Oh, runs him over. Not the way things should be kicked off. Claw Esports on the receiving end too. Global Esports right now, they're just having a date with Destiny. Every single player that's standing against them is just crumbling down. Ninja Boy in the front lines. This man has been wrecking havoc, just raining down terror on the lobby. Look at the amount of utilities he's got. 5 nades, 5 smokes, 2 Molotov. He's stacked up.
He is stacked up. He is iced. But Global Esports in together, they are holding the southern territory of the circle quite brilliantly. This is the high ground, and they're going to get so much information because multiple teams are on their vehicles, and everyone is basically a free target. Shadow, he spotted another one.
Salty, this is Global's game, 100%.
Yeah.
I can sense it. The circle too, not exactly on the players of Global, but it's not going to be that tough for them to actually make it in. The man out in the open, don't exactly know where the map knowledge is, but yeah, he gets shot down by Global Esports. The awareness lacking, and Mob officials, they start digging their own graves. And Global Esports is just here to take advantage of every single piece of action, every single piece of movement that's happening in front of them. All the time, Global Esports, they've maintained one thing, and that is the high ground advantage.
Exactly. They have so much vantage point. They have so much information. Another squad being wiped off. MOB just could not do anything over there, and now their next target is going to be ORB Esports. Possibly ORB Esports came up with a very interesting strategy. They were lying low this entire game, and they're playing for positioning. They're playing for placements, but Frantic Saboteurs are right underneath in this little valley there is, and Black has spotted him.
Indeed he has. And for Frantic, they've got the man advantage. ORB, it's only one man at the front lines. For now, it's a 1-on-2. The rest of the players of ORB, they're not even close to this guy. And this is where the opponents might just have the advantage, but no, instead, it's the players of Frantic who've lost out on the initial, man. Ninja Boy still low in the back lines. Look at this guy. He's all across the board, taking fights all across the table. And for now, even Global Esports gets the closure. They push up close and personal against Frantic from the back, and they're here to accumulate the eliminations.
AG is omnipresent inside this lobby, and they know every single thing what's going on. ORB officials still trying to line up, possibly clean up their backlines before charging against Global Esports, but the nades being thrown in, I'm pretty sure Global Esports, they want to just wait for that initial knock before actually pushing in forward.
Indeed. And speak of Global Esports, look at the split these guys have. This is insanity. Not even scared of the competition. This is what it just dictates. Dark Lord is way too far away from the rest of the pack. Now finally starting to make a couple of micro movements here and there. The only reason why Dark Lord was so far away, he was trying to scout, gain information for his team, and then Global Esports, they will have so much more information to readjust better inside the upcoming stages of the game. And for now, speaking about the team that's in the front, ORB, they won the previous game, and ORB, they're looking forward to repeat the history.
Exactly, but the biggest force is going to be Global Esports, and Ninja Boy find the first knock for himself. Now look at this, the gatekeeping situation, and of course the high ground advantage. Global Esports are a 3-man team. ORB is a 3-man team right now. Skull and Yash, a massive challenge right in front of them, Necro.
Exactly, 2 players in the front lines of the players of Global Esports, and ORB, they're getting pounced on by Global. This is where the real problems are starting to knock their doors, and ORB Esports, they're not able to to deal with the problems. They crack under the pressure. One more man to go, and that's going to be it. Global Esports, they put a full stop to the fairy tale of ORB Esports. That dream of getting 2 chicken dinners back-to-back is going to stay a dream.
Global Esports, they look invincible at this point. They always have the geographical advantage. They always have the topography for themselves as well. But now they need to clean up the peak of this territory, and that is being marked by Devil from Team Claw in very close proximity. But I'm pretty sure Global Esports, with the kind of numbers that they have, it should be easy for them to go, but they're still paying respect. Utility being lobbed in, smokes being lobbed in as well, and they're trying to send in the scout right now. Nobody inside the shack, but close by.
Late game scenario, and that man from Claw is all by himself in the center of the circle too. And you know what I say, right? If a guy is in the center of the late game circle, he can also be the center of attraction. But that's it. Global Esports, Dark Lord, what a heroic entry inside the fray. Runs over that man. And Claw Esports, that's going to be it from them, ladies and gentlemen. They take an exit in the top 6.
Dark Lord was not even in the situation. He just came flying with his buggy, and that was a mid-air collision. But look at this. From the backlines, is the uninvited four, and Atang did find a knock and a finish for himself. A very crucial point for this team. But Global Esports, I'm not really sure if they're going to be hurt.
Yeah, and for now, Global Esports, 17 elimination points wrapped up. As I mentioned, if Global Esports, they just started going all guns blazing, and that's what they've done. They said bye-bye to the tactical gameplay. They said bye-bye to the late game rotations, and they were like, okay, it's time for us to just straight up go with our raw gun power, and that's what they've done. Global Esports, they're just able to step and stomp on any other team that stands against them, and no one's able to stand tall.
Nobody's able to stand tall. That's one of the reasons why players from Last of Shiggy Boys, they are just droning in front of them. They do not want to peek because every single player who gets spotted, he will get sprayed down. And Ninja Boy is ensuring that he dishes out the most amount of damage inside this lobby itself.
Ninja Boy with this high ground that he's got once again with the amount of bullets too. He's just unloading in the front lines. Finds a couple of connections through the smoke too. Gets another man taken down and eliminated from the game. Ninja Boy, he's just unloading so many magazines. This man is just raining down hellfire against the opponents that are inside the smoke. And he knows all he needs to do is just keep on spamming. Eventually, he'll find at least one of that connection. And look at Dark Lord just moving around inside the buggy, spotting out every single potential foe that's around him.
He's so confident. He knows that in spite of the fact that he's vulnerable, he will get the information and will be back to safety. And this is Global Esports and their movement. They're controlling the circle like it's an orchestra. But the circle has shifted away from them and they still need to press forward. Multiple teams just beating the hell out of each other, and Global Esports is just chipping in with the point itself.
Yeah. And Global Esports, once again, taking things a little bit slow, and finally that silence breaks out. Another knockout there, and Dark Lord is just moving around inside a buggy, just getting those confirmations done. What is this guy doing? Not scared of anyone. There's so many bullets just raining down on Dark Lord, but he's still somehow managing to dodge all of those. And now Last Hope, Shiggy Boys in the front. That nade's going to be tossed up, but not close enough. Not exactly finding the mark. And that's why the team that was in the front, which was I Love You, they will be able to stay alive for a couple of more moments.
Last Hope, they lost another man in the process. And now the central part of the zone is quite empty. Team I Love You, just like you mentioned, they were still trying to just stay safe at the edge of the circle, but that's being deterred by two teams. Number one, Global Esports, and number two will be Last Hope as well. Shots being fired, trade is there, and Ninja Boy is ever precise. 9 finishes on this lad.
Ninja Boy's just on an absolute rampage. He's of course going to be the MVP too of that previous game, of this game. And I Love You, eventually even they get eliminated from the game. Global Esports, they're on an absolute tear, a demon time from these guys. Dark Lord from the backlines, all he's doing is just moving around with the buggy that he's got. And TUF, even these guys, they need to move inside the circle. The Uninvited 4, they get eaten alive by the play zone. And that's it, Iron Claw. These guys have made it inside the top 2 situation. Global Esports, they've got all the advantage they can ask for. The last man, he gets dealt with, and that's it. Global Esports, they get the chicken dinner to kick things off inside the second game. Nicely done.
I mean, I kind of predicted, I predicted Global Esports would be the one who would get the chicken dinner. So brownie points for me. Treat tonight for dinner on you.
I mean, yeah, of course, there's a buffet just
Yeah.
waiting in our hotel, so that's my treat technically. But moving on forward, as we all know, how things really kicked up for Global Esports. Global Esports, they just had a really good positioning off the bat, dropping inside power
Right
grid.
off the
We
bat.
know there's a high ground too. So Global Esports, all they had to do was just get done with loot as quick as possible, hold that high ground. That's what they did. Ninja Boy, this guy was just raining down terror on any single team that was standing against him.
Exactly, and I'm just wondering how much ammunition did he carry in his backpack, to be honest, because I did not see a moment where this man pulled his trigger out of the firing mode. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we'll have to see how many points did Global Esports acquire from this game on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अब ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC. And don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
अब तुम्हारी बारी
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that fantastic game of Miramar. And of course, after that global esports domination that we saw from the high grounds, every single time these guys were just raining down hellfire, especially Ninja Boy. This man did not even run out of bullets, even though he was just spraying the whole time.
Exactly. He was on a war against the world entirely in that particular map, and he did not take a single prisoner. That was an incredible individual performance, but apart from that, I'm actually quite surprised because I was expecting global esports to be aggressive, but not really walk away with with a win, but congratulations to them. This Miramar game was incredible.
Hey, look, I told you, inside these type of lobbies, just better to shut your brain down and adapt on the fly. And that's what Global Esports did, right? Just go all guns blazing. Somewhere down the line, Global Esports' main sort of prime suit is that they're really good when it comes to the firepower, and that's what they did. Firepower, add that with team play.
Exactly.
The best thing you can ask for.
I mean, it's a simple plan, right?
Yeah.
Shoot first, ask questions later. And that is what they have been up to on Erangel, on Miramar. But now, Necro, just one last game remains, and that's the last match of this BGIS Round 1 broadcast as well.
Oh, man, that actually feels kind of sad that 2,048 teams have already played. And as we mentioned, only a couple of groups were actually covered on the broadcast. And a lot of the groups have already played off the broadcast as well. Soon enough, you guys will be able to find out how many teams exactly qualify. But to do so, make sure to follow Crafton India Show socials. That's where you guys will be able to follow or know how many teams exactly moved on forward from the round 1 to the round 2. And this is how action kicked off.
Yeah, these are the highlights, or as now we are going to call them, the Ninja Boy montage, which is going to start in a few short moments. Although, I mean, it was quite surprising to see Global Esports quiet in the early stages, but once we saw them in action, they did not stop.
Dude, Ninja Boy was just going all guns blazing everywhere. It's not just like this guy was taking down one team. He was fighting 2 different teams at the same time. Shooting one team, then as soon as he gets that knockout, focuses on somewhere else, gets another knockout over there. Look at this. High ground and precision. This guy was beaming down everyone. I think so should change his name from Ninja Boy to Beamerson.
You're going to have to talk to him about it. But I still have to say, I mean, it was an incredible performance as we are talking about. This one play where we saw Global Esports kind of go for a 3-1 split. Noob was picked off was something that I thought could have actually backfired for them, and things could have gotten worse from there on out, but they recovered quite nicely. And while all of this was happening, even Zenith Official, I believe, have racked up quite a few points for themselves in terms of finishes.
Oh yeah, Zenith Officials too, another big point of discussion, Johnny.
Yeah.
Speaking about Zenith Official, they're definitely trying their best to step up to the occasion, but unfortunately for them, things sometimes do work out, things sometimes don't. I don't know how Zenith Official is going to try to adapt inside the final game, which will be quite tough. We know how Sanhok, how random it can be sometimes, but look at Global Esports. Okay, it's like Dark Lord knew that Ninja Boy is on fire. So all he did was just sit inside a buggy and drive around. He was playing around with his enemies.
He was trying to be the distraction for the enemies and gathering information for Ninja Boy.
Look at this.
Basically just went forward and told the man, all right, this is where the competition is now. Do your job, boy. And he was doing it phenomenally as well. But along with that, I think Global Esports, why are we surprised by this performance, though? I mean, this should be the standard for them.
Yeah, this should be the standard for any T1 team, right? This should be indeed like the standard for any known team inside the lobby. And they've done a phenomenal job. Speaking about Claw, though, another known team that was invited inside the crowd. Now they're back from the open qualifiers. Claw is not able to perform up to the occasion. What are your sayings on that?
I mean, the consistency is missing, as you mentioned about them. And I was expecting a brilliant positional play, but unfortunately for them, they were caught off guard mid-game by none other than Global Esports.
Yeah.
That was also like the added disadvantage that the team that collapsed upon them was the team that was doing quite well inside of the map of Miramar. But hopefully, they still have one more game to go. If they can convert Sanhok, maybe they make it through.
Johnny, you know what team that I just really feel bad for has to be Team Elite Warriors. They got out of one fight safe, then instantly found themselves another pickle. Like, how bad of a luck can you actually have for yourself?
True, I mean, it was an awkward position for them, but sometimes this happens, right? Sometimes you do not really anticipate too much pressure to befall upon you. You just think, all right, this is the one fight that we have to take. And yeah, after that, you're just caught off by surprise, and you're just like, oh, what happened?
Hey, you know what? But what's not going to be a surprise? The top player from that previous game, the MVP, is going to be Ninja Boy, of course. With how many elimination? 10 finishes wrapped up by Ninja Boy. And as I mentioned, it's not going to be a surprise at all. This man was doing phenomenal. He's like the Superman for his team, the Beamerson. But as we move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players from that previous game, Global Esports' entire squad is there, missing out on one player, which is completely okay, though.
Exactly. I mean, these 3 individuals themselves have racked so many points for their team. And I think this game itself should be enough to push Global Esports inside of the top 3 and, in fact, keep them on the first position because they had a pretty brilliant game on that map of Erangel as well. But last hope, Shiggy Boys are in with 3 finishes. I mean, I want to see them push further, though. They did not really make it to the late game stages.
Johnny, you know what? A really bad joke is sort of coming out to my mind. But, you know, the only man who's not there on the board from the side of Global Esports
is the man who should not be named.
Dark Lord himself is not there. And all he was doing is just driving around inside the buggy. Now imagine if someone says to you that I like to go on long drives and then Dark Lord just showcases this.
You should not get in a car with a person like that. It's going to get you into a lot of trouble. But talk about trouble, and we have the match rankings in front of us, Necro, where we have Global Esports with 37 points on the board. Ouch, that is just an ouch moment for everyone, all the 15 teams.
That is a nuclear performance from Global Esports.
Also,
and then on the second spot, look at this. Last Stop Shaggy Boys doing quite good, 13 points.
Look at the third spot as well. I mean, Iron Claw of Assam, they did not have a single finish in the game. It's just those 12 placement points for finishing on the second position. And it is quite interesting to see what their next game is going to be like. Because if you put yourself in this sort of a position where you are going to rely on placements again and again and again, then you have to do it for all 3 games. And we know Erangel wasn't that great for ICA.
ICA, I mean, being able to position themselves inside the top 3, is that good enough just in one game? Absolutely not.
I love you. What do you have to say about that?
Love you too, man.
No, I was talking about the
okay, all right. No problem, dude. I see how it is. You're trying to just play with my feelings, okay? Well, I love you making it inside the top 4. They definitely did quite nice for themselves. And as I said, right,
yeah.
I like their name. I think so. I'm going to be rooting for them, too. I just want to let everyone know that's watching the broadcast as well. I love you.
Yeah, me too. And, I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to see if this love is going to carry on till round 2. Hopefully, I mean, spreading the good vibes with everyone else, but we know Sanhok is anything but good vibes.
That is true, but you know what? As we move on forward and take a look at the matchup, once again, as we all know, these teams are once again going to be duking it out in the upcoming map of Sanhok, Johnny. And considering that how Global Esports have been playing, they've been dominating the entire just field overall. I want to know your prediction in the upcoming map of Sanhok.
Should I be like salty and just pick Global Esports? That's too easy, right?
Yeah, that's kind of lame.
Alright, so I'm going to go with, let's say, Claw Esports.
Okay.
I mean, I do expect them to pop off in at least one game, and if they can secure this game of Sanhok, maybe they make it through. But what about you, though?
Maybe, man. There's so many teams that are trying their best to be consistent.
True.
And there's so many teams. For them, the qualification's going to be on the line. Top 3 is the way to go. The first spot is already booked by the players of Global Esports whatsoever, so it's going to be out of the counts anyways. So the rest of the teams are going to try to grab the leftover 2 spots. Let's see which team that's going to be. You said
Your
Claw
prediction,
Esports.
Necro, yeah.
You said Claw Esports. I might just go with Zenith. I think so. This team definitely has a lot of potential.
I mean, yeah, positional play from their side in the first 2 games was quite incredible. But again, Sanhok can get a little complicated. Plus, even yesterday we saw the bootcamp fiasco. Today, it was the zone movement in Sanhok that just threw everyone off. And it was quite difficult for a lot of these teams to sort of try and take control of that zone, try and find a safe haven to try to survive from, to secure those placement points. In this Sanhok, what are you expecting?
I want entertainment, Johnny. That's not even a question. Of course, that's all I'm going to say. Entertainment is what I like. It's what I crave, and I want to see an absolute entertaining game. That means action-packed as well. I want to see some hot drops inside Paradise Resort, inside Boot Camp. Maybe those 6 teams dropping down once again on that same spot. Absolute hell breaking loose.
I mean, it happened in Boot Camp yesterday. It's going to be fun to watch it in Paradise Resort. Even if it's not 6 teams, at least 2 teams drop clashing in Paradise Resort. Because one thing, since you have brought that location up, we have rarely seen Paradise Resort early fights. That has not happened yet in BGIS Round 1, at least on broadcast.
I mean, at least teams know that Paradise Resort is like sort of like the big red flag. And you do not want to be caught inside that entire vicinity. You know, anyone can line around. Anyone can be lying around anywhere. You can be surrounded by foes too. And the best part about that entire vicinity is that even if when you're surrounded, you would never know that you're actually surrounded. They will be like the slithering snakes.
You know what's even worse? If you start the game from Paradise Resort, you win the drop clash, and you're trying to exit thinking, all right, this is going to be our game. There's someone waiting for you on the outside.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You will be surrounded. You would never know that you are actually surrounded outside too, and as soon as you step out of the entire Paradise Resort area, well, welcome. It's like a boom, big surprise on your face, and you cannot even fight back because you're just caught off guard.
Exactly, and that happens quite a lot, especially in drop class situations, because Sanhok, it is a small map. If you make a lot of commotion, if you make a lot of noise, it attracts a lot of attention upon you. And teams do try to set up traps, as we saw in the previous Sanhok as well, and we expect the same things to happen in this particular game. But What will global esports be up to? That is also another question, because now they have next level freedom, considering they have a lot of points already on the board.
I mean, global esports are now going to be controlling the pace of the lobbies. Let's
True.
be honest. If they
True.
want to be aggressive inside the game, the entire match will be filled up aggressive. If they just want to chill, sit back, relax, and let the other teams try and get their bread and butter, then maybe things can be a little bit more slow.
Do you think they're going to do that?
No, I
Let
don't think so.
everyone else do what they want.
I don't think so. Yeah, it's understandable. Global esports, they got a lot of points in that previous game, but still the first game was not too good for them. So maybe even for them, they need to pin that first spot down.
Yeah.
So they will definitely try to be a little bit more consistent.
I mean, they can be consistent. We know this is the most experienced team in this particular lobby. And, of course, I mean, the winners of Game 1 also fell out early in Game 2.
Yeah.
So that inconsistency also plays out as an advantage for the players of global esports. But like a coin that has two sides. I mean, every single coin has two sides. I mean, this one as well. What if global esports is the first team to go out? Because now, I mean, teams are going to try and put them under pressure.
That is true. Global esports might just be hot target, or maybe global esports would be one of those teams that everyone would try to run away from.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. So many question marks, ladies and gentlemen, because it's the map of Sanhok 2, and also, as we all know, the smallest map inside the entire competitive pool. And as we all know, global esports' strongest suit is also that firepower, the aggression that they like to showcase. I'm expecting a really solid start inside this game. But speaking about Claw Esports, another known team that was invited inside the grind itself.
Yeah.
Now they're back from the in-game qualifiers, not able to perform. This last game is their last hope.
Claw did very well in game number 1, but the previous map of Miramar wasn't really theirs, as we talked about it. Quite an unfortunate situation, and the position that they were in, you can't really do anything to get out of it as well. So, to be fair, I think we'll just give them the benefit of doubt for the underperformance on Miramar, and hopefully they can step things up back on Sanhok.
Hey, not just that, especially when you're going to be surrounded by so much potential like Zenith. As I said, that's my prediction, and I legitimately think that Zenith, they've got a massive punch. They definitely do pack a big punch, and once they do punch you in the guts, it will be tough to recover for you.
Another team that has been quite interesting is the Uninvited 4. They have been quite consistent in the previous few matches, but let's see how this game, the last game of BGIS Round 1 broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, is going to go for all these 16 teams. Are you guys excited? Because we can't wait for the action to begin, and guess what? Here we go.
Yeah, exactly, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the round 1 begins right now as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, and the plane flight path starting all the way from Camp Bravo towards Camp Alpha. As I mentioned, this is the last game of round 1.
There's quite an interesting flight path right off the bat, starting all the way from Camp Bravo to just the south of Camp Alpha. It leans towards the northern part of the map, but our sentence has always remained the same about flight paths and Sanhok. Small map means you can go anywhere you want. And looking at where the players are headed, Necro, we might just get what we were wishing for, a drop clash at Paradise Resort.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a big cluster, huh, Johnny? So we might just be able to see that drop collision coming into play soon enough. But quite a lot of teams just going for that southern side too. Maybe another drop clash inside Painan.
One of the most interesting drops is that Kampong position where only the Uninvited 4 have decided to go, and they will have control not just of Kampong, but Query and Bhan should be quite an easy rotation for them. But here we go once again, 3 teams in boot camp.
Yeah. Things are getting way too spiced up. Even UK17 wanting to be a part of the action early off this time, Johnny. This might just be good for them or extremely bad for them, because even for them, the qualification's on the line.
And the result, only they can control it. Gary on our screens right now is armed with the AKM. Let's see what his approach to this fight is going to look like. But as we're talking about Paradise Resort, I believe Mob have started things off against the Frantic Saboteurs, and they have secured the opening knock, but the trade does come in.
Indeed it does, and Mob officials. Warden peeks out. Got the Tommy gun in his hands. Frantic. They're going to be on the receiving end. We spoke about Paradise Resort. No fights. And we're finally able to see that. Mob officials. At least Warden has done a great job so far dealing with the threat quite nicely. Peeks out once again. The Tommy gun, though, it fails him this time inside this fight. UMP-45 is going to be the one to strike out supreme in the close range quarters. Snake going for the resurrection on Pain, but that DBS pulled up in the close quarters. Dracula, he accumulates both those elimination points. Mob officials off to a great start.
Yeah, they are off to a great start, and all they have to do now to bring themselves back in this fight is get their HP backs up and Warden back on his feet. One of those things is checked off now. Joker, Draco, and Warden are going to be out looking for first aids, while Frantic Saboteurs are going to be frantically searching for a way out of this Paradise Resort, which, for them, has turned into hell.
Another drop collision comes into play. And as I mentioned, even inside Painan, it does seem like there's probably going to be a collision. And that's what's happened. 3 teams over here too, Johnny. What's going on? So many teams not able to know exactly where to step their foot in. And that's why they're just caught in a really bad position.
I mean, they are caught in a bad spot, but we should not complain about that. That means more action for us to witness in the early stages of the game. And talk about action, here we have Necro, your team, Zenith Esports, going up against Global Esports. If they win this fight, they might as well just walk away with the win of the game.
That is true. Zenith Esports considering they're way too close to a massive threat inside the lobby, and actually Junior wins out that fight as well. Pulled out the DBS for the clotheslines, but eventually got dealt with. Ninja Boy, who was in the back lines. Look at Ninja Boy, this man is not missing out on a single of a shot. Global Esports, that spread they've got, it's absolutely incredible. 2 players to the back, 2 players to the front. Global Esports, they've dealt with this threat like a hot knife through butter. Listen, don't even say a single word. Do not even say a single word. I know what you're going to say. Don't. Just keep your mouth shut. Just focus on what's going on in the front.
Why not, Necro? Are you not enjoying this right now? I mean, I'm having fun, man.
I'm having fun too, but would have had a little bit more fun if there was someone else on the receiving end. But yeah, well, yeah. Let's ignore what just happened in front of us. Somewhere else though, Johnny, the elimination feed, another action popping up.
Yeah, it seems like Frantic, they are finally reacting to the players of Mob Official, but without the numbers, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to survive. And guess what? Frantic Swaboteurs are going to be sent back to the lobby as well. I think both the remaining players have been finished off now. Yes, they have.
I just don't understand, man. Like Zenith Esports.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about your predictions not going well.
I'm just not even wrapping my head around. What are the odds of that happening? Like, literally, what are the odds of that happening, Johnny? They're so rare. But, hey, well, I guess sometimes unfortunate stuff does happen. It's life at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's life. Sometimes you get unlucky. Sometimes things just work out. Just like they're working out for Global Esports right now. They make quick work of the lads of Zenith. But over here... Wait, what happened in bootcamp? Why is it empty all of a sudden? Where did everyone go?
Yeah, there were 3 teams, and one of those teams actually ran away from that entire vicinity, and that's why that team was seen inside Painan City.
That was a quick escape.
Yeah.
One of the quickest exits I've seen out of bootcamp. Not even willing to spend a single second inside that firefight. But hey, man, Terminators are here, and they're looking to terminate the competition, it looks like.
UK17 going to be on the receiving end this time. As one of the players already taken down, that means the firepower is not going to be up to the mark. 3v4 situation. Terminators having the more advantage inside of this fight, and of course looking to apply a bit more pressure in here. UMP45 for the close. He's going to find the advantage, but the opponent had the shotgun, but not able to land the shot when it was desperately needed. Gary, too, pulls out the DBS for the close once again. The opponents, even they're ready with the SMGs and the shotguns themselves, but for Terminators, it's going to be smooth sailing whatsoever. But another team joining the fray, Johnny, wanting to be the third party inside this entire fight. But for now, as Terminators, they do a fantastic job in eliminating the competition. Now Royal Official, they do want to join the fray.
And this should be the perfect third-party opportunity for the lads of Royal Official, as Unirum is going to run up to the first floor, secures the finish for his team, and now is looking to see if they can put up additional pressure on the players of Terminators. It's a 3v4 situation, and Royal, they have the advantage, they have the upper hand in this fight.
They need to Bipple in the clothesline. Cyphers gets knocked out too. Now Terminators, they've only got one single Terminator alive. Even for the players of Royal Official, they sort of screwed up big time, but that DBS to the face, and it's going to seal the deal. Royal Official's going to be the one who will execute this third party perfectly, but another third party comes into play. Global Esports, they're always here to take advantage, and that's going to be it. What was going on? Third parties after third parties, and Global Esports, they were just waiting for the right moment to strike.
That did not even take one clip amongst these 4 players combined, and that is a squad wipe right there. We're down to 11 teams already within the first stage. Again, Necro.
Global Esports, I mean, just phenomenal gameplay from these guys.
Did they just swim to take this fight?
No. They came in with vehicles.
They were in the Camp Alpha Island, and they rotated quickly. I wonder where they came from. Was it the Ruins Bridge?
Yeah, it was. The bridge that's right above Ruins.
Man, they were in such a hurry, because yeah, you can hear all the commotions for our teams from across the river, but still, to be able to just commit so much, rotate wide from Ruins Bridge all the way from Ruins and then come to boot camp.
Dude. I mean, at this point in time, I
That's
told
just-
you in the pregame segment too, it's going to be Global Esports who decide the pace of the game,
Yeah.
and that's what they're doing. They're just deciding the pace of the game. They already eliminated one team completely, or almost completely, Zenith, and then now they're over here to take down another team. So, yeah, that in itself just speaks a lot of stuff.
I mean, so we do have the map available to us. They're moving towards Painan now.
I like that. I like that. Another potential fight that might just erupt
There
in
they
front
are.
of us.
Just on the other side of the hill. And last hope, Shiggy boys. I think these three teams have been waiting for each other to make a mistake or make a positional mistake for so long. I think it's been a good 5-6 minutes. But now, if they start engaging against each other, they're going to attract the wrong kind of attention upon them. The attention of Global Esports. At this point, with how Global Esports is playing, you do not want to be anywhere close to them. But I want to see how this Painan fight is decided, actually. I really want to see what these three teams will do to take the points away from the opposition.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the stalemates, honestly.
Yeah,
Johnny.
exactly.
Because they're wasting so much time. Imagine they can utilize this time in looting up better. Those guys do not even have good meds, utilities. They can try and loot up even better, try and position themselves in a better spot inside the circle. But for now, we've got the players in the front against Global Esports. And once again, Global Esports, being as aggressive as they are, ignorant as they are, they step inside a big trap that was being set by the players of Team Elite Warriors. And now it's all down to Ninja Boy, the Beamer's son himself.
It's a 1v2 situation for Ninja Boy. He sees Nade God, but Nade God has lobbed a Molotov to try and finish off the players of GE before Ninja Boy has an opportunity to recover them, revive them, get them back into this fight. But still, this man has been on fire throughout the day. Look at this, 4 eliminations secured out of the 5 total that his team has.
And Ninja Boy, with how things are looking like for this team, he knows it's better to pull out of this situation. Yeah, Global Esports does have a lot of points, but as we all know, placement points are prioritized much better.
What are you talking about? He stops his car in the open, gets out, and I think he was trying to take vision of Liam over there. But,
Johnny, this is where the uninvited four are actually uninvited inside the fight, and he catches the last man. Try to slip away, try to be that sneaky guy, Ninja Boy. He tried to be the ninja, but not too ninja at the end of the day because he was just wrecking chaos all across the board.
Well, hey, now the biggest threat to basically everyone in this lobby has gone away. A little bit more freedom for the teams to work with, and look at what ORB Esports are making of the situation that was there for them up against the players of I Love You.
Yeah, I Love You, of course, having that advantage inside the fight, and I Love You, they've already managed to take out 2 players. Even Pokem in the front realizes that at least he's found the knockout, and considering there were 2 teams inside the vicinity, instantly the second team too pouncing on the opportunity.
Yeah, last hope Shiggy Boys stand a perfect chance of finishing off the players of ORB Esports and then wrapping up the fight with the players of I Love You. But look at this, Yash secures the opening knock, putting up additional pressure on the lads of Shiggy Boys. They still have the numbers to work with, but Yash moving to the DBS up on the first floor. Should be an easy finish for him to secure. Let's see, it's a shotgun against a shotgun. Whoever connects first will win this fight. But shots being whiffed, and Yash looking in the wrong direction. Shiggy Boys get out of there quite safe.
Well, they eliminate the last hope for Orb.
Yeah.
And for Orb, even the qualification was on the line. They just won the first game. And this is what I was literally having a conversation with Salty too, Johnny, that even if the first team, or even if the team that wins the first chicken dinner, you never know if they're going to be making it inside the top 3.
True.
It's just too brutal.
It just happened. I mean, even in the previous group, we saw a team outside the top 3 with 1 chicken dinner to their name. The team on the second and the third position had no chicken dinners, but were instead consistent in the matches that they played, consistently placing in the top 2, the top 3. And that is something that needs to be implemented in the gameplay, in the play style of the teams. You have to keep readjusting your pace based on where you are in the rankings.
Speak about readjusting. And right now, it's like a little peace moment, silent moment. You know what, guys? I'm going to go quiet for at least a couple of seconds. Just feel the silence that's going on inside the map.
It's so eerie.
It's so quiet.
Yeah.
It's so quiet. I mean, just a while ago, it was just absolute hell-breaking loose. And now, it's just so quiet.
What do you expect? G is not there anymore.
I told you, man, this team is going to be the one to decide the pace of the game, and that's what's happened. Team Elite Warriors, I mean, they've done a fantastic job in setting up that trap and also adjusting on the fly. I think so they heard me speak.
And Elite Warriors, what they've done right now is just made sure that everyone else in the lobby has an equal fighting chance of securing a win in this game. Because otherwise, with how GE was moving around and how confident they were looking, they pretty much would have just run over the competition. But enough about them. They are done. They're dusted in this game. Let's talk about Last Hope Shiggy Boys. I mean, we were expecting a few interesting moments from their side. They have gone on to secure that Painan victory for themselves. But how far can they take that? Do you think they have the potential to win this game of Sanhok? They are quite on the edge of the zone right now.
They do. Surely they do. I like with how they're moving too, with unity, right?
True.
Together. Not leaving each other at all. But not having vehicles, though, can be a bit of a problem. Maybe they need to start scouting out for a couple of vehicles. That can be also a piece of cover in the future lines if the circle's going to be forming out in the open. But considering it's the rainforest, most of the times the trees will be there. But just if you're unlucky enough, if the circle somewhere forms around Quarry, then the vehicles can definitely be utilized for more cover.
Well, as you said, a quarry circle might be unlucky for the team, but it's going to be quite lucky for us because now we do see a northern cluster of teams on the northern half of the map. And if the circle takes a southern shift, all of them are just going to pouring in, resulting in a lot of mid-rotation collisions. And I love mid-rotation fights, especially on Sanhok, just because of the amount of foliage that's there on the terrain, the grass, the trees being present. You do have a lot of cover available to work with, but Last Hope, they have spotted out the lads from the side of Ironclaw for some, but who will win this fight? Let's find out. Will the Hope stand strong or will the Claws just dig in to the bodies of Shiggy Boys?
Yeah, will the Claws dig into the flesh? And for now, Last Hope, they're starting to lose out the glimmers of hope. And Ironclaw, they've got a really good advantage once again. Still wanting to find the second knockout. And there we go. The nade's going to be cooked to prime. And also Perfection finds that perfect timing too. And on the mark's going to be the nade. And now another player falls down, but still they're trying their best to fight back for the Last Hope Shiggy Boys. It's going to be it. It's going to be done and dusted soon enough. The last man was in the back lines, prone down, but it's still not going to matter. The man turns around and slaps him back to childhood.
But still, it got quite close. Too close for comfort. Ironclaw for some. Down to their last player. And Blade was definitely extremely sharp. Becoming a Blade Runner in that last moment, making sure his team was surviving.
Yeah, well, he tried his best. It definitely did. It didn't really work out. For now, as another team is in the front of... And yeah, the threat's approaching a little bit too close. It's better if this man just starts to run away. But as we've got the map feed too in front of us, right? Mob officials, right now, they've got a threat approaching them. For Claw Esports, though, Johnny, they're sitting in quite a comfortable spot inside the map.
True. I mean, they do have quite a lot of cover to work with, and I think they don't really have to move around for at least the next 2-3 minutes, but we'll see what the future holds for them. But Parasite trying to lead points off the competition, and he does succeed in securing the opening.
Yeah, really good M4-3X spray in the clotheslines. Paradise does know exactly where one of the foes is positioned too. Pulls out an aid, wanting to cook, and also position that at perfection. At least softens up the competition a little bit more. M416 Prey comes in once again, but Parasite not able to exactly find out another knockout. This is definitely going to be a little bit bad for Team Incredible, but still, at least them having that advantage inside the fight is sort of giving them a little bit more room for comfort.
And Paradise right now is just... Parasite has attracted all of this attention from the opposing team, I Love You, upon himself. But look at the radar on that Painan Bridge. One of his teammates is there to provide suppressing fire, deterring and delaying the players of I Love You from finishing his teammate. But that is not the point of concern right now, Necro, for both these teams.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that they are outside the zone, and I Love You is actually a little bit closer to the edge, so they can gatekeep the players of Team Incredible.
That is true. I Love You in front of us. And as Incredible, they're going to be on a massive receiving end. Parasite in the back lines, trying to readjust over and over again. Shadow finally pulls out an 8. This man knows exactly where the enemy's positioned too. It's a three-pointer. If it's going to land at perfection, things could be a little bit different, but no. Just off the mark a little bit. If it was on the other side of the wall, then maybe Parasite could have been knocked out.
Yeah, that is just a little bit too much. It just fell a bit short, and I think it was on the inside of those of that broken wall as well. Parasite is quite lucky in that situation, but his luck, it feels like, is about to run out as he is now engulfed in the blue.
I mean, this man's been causing problem for the team in the front. So I Love You They're sort of fed up with this guy, the solo guy who's able to survive for such a long time.
They don't feel the love in this fight.
Yeah, they hate him.
But how much, though? That's the question. Do they hate him enough to just commit in the wrong direction and try and secure this finish? The nade was good, and Poke him is actually getting poked pretty hard right now.
Yeah. Still going for the first aid, though. And considering the threat's quite close, he cannot even try to make a good move on the map, Johnny. Cannot even move out just yet. He doesn't know exactly where he's going to get shot at from. But look at the rest of his teammates from I Love You. They're starting to close in from the back lines. I like this flank play that's coming into play. And they're probably going to be spotting out that last man Parasite soon enough. They have known his position. They know exactly where that foe's position outside the compound wall peaks out. Gets the spray down. Even the Wall of Death is going to be dishing out a bit more damage. So that's it for Parasite.
Yeah, he's going to be dogged out, but still, Anurag is there in the backline. So I think I Love You, they need to analyze the situation. I don't think they have the position of that last surviving individual, but they are being patient. They are waiting for that man to reveal himself. But in the meanwhile, Parasite is going to be finished off, and Anurag finally steps out from behind his cover. And this might just be him leading himself to his final demise. Let's see what happens. How much time does it take for I Love You to finish him off? He has five first aids to work with, so he can take it a little bit slow. He has that luxury.
I mean, he's only the last man, too. So I would say I Love You should let him live. It's fine. It's better to let that last glimmer of hope survive for a bit more, get those positioning points. So at least he would have a good night's sleep, right, Johnny?
Let him run up to the top of the hill and then shoot him.
That's a little cruel. Yeah. Making him feel like the king of the hill and then just taking him down.
Exactly. It's the last game, Necro. It's time to have some fun.
Okay, well, I don't know, man. It's not going to be too fun for that guy when he's going to be having nightmares when he's asleep. But for now, DUF loses out on that. Man, a little bit of rookie mistake being made. Step out of the cover, and Iron Claw is just ready to pounce on the opportunity.
Let's see now. We still have Iron Claw of Assam Blade climbing on top of this rock. And he has gained a little bit of a positional advantage in terms of that high ground advantage. But what is this? I think he has the vision of the competition. He needs to be extremely careful. The Uninvited Four, it feels like all they are trying to do right now is control this edge for themselves. Not even trying to gatekeep. They want to survive along with this.
The Uninvited Four. Now they're the Uninvited Three. With only 3 players left alive. And even inside Global Esports, this fight that was going on, where Ninja Boy was the only man, even those guys, they were uninvited in that fight. Still, they forced their way in there. And look at this. Last Hope Shiggy Boys, that nade placement was just so perfect. As soon as he saw his death approaching him, he tried to move away, but not enough time for that man to move away. Instead, all he could do was just hug that nade and accept the fate.
I mean, Ironclaw just played that fight so brilliantly. Last Hope had such strong momentum after that Pine-On situation. You are going to be feeling all warmed up if you come out on top in a fight like that. And I think they were feeling confident. But then again, as you so clearly pointed out a few days ago, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And I think Last Hope might have just crossed that line.
But even for Last Hope, that was the only Last Hope.
True.
They needed to go aggressive. They needed to get as many elimination points as possible.
Also, have you noticed after wiping out the players of Global Esports, the Elite Warriors have completely vanished from the game? We haven't seen from them for a long time now.
They're trying to make their way inside the circle. That's what I see on the map feed. And soon enough, they're also going to be stepping inside the safe zone, which is the white lines. And they already have the Elite Four. The Elite Warriors. They've already stepped inside the safe zone. They're going to be safe for now. I Love You, though. They're stepping up close and personal against a lot of the competition. They're out in the open. They've got no other option. They've got no vehicles whatsoever, so they need to step out in the open to try and make it inside, or at least to try and make that run towards the safe zone. But soon enough, they're going to meet against the likes of mob officials.
Well, and they should not waste any time trying to see if they can gain an advantage. See someone take them down, but talk about this and talk about going down. The Uninvited Four lose out on Barry. Won't be able to negate any damage that was headed in this direction. Claw seem to be doing quite well for themselves, wouldn't you agree?
That is true. Claw Esports. Look at this, man. Oh, he stepped out a little bit too much, out of his comfort zone.
I'm not talking about them anymore. It seems like I've jinxed them.
This could have been a little bit too bad. Claw Esports, at least they're inside the game with full force, right? All the 4 players doing quite good for themselves. If they keep on surviving for a little bit longer, things can be even more better. Iron Claw Assam They keep on pushing up against the competition. Blade gets knocked out. He tried his best to fight against that DBS, but that DBS to the face. Sometimes against next to impossible to fight back against that. Elite Warriors looking to pounce on top of the opportunity, and really good drop shot from Devil, and he's going to be the Devil that devours this competition.
They wiped out one entire team, but they don't realize that it was just one free point behind that rock, and they miss out on it. That point does end up going to the other team that showed up first, but Elite Warriors, they're looking quite solid in this game, playing from that southern edge, and now it seems like Necro, their next target is going to be the side of Mob Official.
Exactly, top 5 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which Beast gets shot at from the back line. So many backstabs happening too. This is what's going to happen in the final few moments. There's going to be a lot of unorthodox action. And even this team, they've been able to make it inside the game. They're uninvited for this last guy going for the Met Strat. He's only got 2 more first aids in his hands, Johnny. It's next to impossible for him to actually even survive for a couple of more seconds.
Well, a couple of more seconds does not really mean a lot of points. You have to break into the top 3 for those double digits, but whoa! IGL barely surviving with a sliver of HP, runs behind the shack right in the nick of time. I thought Piccolo had that knock secured, but Arcon Esports, they are in a world of hurt, just 2 players surviving, and they are outside the circle as well. This could be the end for them.
Yeah, Arcon Esports still the man he knows. The only way, the only possibility of him actually making it in the safe zone has to be to move out in the open. He took the odds, and he actually got eliminated and dealt with quite easily. The Elite Warriors, they control the entire southern ridge, right next to the players of Mob Official, and soon enough, this distance is going to be closed on up too. But the Elite Warriors, they do not really have the man number. 3 players are knocked out. The Mob Officials, they've got the advantage.
If they can recover from that fight, maybe the Elite Warriors still stand a chance of winning this game and securing extra points from this match. But as of now, I think it's just Claw that has the perfect opportunity. They are outside the zone though. They will have to deal with the players of Mob Official. Believe Dracula's position has already been compromised since Claw Esports were already keeping vision of that particular rock, but I think Arcon Esports, they are done in this game. Elite Warriors might be done as well, as they are down to that last player, and Devil is all that remains between them and the chicken dinner.
That is true. Claw Esports, they slowly and steadily start to spread themselves out as they know the circle shifted away from that compound. It's better for them to just spread out and try and even the odds against the team that's going to have a little bit of solid cover inside the safe zone. Mob Officials, they find a little glimmer of demand from the side of Claw Esports, but the first knockout's going to be stolen away by Team Elite Warriors. Devil, once again, he reigns supreme against that player. Claw Esports now down to a 3-man squad, Johnny.
Capitalizing on someone else's hard efforts. I mean, Mob Officials were the one who secured that knock, but Devil walking away with the point. And now Devil will make them pay as well. This man is just going for every single person he sees out in the open. But that also means it attracted a lot of attention upon himself. They have a lot of 11 points secured already inside this match, but how far can they go? Claw Esports, though, a massive disadvantage.
Exactly. Mob Officials are probably going to be the team that takes this home. They've got all the advantage they can ask for, but Phoenix is still trying to play with the odds. He's still trying to fiddle against the opponents as he pulls out the DBS, but no, that's going to be it. Valiant effort from Phoenix, but now it's going to be a 3-on-1 scenario. Devil is only going to be the man who's alive from the side of Team Elite Warriors, but this time the Devil needs to make a demonic play to survive this one. It's a 1-on-3. If the demonic play is not going to be present, Devil will be eliminated from the game, and that will place his team on the 2nd spot. The chicken dinner will be taken away. Mob Officials, with the high ground advantage, with the man advantage, everything is with them. Even the BGMI gods are starting favoring them because the circle is actually going to shift in their court. The nade tossed up, Devil taken down way too low. Devil trying to return the favor against the opponents, but that's it. That's all he can try to make happen.
If he secures even one knock, I think he's going to try and convert it into an extra finish point for him and for his team. The Elite Warriors, they're not giving up till the final moment. Qualification for round 2 on the line. What's going to happen? It's time to find it out.
Exactly. Devil, he's barely alive on a sliver of HP. He's also trying to be the one with the nature. He was prone inside the grass. He finds 2 knockouts. One more to go. It's a 1-on-1 scenario, but no, he gets dealt with by the play zone. Such an unfortunate circumstance for that guy. He did stand a chance to win that game. He did try to make that demonic play, but unfortunately, he was not able to successfully execute that because the play zone was a little too quick.
Exactly, and it was quite impressive the way he was able to bring down the numbers to that final 1v1. I was rooting for him, and I believe you were too, but in the end, congratulations to Mob official. They were extremely patient. They did not overcommit into a single situation. They waited and waited for the advantage to swing in their favor, and if it did, that is when they tried to take the fight. And I think that is a textbook approach to taking team fights in Sanhok.
And Johnny, not just that. This type of a chicken dinner is just going to spice things up even more inside the top three. Who actually qualified inside the top three? So many teams performed so well. Global Esports, they were on an absolute spree. Global Esports are, of course, going to be on this first spot, without a doubt. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? The questions will be there and will be answered on the other side of the short break. So you guys don't go anywhere. Stack upon your popcorns once again.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी डम डम कपू उड़ा तरम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that action-packed game where Global Esports was once again almost about to dominate the entire game, but then later on, the uninvited four just joined an uninvited party, and then they eliminated because they were uninvited.
Well, but majority of the hard work was done by the Elite Warriors, and they did in fact manage to survive till the late stages of the game, so it's going to be quite interesting to see where they end up. But ladies and gentlemen, with that match, we have come to an end of round 1 broadcast, at least, of BGIS.
That is true. That was the last game of the round 1 too, ladies and gentlemen. That means from the next week, round 2 is going to begin. We're bottom 32 from the grind itself are going to be joining in there. That means teams like Godlike will be in there too.
Exactly, and that is going to make the situations even more interesting. But now, Nekru, I mean, we know it's Global Esports who have a point advantage because of how big their Miramar game was. But what about the rest of your teams? Do you think Elite Warriors have made it through?
That is my question. That's what I said. So many questions. I do not know how things are going to be looking like, Johnny.
And, I mean, what do you feel about Zenith Esports' chance?
Look, man, I would not like to elaborate on what exactly just happened to them. I would just say that sometimes unlucky stuff happened with the teams. They were not really able to adapt.
What do you mean unlucky? You were the one who thought they were going to win.
I thought, yeah, but then I'm not the one playing inside the game, Johnny. Come on. They fought against Global Esports. They got eliminated instantly. For Global Esports, it was like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah.
I just like how quick Global Esports are to think inside the fights.
And that is all the experience that they have. I mean, they have an advantage. They make sure that they get off. Do not give the opposition a single second to reset. And of course, it was a moment of individual brilliance as well put on display again by Ninja Boy as he used a Thompson to take down 2 of the opponents from the side of Zenith.
No, he only took down 1, but another guy got eliminated from the back line. So this is what I said. Global Esports are just way too quick to adapt. They had one guy who was all the way in the back who was doing a great job providing that cover fire.
One of the players from the side of Zenith just like exited the vehicle too quickly and got knocked.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I just noticed it during
the
wow,
well, that's what you call cracking under that pressure, right? Zenith Esports, they probably knew that. It's their last shot.
I mean, it's like something wasn't just really working out for them. It was like someone had just cursed them, you know?
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. He's quite evil. Should not be doing that to teams, dude. But Elite Warriors, speak about them. This strat being set up against Global Esports. I like that spread out.
Exactly. I was just going to talk about that spread. It was 4 players individually in each corner and then 1 man just hiding inside the cover. Of course, the one unexpected factor in that fight was the uninvited 4 who just showed up out of nowhere, picked off that last player, Ninja Boy, and then just left as well.
That is true. And then this fight too, Johnny. How can you forget this one? Like, the last hope guys, these guys tried their best to fight against the fight, but the utility utilization from the opponents, perfectly on the mark, perfectly on the point. Team Incredible too. Another one of these fights where Parasite was trying his best to actually survive for so long. He did so too against I Love You. But then that capitalization that came into play, that adaptiveness that came into play from I Love You, where 2 players sort of flanked in from the back, that really gave them the opening they wanted.
I mean, they had another option of just completely focusing on their play and letting Parasite do what he was doing, which was just trying to survive behind that broken wall. And they could have secured a lot more points for them by playing for survival, but their plan was to secure finishes as well throughout the game. And talk about securing finishes. Elite Warriors, no matter what you say about them, they played very well, and specifically this man, Devil, he was an actual devil for everyone inside the lobby.
But as I said, Johnny, consistency is the key to success.
True.
Yeah, it's understandable you guys performed really or phenomenally well inside the last game, but were you guys actually consistent throughout the entire day or throughout the entire 3 games that you guys got a shot? Yeah, in the last game you guys were, but what about the first 2 games?
I mean, it is going to be a difficult question to answer because even though the first 2 games, they might have made it into the top 3, the finish points, that can be the differentiating factor. And we have noticed it does become the defining line between teams that made it through and the teams that get left behind.
Hey, but you know what? We'll be able to find out who was the MVP of that previous game. So let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP. What do you think? Someone from the Elite Warriors?
It is going to be Devil, I think. It has to be.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. 6 finishes wrapped up. Team Elite Warriors definitely had the game of their life, but we're not able to secure that chicken dinner, but still able to make it inside the top 3. That's a good spot.
And it doesn't matter. This man played incredibly well-deserved MVP, just like Ninja Boy, who was the MVP from the previous game. Yeah. But Ninja Boy is still there in the list of top 5 rebels. He is on that second position with 4 eliminations. I like that name as well, Egoist.
Hey, look, Johnny, I'm not going to lie. Sanhok, this is the beauty of this map. Most of the times you will not see like insanely high number of elimination points, just like from Miramar and Erangel, where Ninja Boy had like 10 elimination points, just one guy completely dominating through the competition. No. Eliminations will be distributed equally amongst all the players because actions will be happening all across the board.
Yeah, action was happening all across the board, and the result of that action is a tie in the points, where we have Mob Official. Even though they had the chicken dinner in the bag, they have 24 points. But guess what? Elite Warriors, just because of how brilliant Devil was in those final few moments, they walk away with 24 points as well. Claw Esports, 15 points on the board, and I believe Erangel as well. They had quite a brilliant run, so I think Claw might make it through. Global Esports might make it through. That third slot is still up for grabs.
So you said Iron Claw of Assam might make it through, because even in the previous game they were quite consistent, if you remember. Iron Claw, Claw Esports.
Man, I'm confused now.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling you, Johnny. It's tough to say which team has actually made it inside the top 3.
You're
All
an
of
evil
these
man,
teams,
Necro.
or at least most of these teams, were doing such a phenomenal job. Listen, I'm not the one who's evil, but you know what? Pratyush, who's our producer, he's already given us the call that the overall standings is going to be in front of us. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get the drum rolls rolling up, Johnny. The overall standings in front of us in the top 3 Mob Officials. They barely make the cut because of 1 point.
Oh, this is gonna sting. This is gonna sting so bad. And Mob Official, they're gonna be so happy for that one extra point that they have on the board, 37. And they make it through in the top 3. Claw Esport is there on the second position without a single chicken dinner. But Global Esports, 54 points racked up. That's a brilliant game.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the first spot's going to be pinned down perfectly for Global Esports. No one's going to be able to steal that away. Claw Esports, they were on a redemption arc. They are finally able to redeem themselves, because when they were invited inside the grind, they were not able to play that well.
Global Esports has the least position points in the top 5.
37 finishes, though. Look at that. I mean, that's just the classic. That's just the classic Global Esports. And then look at the difference from the 3rd and the 4th spot. 1 point away from qualification. When Orb Esports looks at these overall standings, they will be so hurt that they will actually have nightmares of the scoreboard.
I mean, they will be hurt, but you know how there was this one thing I said at the start of the day. You can either rise up to the challenge, break into the top 3, or just wait for the miracle to happen for that top 96 bracket. That option is still there for ORB Esports.
But it's still a miracle that the odds of actually being with you, they're quite rare, Johnny.
It's called a miracle for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, just need a hope. Just cross your fingers and hope.
Yeah.
This is where Last Hope Shiggy boys, their hope really did not come into play that well. With only 20 points they were able to accumulate, they found themselves on the second half of the board. Even I Love You, no, this journey's going to be ending, Johnny.
Oh, man, but we love this team. I mean, that was such a beautiful name, and it was a pleasure to watch them perform today. But unfortunately, their journey, as you said, does come to an end. And I think we're just going to wait to see if their future, in the future, we see them again.
We'll probably
hopefully
be able to. Yeah, hopefully in the future, in the upcoming years, if they're able to once again just qualify inside the BGIS itself. But ladies and gentlemen, considering we all know it was the last day of the round 1, an absolute incredible day too. We saw so many actions happen off the bat. Of course, an action-packed gameplay. Johnny, would you like to add something on forward?
I mean, I could just wait for round 2 to begin, which is going to start next week onwards, and it's going to be super exciting to see what these teams bring to the table, because at least now you have information of some teams that you're going up against, and if you are lucky enough, you see 2 or 3 names that you have studied about, you can plan your matches about them.
Exactly, but you know what? These in-game qualifiers team, now they will be meeting against the known teams too that qualified in from the grind. So I really do want to see that conversion, that meetup, how it's going to be, because once again, another big question mark for all these teams inside the grind.
Exactly, and talking about the grind, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you once again that the bottom 32 from round 5 of BGIS The Grind are waiting for those teams, for round 1 teams in round 2. And of course, once again, top 3 teams from every single group in round 1 do make it across. Top 96 leaderboard as well also make it through. And of course, top 32, 512 teams will start the competition in round 2 next week.
That is a big number. 512 teams inside the round 2. That's going to be a lot of teams to cover, right, Johnny?
I mean, we have already cut down the competition to less than half, Necro.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's 1/4 already?
I mean, look, we kicked things off with what, 2,048 teams. Yeah, 2,048 teams, and now we're down to 512. Oh my God, we just eliminated so many teams.
We eliminated 3/4 of the competition.
Wow. I mean, this is what we said, right? the format is quite brutal, but you know what? This only brings up a little bit more hype about the round 2, considering now we know the format's so cutthroat. Every single team that were not able to exactly perform to the mark, especially from the grind, the bottom 32 teams, they're going to have a wake-up call, a reality check being handed out to them, and hopefully they have practice in the time given to them.
It's not just them, it's for the big names as well, because we have seen a lot of big names get eliminated in round 1 itself. They tried so hard in the in-game qualifiers, figured out a way to make it to round 1, but still they got kicked out because the undergods, well, they want to get rid of that undergod tag as soon as possible and become the actual gods of BGMI.
Ooh, will that be happening or not? That transition might just take a lot of time, Johnny. It's quite tough to say which undergod team might just be the champion of the BGS. It's still quite far away. We've got 12 teams to deal with inside the round 2 itself. And now that the known teams are also going to be a little bit more, things are going to be intense. But as I said, ladies and gentlemen, round 1 results will be announced on the social media. So, of course, go ahead and follow Crafted India's social media, be it Instagram, Facebook, whatever you guys would like to follow. Make sure to go ahead and follow that.
And do also make sure to follow Geo on their social as well, because our broadcast is being aired on Geo Cinema as well, Necro.
Exactly.
We have new viewers.
Exactly, new viewers, and we've been welcoming you guys all the time. But if you guys also want to make sure to follow our socials, you guys can definitely go and follow if you guys have got something to say to us. But Johnny, any final moments considering that round 1 is almost coming to an end?
No, I just want to ask you to stop cursing teams in round 2, because I think they have a big enough challenge already.
Johnny, listen, I don't curse it, okay? They're just unlucky. It's not me. It just happened that things get sort of unlucky. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from my side, Necro, and also Johnny. That's going to be it for round 1. See you guys in round 2.